Let us open with our karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi ake ana te ata kura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei, mauri ora. I have apologies from Tanya Hopmans in attending today's hearings, and Mike will be leaving us at lunchtime. Are there any other apologies? That's great, there are none.
Apologies for asking many questions, sorry.
I'm sure we can control that. Just a bit of housekeeping. This meeting has been live streamed on the Council's Facebook page and recorded for viewing at a later date on our YouTube channel. In the event of an earthquake, drop, cover and hold. If the shaking is long or strong, when shaking subsides, leave the building through the nearest exits and proceed immediately towards Napier Hill, along Dalton Street to Tiffin Park, continuing up the steps to Cameron Road. In the event of an evacuation, if any emergency alarm sounds, immediately evacuate the building through the nearest exit and proceed to the assembly area on the grass at the corner of Dalton and Fortier Streets. Emergency exits are clearly signposted. Got to point them out. Toilets are located down the hallway outside the chamber entrance. So today we're here to continue the submission hearings for our long-term plan. Rules for this hearing, let us proceed with the hearing in the spirit of cooperation and mutual respect. Councillors have read all the written submissions, so there's no need to read out your submission. The 10 minutes is the submitter's time to speak, and if there is time remaining for councillors, they may ask questions if the submitter wishes. The timer will sound at 9 minutes as a reminder, and again at 10 minutes to end the submission. The chairperson, myself, has the discretion to terminate a presentation or stop a speaker at any time where a speaker is criticising elected members, staff, or other members of the public, are being repetitious, disrespectful, or offensive, are using profanity, or raising matters outside the scope of what is consulted on. So with all that, a warm welcome to our submitters that are here today, this morning. So can I please call up Patrick Dingmans? Please come to the front.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Just like to disclose a conflict of interest. Thank you.
Any declarations of conflict of interest with any of these hearings?
Yes, Hawke's Bay Future Farming Charitable Trust trustee. Thank you.
You're a trustee. Thank you. Can that be noted? Are there any other conflicts?
I'm a member of Fed Farmers.
Member of Fed Farmers. And like yesterday's councillor says, carry through. Hawke's Bay Tourism Director.
I'm also a member at Fed Farmers.
And a member of Fed Farmers, Councillor Roadley.
Yes, I don't need a just had a copy.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Welcome, Patrick, and thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
You have 10 minutes with us. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and councillors. My name is Patrick Dingemans and I'm a resident of Havelock North. Thank you for the opportunity to make an oral submission regarding your total cutting of the annual $120,000 grant to the Timata Park Trust Board for at least the next 3 years. I respectfully put it to you that this decision is wrong, and I urge you to reinstate the annual grant of $120,000 for at least the next 3 years. Your grant was at least 1/3 of the total income for the Trust Board. Why should you reinstate the grant? As you know, it's an elevated regional asset accessed by many members of the public from all over the region. Most residents treat a visit to the park as a must when hosting visitors. Looking on all 4 points of the compass, we're able to truly show off the region. Often you can see showers crossing the plains from above. Being on Havelock North's doorstep, it's very easily accessible. While the park is supplied with good infrastructure of walking and biking tracks, it does require funding to maintain and improve areas. I have a personal interest in the park with trust approval Family and friends 4 years ago planted 56 kofi trees in memory of my late wife Cherry in a glade off Chambers Walk. A bike track known as the Kofi Climb winds through the trees. Local schools come into the park throughout the year to plant trees, care for them, and learn about the history of the land. Te Mata Park is a recreational, cultural and historical treasure that deserves to be protected by adequate funding. Suggestions for alternative funding. I'd support the return from central government of the GST applied to rates, an iniquitous tax on a tax. I appreciate the comments made by Councillor Martin Williams in the Hawke's Bay Today at the weekend about the eye-watering increase in rates. However, rates has no favourites and applies itself evenly across all people, either as a ratepayer or as a tenant through the rent. I appreciate that I'm suggesting not in my backyard funding to not affect the Trust Board's funding. However, I would strongly recommend that you reinstate the $120,000 cut to the Te Mata Park Trust Board and add it to the rates bill. Your website states that you serve a population of 184,800. If you divide that figure into your cut of $120,000, the figure is 65 cents per person. This is a very small sum for the benefit for the park it brings to the regional community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to my submission, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Patrick, and thank you for all the kōwhai that are planted on our taonga. Thank you. We'll open up for questions. Councillor Sears.
Really more of a comment to say thank you, actually, and it's the type of engagement that you're talking about, living close and taking part in Te Mata Peak, that makes it as valuable as it is. So I absolutely hear you and acknowledge your submission, and thank you both for your contribution and for taking the time to come.
Councillor McIntosh.
Actually, I was going to say what Councillor Sears said.
Thank you.
Stop working together.
Are there any further questions or comments?
Patrick, can you just, again, what Councillor Sears and Councillor McIntosh said, and also for your contribution to the park over time. The 65 cents, is that dividing the 120,000 by every resident in Hawke's Bay?
Yes.
Right. So not
And
just ratepayers.
I make comment that Te Mata Peak is owned by Hawke's Bay in its mental assessment of Hawke's Bay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patrick. That was very succinct submission, and we will be getting back to all our submitters when our decisions are made and the long-term plan is adopted.
Well, almost silence means assent, I hope.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
for coming.
Thank you.
Jim, would you like to come up early? Thank you. From Federated Farmers. And you have Ria with you. Kia ora and welcome. You have a presentation for us? Or
Yeah, I have a hearing statement. I sent it through this morning, but it might, if we're a little bit early speaking, it might not have made it to you yet.
Desiree, do we have anything?
It will be loaded in Stella after.
Loaded in Stella afterwards, so we'll get access to it afterwards.
Yeah, because it's got a graph and a table from the previous long-term plan demonstrating the rates rises as well that I'd like to draw the council's attention to.
Okay.
But you will receive that later, I assume. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Did you want to put it up on the screen now, or?
I'm sure you will all attend to it later.
Okay. Up to you. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you very much for inviting us here to speak to you today, councillors and chair. I'm sure you've met us before. This is Jim. He is our president of Hawke's Bay Federated Farmers, and my name is Ria. I am the policy advisor. I'd like to start off talking about land value to capital value. So Federated Farmers supports the change from land value rating to capital value with differentials. We've always considered land value as a method to fund local government to penalise farmers due to the inescapable fact that our special pastoral free-range farming system requires a lot of land to operate, and farmland value is north of 80% of total property value. For our submission to the Hastings District Council LTB this year, we strongly encourage them to look to HBRC as an example of the benefits of switching from land value to capital value to strike their general rate. In that submission, we compared a member's family sheep and cattle farm with the Hastings Pack and Save supermarket, both of which were paying about 1.3 grand towards a targeted rate struck on land value. So a supermarket and a family farm were paying the same targeted rate. The farm was valued at 5,110,000 LV and had experienced a huge 1.5k jump in their land value due to the 2023 revaluations. The farm's capital assets had only gone from 640,000 to 700,000 in that time. And I happen to know that they didn't do anything on the ground to actually achieve that. That's just valuation. Land value therefore made up 87% of their total property value. As a comparison, the Hastings Pack and Save supermarket had a land value of $6,390,000, which is only 20% of the total value of over $30 million capital value. This extremely successful nationwide supermarket was only being rated on 20% of its total property value, whereas the typical family farm operated by the husband and wife with 2 kids was being rated on north of 80% of their total property value. The comparison between these two example ratepayers remains relevant for this regional council, and we are pleased that capital value with differentials is now used to strike the general rate. So on to more crunchy topics. My next topic is increased internal costs. Federated Farmers is disappointed that the Regional Council is spending more and more on operational overheads, leaving less room available for services. The region's ratepayers, rural and urban alike, have had 4 years of extreme external challenges consisting of COVID lockdowns, drought, and Cyclone Gabrielle that have negatively impacted their businesses and their financial stability. Local government seems impervious to the same external challenges and has been growing exponentially when other businesses have had to reduce or even close their doors. The overall council budget has increased from $17.3 million in the 2016-2017 rating year to a projected $60 million by 2026-2027. Council internal staffing costs have tripled since 2014. There has been a marked jump in staff muster and personnel costs from 2020 onwards. Over 300 staff is excessive. Our members hold a dim view that the council has selected services as the area to reduce costs and not looked at its own internal operational costs as an area to make savings. Central government has recently committed to reducing ministry costs by 6.5 to 7.5% in order to restore financial discipline. Even the Labour government recognised that operational costs, such as contractor staff and total staff numbers, were areas that needed to be cut back. An August 2023 press release from the then Minister Honourable Grant Robertson stated, "In the face of a deteriorating global economy and tax revenue failing to meet Treasury forecasts, this government is requiring public agencies to find permanent savings, including through cutting back on contractors. It is also reducing future budget allowances, trimming back some programs and taking back underspends." The national government has taken this fiscal responsibility further, with Honourable Nicola Willis stating in March 2024, "This Treasury forecast scenario reinforces the importance of bringing government spending back under control by embedding a culture of responsible spending, restoring fiscal discipline, right-sizing the government's footprint, and improving the efficiency and productivity of spending. If it's good for the goose, it must also be good for the gander. Further cost savings must be found within the council to emulate the central government direction. Council investment in regulatory capability since 2020 demonstrates to us a nationwide theme of councils creating a rod for their own backs when it comes to catchment regulation. The implementation of the Tukituki River Catchment Plan, Plan Change 6, has been suboptimal, especially with the problems around overseer versions. Ratepayers have suffered from extreme average rate increases from the Regional Council for a number of years. In the 2018 LTP, we were promised that the 19% increase was a one-off and was needed to kickstart selected environmental projects. But then it became baked into the budget. Then, in the 2021 LTP, we were promised that the 19.5% increase was only going to be for that 1 year to recover from the rate freeze of 2020. Now the ratepayer is asked to cover another 19.6% for this year ahead and 18% in 2025-26. These increases are cumulative, like compound interest, so each increase represents more dollars on a higher base rate. Although some rural ratepayers will experience a decrease, such as example rural properties that the consultation gives for Wairoa and Central Hawke's Bay, Hastings farms will face 19.4% increases. Even the farms that experience a reduction due to the recent rates review, this will be short-lived as their rates ramp up again from the overall increases. Councils nationwide seem to need ever more resources from their communities, while services remain the same or are in decline, and we wouldn't run our own farm businesses that way. My final topic is the UAGC. We would like to see better use of the UAGC. Governance is a department that needs to draw its funding from the UAGC and not from property value rates. Every ratepayer receives an equal benefit from governance and should therefore pay an equal amount towards it. At $135 per SUIP, the UAGC has increased from previous years. In 2020 and 21, it was only $45. But perhaps it's still on the low side and has room to absorb this additional activity. In saying that, the governance actual spend has increased from $3.2 million in the 2016-17 annual report to $7.2 million in the 2022-23 annual report, and it's going up to $8 million in the 2024-25, which is about a 150% increase. The trend of increasing internal costs is being reflected by this activity group. We are glad that the Council is optimistic that this activity will reduce to $5.4 million by 26-27. We hope this will be the case. Governance and partnerships should be funded by the UAGC as it provides a complete public benefit that is spread equally across all ratepayers. There is no link between the value of one's property and the amount of governance or representation they receive. This activity should be shifted off the general rate and onto the UAGC. We requested that governance be funded by a uniform rate in the 2021 long-term plan, and we repeat this request in the 24 long-term plan. Uniform charges for governance meet our principle of equal benefit and equal rate. So we thank the Council for listening to our submission and considering our submission today, and we are available for any additional questions you may have.
Thank you. Thanks, Ria. Jim, did you want to say anything before we open up?
No, just getting efficiencies everywhere is absolutely key. Like, every person in this community is going to be hurt by these rate increases you're looking at over the next couple of years, or in this year and the next few years. And there are going to be some benefits, but you need to try and get your cost structure down because it hurts everyone.
Thank you. We will open up for questions, and I'll start. You produced some sort of broad data around your membership and the possible increases or decreases of year 1, 2 and 3 of our long-term plan. Do you have any specifics of averages across your membership of what the increase looks like, year 1, 2 and 3?
No, the council rates calculator would be the best source for that kind of information. But broadly, you know, our Hastings members were looking at that 19.4% average increase.
Okay.
Central Hawke's Bay and Wairoa were seeing decreases, but we're concerned that that's going to be cancelled out by the 18% average increase the year after.
Okay. Thank you.
And it's very difficult to get that average information without going through looking at a whole heap of different farms.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Williams?
Yeah, thank you. Look, fantastic submission, very well researched. On erosion control and I guess biodiversity, how do we engage the farming sector to optimise our performance for ratepayer spend? Because that seems to me what to be the issue here. What's your advice to us around that?
So in our submission, we were actually concerned about the erosion control scheme having quite a bit of double up with a whole lot of other programs. So we were unsure if those other programs were still operating or had been superseded by this one. I think really streamlining it and cleaning up how many programs you've got running would help a lot. It's quite confusing out there with what services are available or what assistance is available when there's multiple names for similar programs. It's a bit hard to search on your website or ensure that you get the right staff member. Our members really appreciate having a personal relationship with a particular staff member rather than having to access all their information online, because you're never quite sure these days how up-to-date the websites may be. So I think having a particular staff member that is a key contact would be really important aspect for them.
And I think it's making sure you're not reinventing the wheel on some things. There's information out there on forestry and trees, what trees grow well where. Look at the farm forestry, the forest of the year, what they're doing. Those, you know, so there's a whole heap of resource there that you don't necessarily need to redo, and you can draw on that to provide the information to the staff members to be able to talk to farmers with.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McIntosh?
Thanks. George Martin's comments about the thoroughness of your submission. Look, my question was, though, as you'll appreciate, we've got a lot of feedback from people whose rates have gone up a lot, especially those that have gone more than the 19%. But actually, there's been nothing from individual farmers who, as a sector, probably have come out best in all that, and in some cases, as you correctly mentioned, have gone down. So we've got no submissions supporting that. I don't know, maybe that's a human nature thing, I don't know. But
You have our submission. Our submission is on behalf of our members.
Yes, okay.
To be honest, a lot of farmers are just that, head down, bum up. They're struggling financially, struggling physically after recovery. This is way down their list of things to do. They're looking out their door every day at a farm that's still smashed in a lot of cases, and they're surviving. They're in survival mode. So, you know, realistically, this stuff is way down their priority list of things to do. That's why they're a member of FEDS, for us to do it for them as well.
Okay.
I guess the question may be if the rates were very high, above and beyond 19.4%, would we see more of them at submissions?
Well, you know, the farmers are not impressed by the rates increases projected by both the district councils and the regional council. They're directing their comments to us, and we have reflected them in our submission. So you can definitely take our submission as being, a true reflection of our member base, although they haven't written their own personal submission.
Thank you.
I mean, the other benefit of belonging to Federated Farmers is that you don't have to put your name, your personal name, to any comments you might like to make to the council. We can do that on their behalf.
And perhaps if each individual person was sent out what their rates would be, like the Taurua Council does for their rates review every year, they send out last year, this year, and to every individual ratepayer, so you can see what it's going to be very easily and where the changes in your rates are. Like one farm's going from $11 on their economic development up to $300 on the economic development rate. But unless you look at the rates calculator online, and you won't get that information.
Thank you. Councillor Sears?
Thank you. Kia ora, Chair. Thank you. Always love your submissions, Ria. We always used to clap you at Hastings, I think, because they were always so good. Look, a bit of a challenge back to you really on principles and policy. The revenue and finance policy, as you well know, really looked at democratising and sharing costs across our whole community to really recognise the value of the work that farmers doing in upper catchment have downstream benefits for the urban environments. We shared the biosecurity, biodiversity and sustainable land management funds across our whole community. On top of that, the change from land value to capital value was partly in recognition of the inequitability to farmland. So I can't accept that there hasn't been almost across the board a real change to most pastoral farming land from this. So my challenge back to you is, on top of that, the subsidy is still 75% for any erosion control work, funded through the ratepayer here, back to farmers, uncapped still at this stage, so farmers can access that up to tens of thousands of dollars actually. But then I note that you specifically point out tourism and the public transport for user should pay. And, you know, I know how good you are at policy, and I just feel that there is, it's a question back to you. Actually, if you are prepared to look at the sharing of costs on a democratised type of region-wide basis, it seems to me quite mean to pick out the few places where you're sharing back to what is perceived as an urban benefit, where actually we are also looking at pushing those values back onto our urban ratepayers in support of farmers. So I really like your feedback on that.
Yeah, so a common theme in the submission where we discussed Hawke's Bay tourism, clean heat, erosion control, biodiversity, public transport, a common theme has been, are these activities, is there something else that already meets that need? And so with erosion control, we also mentioned that, you know, there are other erosion control activities done by, say, levy bodies. This is why we urged the council to go through the big project list and really narrow it down to what is genuinely needed, where there's no private sector alternative. So I do think that that similar theme is throughout all of those activities, whether or not farmers use them. Is it something that the private sector or someone else has already addressed, and therefore does the regional council need to address it as well? So I did very carefully write that theme throughout those particular activities because I do think it is common to all of them. Is there a true need for the regional council to do it, or, you know, is there someone else already doing it now?
Okay. Just to be fair with time slots, but we do have a little time because we started early. So we've got Councillor Van Beek, Councillor Harding, and then lastly Councillor Curtin for your questions. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for your submission. Thoroughly enjoyed reading it, and especially where you actually give us some advice on tough choices. If the activity is not a core function for the regional council, it should go, and you go through 3 areas there. And the activity is funded by a ratepayer that do not benefit from it, it should go. So we'll come back to your opening statement about a supermarket and a farm of how many hectares. What influence does Hawke's Bay Regional Council have, or what work do we do on behalf of a supermarket with a very small footprint on a flat area compared to a farm who gets a lot of service from us as an organisation? How can you compare that?
Regulation and compliance and governance. Those are activities that the supermarket would benefit from. Regulation and compliance around, any wastewater that they may discharge via their district council, and governance. You know, they are equally represented by the council as anyone else in the region as well.
Second question. So where do we as a Hawke's Bay Regional Council, where's our main area and focus of activity? Would that be in Hastings, Napier CBD, or would it be out in the hinterland, you would think?
So the function of the regional council is set out by the RMA, and that is, I'm just remembering, it's air, water, soil functions. So, you know, those things are equally under the supermarket as they are under a farm.
Okay.
Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Kia ora, Ria. Jim. Look, my question was going to be a variant of Councillor Sear's question about the apparent contradiction between your stance on Hawke's Bay tourism and the largesse that the general public bestow on the primary sector for sustainable land management, biodiversity and biosecurity. However, you've answered that one. So my question, I'm really interested, you've talked about possible duplication in the programs that the council delivers to the primary sector. Do you have, quite apart from possible duplication, do you have a general view on the efficiency of the things that we do in the delivery? Does that appear, do your members feel it's efficient, working well, or room for improvement?
I think the general feeling would be there's room for improvement. You know, not denigrating the people are really good. So, you know, that's not where we're going. It's, do they get good results from having those good people there? Or could they be doing things more efficiently to get the results? And that's where I think there is room for improvement. And that's, you know, realistically, it's a CEO's job and the actual employer's job to control that and see where they can improve that function.
And Councillor Curtin, lastly.
Finally, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, there's a very strong theme in your submission around farmers not, the desire for farmers not to be paying for matters of sort of direct or don't have a perceived to be direct benefit. And you've identified, for example, tourism as one of those. Would you concede, though, that the contribution to a vibrant community, shops, to services available, things that have a direct benefit to the farming community just as much as anyone else? Are they things that farmers would want to see gone, is access to, you know,
Clearly
a
not.
whole range of services in town? Is that, would you concede that?
Oh, well, clearly not that farmers want their towns to decline. Tourism, I wondered if there was some other, you know, maybe the tourism businesses, do they have a body themselves that they could do? So that goes back to our theme that if there's something already providing that service, is it something that the council really needs to do?
I couldn't comment on that.
Yeah.
Okay, I think,
Could I just add to that?
yes.
Just one thing I think about with the tourism renew submission is that quite a lot of farmers now are getting into tourism themselves, like all farmers, as you know. Jim, what you said before is probably the best thing about the reality of what's happening out there. So the farmers are looking for other sources of income. One of those that I've seen become quite popular is like farm stays and huts and cottages that they're building on their farms and then put it on Airbnb or something. I'm just not sure whether, is that becoming significant, and therefore are they actually becoming part of tourism and would benefit from?
Yeah, I don't know what level there is out in the region of that, but that would be an opportunity for a targeted rate, I guess, if you were going to continue the Hawke's Bay tourism funding, because then the people who are getting a direct benefit from that are the ones funding it. Mm-hmm. So I note that you do have, say, a targeted rate. I've seen targeted rates for things like, you know, swimming pools. So you know, the council would be able to work out if a property has that particular activity occurring and then apply that targeted rate to that particular property so that they are directly funding an activity that they directly benefit from.
Sure.
Fantastic, thank you for your superb submission, as always, and we will be back to you and respond when deliberations happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, always a pleasure.
Kia ora.
Sure.
So team, we don't have anyone from Health Hawke's Bay or Te Whatuora to present their submission. That's right, isn't it?
That's right,
Desiree, yeah.
Sorry, I missed that, Chair. They are.
That they won't be presenting today, this morning.
Question mark.
Yeah. Do we have Jude here for, yeah, kia ora Jude, for Hawke's Bay Horse Trails Advocacy Group. Welcome up. Thank you for coming this morning, this very chilly morning.
I'm actually Janet Campbell, not Judy.
Okay, Janet.
And
Kia ora, Janet.
This is Anne Todd, and some other members of our group may join us online.
Okay, okay.
You've got
We'll
to stay on
just
horseback.
keep it tuned to it.
I rode in there.
Hey, and just want to thank you for our annual plan submission
Oh, thank
as
you.
well, which was very popular. So thank you for that. So we have 10 minutes, and I'll give you a bit of a sign when we get to 9.
Right.
And if you're happy for us to ask questions near the end of this time,
Absolutely.
great. Thank you so much. We'll hand it over to you.
Thank you. Well, as I said, I'm Janet Campbell, and we, our group is the Hawke's Bay Horse Trails Advocacy Group. We really appreciate the opportunity to support our submission. The purpose and the focus of our group is to advocate for the inclusion of horse trails in planning and development of recreational activities in the Hawke's Bay area. Our group aims to advocate on behalf of a wide range of horse riders who value the opportunity to enjoy recreational riding. Our Facebook page has over 600 followers, which gives you an indication of interest. It doesn't mean they're all, totally part of our group. The Regional Council, as you know, received a number of submissions to the 23-24 annual plan, asking that Council include repair, maintenance and planning of horse trails in Hawke's Bay as part of the recovery strategy. Following this, our group made a presentation in October to a number of councillors expanding on these submissions. We believe our presentation was well received. It was not surprising that many of you have grown up riding horses and understand the enjoyment and the benefits. We subsequently prepared and sent a business plan to Council in January, as suggested by councillors who attended our presentation. Both our presentation and the business plan demonstrate the benefits of horse trails and the very low cost of maintenance of existing trails and the development of new ones, far less than a cycle trail. The main requirements for a horse trail are a 2-metre strip of grass, a minimum 2-metre strip of grass, preferably mowed, suitable access for horses, safe, adequate parking for vehicles and floats, and signage. There's been considerable investment in the development of cycle trails in Hawke's Bay in the last decade, which we fully support. Horse riders have really appreciated the trails from Clive to River Road and Havelock North, Awatoto to Pukitup, and along the Tukituki River in Waipukurau, all established around 10 years ago, but there have been no new horse trails since then. Last year, we conducted surveys of local riders and riders from outside Hawke's Bay. Locally, more than 200 riders supported the establishment of new opportunities for recreational riding trails, and around 120 riders from outside Hawke's Bay said they would choose to visit Hawke's Bay to ride trails. This is an indication, a snapshot indication really, of the support for developing recreational opportunities both for local riders and the potential economic benefits of developing equine tourism in Hawke's Bay with more trails to ride. Our group has worked with Regional Council staff since 2022 on the maintenance of the existing trails, And we've worked collaboratively to reinstate the Clive to River Road and the St Hawke's Bay trails following cyclone damage. We're certainly not afraid to put in the mahi and to use our own resources. I've been known to be out there with my weed whacker. And Anne and I have done post-hole boring. Unfortunately, we've not been included in the re-establishment of the Awatoto to Guppy Road and Guppy Road to Puketip Trail. As a result, the cycle trail is back in action, but horse access and suitable parking has been overlooked. Prior to work on the stop bank at Guppy Road, which was before the cyclone, and then the cyclone, this had been a much-used trail, probably one of our favourite trails. The ability to, ride up to the Puketip pub and have lunch and ride back is a joy. Horse access to a trail requires a horse-friendly locked gate and suitable parking for horses, horse floats and vehicles. Councillors may not be aware that access to horse trails in the Napier, Hastings and Havelock area has always required the purchase of a key from the Regional Council, originally $5, now $20. Not a large sum, but it shows that horse riders have contributed financially to trails since their establishment nearly a decade ago and continue to do so because there are new riders coming to use the trails all the time. As far as we're aware, cyclists have never been required to contribute, and the infrastructure for a cycle trail is a lot more costly than a horse trail. I'd like to emphasise that we're committed to continuing to work with the Regional Council on a practical level with maintenance and development of trails. We've recently become an incorporated society, so we're a more formal body and are able to fundraise to fund some of the maintenance and development costs of horse trails in conjunction with the Regional Council and other bodies that might establish horse trails. So our current submission is a further formal request that Council include horse trails in budget for maintenance of existing trails and planning for new trails and pathways throughout Hawke's Bay. We're strongly supportive of multi-use trails for walkers, cyclists and horse riders. A suitable horse trail, as I've said, requires only a minimum of a 2-metre grass strip. There's clear etiquette where a limestone path needs to be shared, usually only for a very short distance, and clear signage helps all users. There are good examples of successful shared pathways in multi-use recreational areas around the country, the Kapiti Coast in Taranaki, Bay of Plenty, Rotorua, Taupo, and also in the Auckland Regional Council area. There are a number of advocacy groups like ours around the country and a national equine advocacy network organisation working at a national level with government, local government and other decision makers to achieve mutually beneficial recreational opportunities for horse riders throughout the countryside. So to sum up, for a very small investment, horse trails provide many benefits for a wide range of riders and the potential to create economic benefits from visiting users. Riding trails is like tramping on horseback. Many of you grew up, like us, riding on farms and along the road with friends. These opportunities have become more and more limited. Road verges are not horse-friendly, safe or pleasant places to ride. Farm riding is not readily available to the majority of riders, and the number of horse riders is certainly not diminishing. There are many formal equestrian activities, but recreational riding is valued throughout all disciplines, and for a significant number of us, it's what we most enjoy. We urge you to continue to invest in safe trails in Hawke's Bay and look forward to continuing to be involved in the maintenance and planning. Anne has a little more to add on the type of trail and the use of trails.
Hello, my name is Anne Todd. I just live south of Havelock North. First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much for what has been done to help us restore our trails. The River Road to Clive is up and running quite well. There's a few more signage things that could be addressed. And Central Hawke's Bay, with the help of a chap with Clem Powell, he's been active with his tractor and we've made great progress getting that trail up and running right through to Lindsay Bush, through to Taupri Road. So that's really great. One of the things that comes up quite often is we like the term of cycle trail. Lots of those trails could be used as multi-use trails, especially the one that Janet's alluded to from Guppy Road to Pukitap. And in the rebuild of the cycle trail, part of that, we can't get on it basically. You can maybe access it with one horse float, but we've got no area to get on. So that's it's an awesome riding spot, can't use it. It's been overlooked, the access in the Guppy Road area. I'll just pass this, I'll do it to one side and one to the other because we haven't got that on. It's just that there. This was a picture I took. Had a look to see if we could ride our Pukitap Trail, and we found that under the bridge at Waihik, we had to use the line trail. I put it up on our advocacy page primarily to alert people that you have to go on the line trail. You can see that we haven't made footprints, but I think if we were included in the development process of, the redevelopment of our trails, that could have been easily addressed. We didn't need the gravel on both sides. We could have just had grass strip. Leading up to under the bridge there's a nice big wide lime trail, but it's difficult for a horse to get off. It just needed even a metre flat strip, and we could have easily, simple. But it hadn't been thought of, and so we were with this dilemma: where do we ride? It's okay if your horse has got shoes on, but our horses are bare feet, and there's a big following for horses with no shoes on these days. So that's a big thing to highlight. Yeah.
And Jen, can I just comment on that?
Yes.
So the reason we put that photo in for the councillors to have a look in is that all the horse trails group are wanting is that when the repairs have been done through the cyclone, that they consider everyone on the trail. So it is not only the horses, it's the motorbike access, so that they're not having to do rework. So that when they do the repairs on the trails, it's done once, it's done for everyone, and then they can move on to the next bit. The way that that's happening with the Pukitap is that now they've got to go back and do some rework on that, and that's not what we want. The horse trails don't want to be on the cycle trails. It's dangerous. The cycles are EV, the horses don't hear them. So the horses, we do not want actually to be on the cycle trail. So, but we want to help and just be there to assist when needed. And as I say, with the business case, we are providing funding, we are doing. So if we can get the mahi from the council to think of everyone when they do resurrect the trails, it would just be such a positive outcome for the community. And I'm not sure if Anne has alluded, but Taranaki have just had a independent audit and from their from their horse trails, and they have produced 50 million more income into the region. So there is a golden opportunity for Hawke's Bay, especially as we do host the Horse of the Year as well.
Thank you, Jen and Janet, for your submission and your presentation. That was great. We've got about a minute to ask any questions. Councillor Foley?
Thank you for that presentation. I just wanted to test you on the farm access because we've obviously got a lot of farmland in Hawke's Bay, and the Dannevirke Hunt Club and Hastings Hunt Club have just rode on my farm down in Takapo. They have the time of their life every year. I'm just wondering, they go ahead, drop the spars the day before, come behind, raise them all back up again. You know, is there an opportunity to jump on the back of the likes of them and then you've got a different trail every Wednesday, or twice a week. You've got two different sceneries and tracks and places to go, and it wouldn't cost anything.
I think it would, because the hunt clubs, you have to belong to the hunt club.
Oh, I'm saying like the next day.
Oh,
the next
okay.
day,
I get
it's
you.
all set up, and
Yeah.
the farmer's willing to offer his land anyway.
Yeah, I think, it's possible. It's a good idea, yeah. It's just that you'd need to know the hunt club card and, where they were going. And no, great suggestion, thanks. No,
I think you're a dying breed.
No, there are farms that it's possible to ride on, but it's more difficult for the bulk of people to actually know farmers and farms and know who to ask than it used to be.
It has to be coordinated.
Yeah, but thank you for that suggestion.
Yeah. Councillor Sears.
Thank you for the presentation. For those of us who met with you last year and saw the full slideshow and all the rest of it, it was brilliant. Thank you. The business case was brilliant. And just to sum up, to be really clear, what I hear from you guys from those two previous meetings in the business case, what you're looking for is to be included in the strategy.
Yes.
And you're already putting up a lot of money and work. We're already helping you through staff. We have staff that are engaged in it.
Yep.
What you're really wanting and what we need to push on with in our deliberations to look in this plan is to get you in our strategy in a clear way that we're looking forward to developing these further in a structured manner. I've got
Absolutely.
that right.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, when in the open spaces, but I did troll through the the plan, and it talks about cycle trails, but it needs to be multi-use. And we're really strongly, I just really emphasise that our main focus is horses, but multi-uses, really, it's the way to go.
And lastly, Councillor Broadley.
Oh, no, just covering that, what Councillor Sears has said, but thank you so much for your presentation. I just love the way that you have come with solutions, you've come with...
money?
With money, let's be honest. It is an awareness of how, we are trying to balance where the ratepayer money goes, and not just to come with a handout, but actually coming with some your own input, and it's really valuable. So thank you to you all.
And we did share the business case with all councillors at that time, but I will reshare that now.
No,
so
thank
all councillors are up to date.
because it felt like it went off into a black hole.
That was actually what I was going to ask, is did you get some feedback from the council?
No, not really.
I just replied saying it would come
Sophie
here.
did.
Yep,
Yeah,
and be
Sophie
picked up at this
suggested
point.
that we should make a submission.
Yeah, beautiful.
So here we are. And so just one final point. I've actually ridden my horse from Smedley Station to the bottom of the South Island week by week over a number of years with walkers and cyclists, and it was not a problem. We had an etiquette and it worked.
Thank you. Really appreciate your submission, and we've heard you loud and clear to be a part of the strategy and keep working with us. Thank you.
Thank
Kia
you very
ora.
much.
Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a break now for a cup of tea break, and we are due back at 10:40. So we have taken up 5 minutes, but I'm sure that's fine. We've got another 15. Thank you. Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
That wasn't done at the start of the hearings. Okay, kia ora, welcome back everyone to our long-term plan hearing. We have Stu who's been waiting here and sorting out his technology. But just to remind everyone that has arrived, a warm welcome to you for these hearings. I will be chairing us today, and just to note that you have 10 minutes included in that, some question time if you wish. Ka mai, so we will hand it over to you, Stu, and a warm welcome. Thank you for being with us.
So my name's Stu Bird, and I last presented here for the 10-year plan, I think, and I thought I'll come back and just give another go in life events. My property runs between Lawn Road and Tuki Tuki River, a little upstream from the Black Bridge. You can see my grandfather there getting in the hay on probably an early Tesla, I think. The family settled here in 1915, building a farmhouse around an existing concrete, reinforced concrete, so the core of that house is reinforced concrete. If you look overhead on Lawn Road, you see most of the houses are located close to the road, not least to be well clear of the river. So my property is bisected by an old stream, the Wairua stream. I'm told in this context, Wairua meant two paths. The stream ran between the Tuki Tuki and joined up with the old path of the Nararoro via another stream. It was said it could flow both ways depending on the levels of either river. The water in that photo is actually not local runoff, that's come underground from the Tuki. The stop bank, on the right-hand side of that, there was a stop bank built by the Nelson brothers. But once the main Tuki Tuki stop bank was completed, property owners started removing this bank and sadly generally used it to fill in the stream. I'm grateful my parents left this untouched and we were able to remove willows and do some kind of a restoration. There were several natural springs in the area, and when they first moved there, my grandparents would carry water from the Matahiwi Marae near Black Bridge. The area here through to the Tuki flooded quite regularly, and there's stories in the family of rescuing stock from rapidly rising waters, so that's sort of an intergenerational understanding of the dangers of rivers. So here to the stop bank I grow olives, but as mentioned in my submission, these small scale, less intensive crops are in danger of being marginalised by rates and fee increases, that's my feeling. And growers who lease and cultivate a lot of small properties must be feeling this also. So here you see the tide mark on from the peak of Gabriel. The water flowed on the side of the bank for quite a considerable period of time. That's probably almost 12 hours after the peak. And I must say, I didn't, Dum here didn't take his phone down at the time, but to see that river flowing almost full peak, it's about 700 metres across there, was a pretty impressive sight. The bank is constructed of basic shingle and silver, that's what it appears from the outside. Hawke's Bay and most rivers drain quite quickly from storms, so infiltration isn't such a problem. But they can obviously erode quite quickly from overtopping because of these materials. To the left here you see big poplars on the riverbed. A lot of these have reached the end of life and tending to collapse with potential to create debris. There's also a nice area of permanent water. Just looking down there, right directly by there. I've had my eye on that as potential wetland, perhaps an experiment to place some of the poplar areas. Many of these wet land plants, the flaxes and Carexectus, etc., cope well with floods, even if they don't like standing water, and are unlikely to create much debris. I appreciate there'll be problems associated with cattle, but there is electric fencing there, and perhaps in the future that could happen. And just in this picture, I note the council did some planting of natives, I think in about the early 2000s. And the picture probably doesn't do it justice, but it's quite an extensive section, and you can see that a lot of those trees are starting to come through now quite nicely. So my understanding from family was that the area outlined there was to remain a ponding or relief area, so the Nelson Stock Bank, the bridge and the new stock bank. I'm not sure how practical this would have been, but confidence in the new stock bank was such that councils didn't prevent the removal of the old Nelson Bank, and this was no longer an option. My point here really is that the region had perhaps become complacent with its flood control after the major stock bank program in the 1950s and 60s, especially when you consider the amount of growth and investment within the Hiratonga Plains. To be fair, the current council regime, there is a plan in place for the upgrade to the 1 in 500 year protection, and funding was starting to be put to that, but Gabriel unfortunately came before that could materialise to any extent. So I wanted to cover the idea that we revise the way we look at rivers, that we make room for rivers and even let rivers wander. In the past, permanent housing tended to keep a healthy distance from rivers. However, in the change of council structures bolstered by periods of little flood activity, a lot of these measures seem to have been forgotten. District plans, along with possible rules of lack of in the RMA, allowing housing to be positioned without too much heed to potential flood danger, i.e. the 1 in 100 year flood rule, I believe, in the RMA, which sort of ties in with the 1 in 100 stock bank rating. So that development's going to be an impediment. As much of the land near rivers, such as the Narororo, being highly productive, you also have coastal communities in the path of the river expansion, with obvious examples like East Clive and Hamoana. Another of the problems with making room for rivers is obviously water has to be directed to flow under bridges. To expand river systems, you would have to build much wider bridges and or rebuild bridge approaches that block water flow. Bridges are obviously very expensive and councils are loath to rebuild or replace them. Has the Hastings District Council ever built a bridge? I'm not sure. There might have been a small one somewhere, but normally they comes from government money. It's hard to see the practicality of making room for rivers in the context of the Hiratonga Plains, or perhaps even in the wider council region. I regard the idea, supported by some hydrologists, that we just let rivers be themselves as more of a theoretical idea than a practical option. May be viable in some areas, but rivers could invade any part of the plains if allowed, and it's hard to see how that would be a stable environment for habitation or investment. My preference would be to let engineers make pragmatic improvements around the existing system, with the possibility of flood relief areas where practical and affordable. I think you also have to plan for when these systems fail, i.e. what major infrastructure is likely to be affected, and can that be protected or relocated to safer areas over time. If you can protect your major assets and businesses and housing, then they will be there to help any affected areas recovered, and the scale of the losses is much less. Perhaps when stock banks fail, they could be arranged to fail in a passive way that minimises damage. I'm not a river engineer, so that's as far as I'll go with that. In my submission, I mentioned the idea of having an investment fund that could be used to help us recover from natural disasters. I know the council has investments, perhaps they should be more insulated from the events in the area. I have sympathy with the council in trying to grow its rating base in order to deal with some of these issues. As a rural ratepayer, I feel most of my rates should go to the regional council. They provide all my services basically outside of roading. However, the great majority goes to Hastings, which has been quite aggressive in its rating policies. And that's one reason I favour a unitary council arrangement, that such a council could allocate funds according to her priorities. So the other thing I wanted to look at was public transport targeted rate. Now, my regional council rates are proposed to increase by 50%, which is typical in my area, despite the fact I would be a slight winner in the transition to capital value. So there was much more going on in the revenue and financing policy change than just capital value. I was aware of the consultation that took place in January and made a web form objection at the time. I was not aware, though, of the amount it would be set at, and I was surprised to see $187 for public transport on my proposed rates bill. Some properties in my area will pay $600 for public transport. The only horticulture example on the pages for Hastings didn't include a public transport fee. As I understand it, there will be no public transport offered to these rural people included in that, nor would most want it. Nor is it anticipated in the long-term transport plan. The only way of using public transport would be for them to travel to an urban area and use public transport, which is hardly practical. So I've heard various reasons for it. The official reason is the expansion of the urban area, but the government thinks I'm a farm and the Hastings Council charges me extra for being rural, so I don't really accept that. One suggestion was that orchard workers use public transport. Again, in my submission, I've challenged that. The HBRC subsidises school buses. Well, they don't subsidise school buses, but they do provide a subsidy for school children on council buses. But again, it's unlikely to be used by rural-based children. I covered driving Miss Daisy sort of idea. And the council requiring to reduce climate change as one sort of thought. As these rural areas will not have access to public transport, it will not help to reduce climate change. In fact, it punishes people living closer to the city and rewards those living further out. I believe the targeted rate is for a service that is not practically available to those included rural areas. While it appears to be legal, a targeted rate should not be arbitrary. I went through the video of that council meeting and only a couple of councillors appeared to mention public transport, and it wasn't clear if they understood that public transport wouldn't be available to those rural residents. I believe consideration of this rate extension got lost in the debate over capital value tax, and the council should stop this targeted rate for rural ratepayers.
Thank you for your submission. Fantastic submission, particularly around our flood resilience vision in the short and long term and how it impacts you. Thank you for telling your personal story of where you live and the impacts of the cyclone. And particularly the passenger transport is under consideration for this council moving forward in deliberations. So thank you for highlighting that. Look, we are restricted for time, so I'll just take one question from the table. Councillor Williams, thank you.
Thank you. Sue, I was just going to comment, we are definitely looking at how that transport rating review has landed. We're not happy with it either, and it has had consequences of a scale that we didn't foresee. So watch this space. Message received. Thank you.
All right. Thank
you
very much.
Thank you for your time. Much appreciated. Can I invite Ross Webb, thank you, from the East Coast Rowing Club. I'm going to call it club, association?
We're going to call it the East Coast Rowing Family.
Family?
And for the last 16 years, I've been on the Clive River as a coach and an administrator in the Hawke's Bay Rowing Club. And I'm here to talk about the Clive River dredging.
Yes.
And the proposal that 2030 be the new target date for this activity. So the proposal to dredge the Clive River in 2030 is disappointing, and for some of us it's not acceptable. There are a couple of key features to the Clive River that are highlighted in the long-term plan, and one of those is part of the Hiratonga Plains Flood Protection Scheme, and it clearly all that water any water that goes out through the Clive comes from all of those little streams that are attached to the most populated environment of the Hiratonga Flood Protection Scheme. And the council, in its own words in the document, says that it's gambling on no significant rain event before 2030. I'm not sure that's a bet that I would take. The long-term plan also highlights and recognises the recreational use and the community use of the river, and how that is important. And at this point I was going to run down a whole list of names that might be familiar to you, like Emma Twigg Georgina and Caroline Evers-Swindell. Amy Fisher currently is doing stunningly well. Pete Cowan is now para canoe, slipped sideways from Waka, and of course Tom McIntosh.
Tom who?
Exactly. It's an important piece of water for recreational water sports. And in my submission, I put a couple of photographs in there which showed clearly at low water, the silting up in front of the rowing environment, the Waka environment outside of the back of the Farndon Reserve, and that's happening further downstream as well. And also some of the Tasmanian tubeworm that's now populating the river and creating a reef. That was notified back in 2019 to the harbour master, who then went through to his staff or whoever it is that looks at those things, and they were surprised to find that it was populating another area other than that over below the Priority Hills. The volume of users on the Clive River is increasing. And there's a limited amount of waterway. What that means is, as the tide goes out, the potential for harm is increasing. So there's more congestion, there are more maritime navigable near misses than there ever have been before with the volume of use. I appreciate that not this council necessarily, but a council of the past set the terms and conditions around their flood protection scheme, and they determined how often to dredge, they determined how much to dredge, what area to dredge, and the cost required to cover that, and applied that to their rates to maintain the waterway, and they set the standard, which you're now in a position to maintain, I hope. 2009 was the last dredging that we saw, and one presumes that on the back of what material came out of there over that the previous period, the review felt that 2021 was an appropriate place to do the job again. My understanding from the meetings that I've attended, which have been in a rowing club and various other places, that the postponement is not about assessing the river's capacity. The postponement has occurred due to a lack of finances in the Clive River Dredging Reserve Fund and perceived issues around consenting or the ability to get consent to do the job. Since the first postponement, of course, Gabrielle has occurred, and that's just increased the river's woes. On the financial front, I discovered when I started reading that out of the annual plan, Note 8, for 23-24, the council's contribution to the reserve fund was $246, or predicted to be $246,000. And I presume that's part of the targeted rate and part of the general collection of funds. The balances of those couldn't answer a question on. However, directly below that, there was a planned withdrawal of $855,000 from that reserve fund. So one presumes that some of that targeted rate was being used for other purposes, which made it a little bit hard for me, I guess, going to a meeting and being told there's insufficient funds to do a job when the account to do the job is being harvested for other purposes. I guess there's a question in there somewhere. And if $240,000 a year goes into that pool, then at the time of the first, hey, we don't have enough money, one would have suspected that there was an excess of $2 million in the account, not the 700, 800, 900,000 that apparently was there at the time. You can't come to one of these occasions and not have some feeling around offering a solution. It's not about all being negative, I know, but I know that there is a desire by some to find a land base that the dredging hard material can be dropped on and perhaps harvested, taken away, whatever, if that's appropriate, and allow the waters to go back into the bay. I know that a certain amount of the silt material flows down the river every time there's a fresh, regardless. And I also, as we all are aware, that Gabrielle delivered far more to our ocean and our shoreline than a 10-year dredging cycle or a 12-year dredging cycle would do. Given that the past dredging cycle was not direct to the sea, it was to above the high water mark. So the liquids went to the sea, took some fines with them, and then over a period of years and probably high storms and the like, the solid material was to be eroded away, as would any beach. But if a place has to be found, at the end of my submission, there was a little Google map of the river margin at the bottom end of the river, suggesting there is a large area there that could be filled, could be used as a place to collect from, or could just simply be turned into something more attractive than it is at the moment. We know that the river needs care. The preference to pump to land and rather than on the shoreline has been suggested. That the local citizens are going to be, or they're opposed to rate increases, as most of us are. And many of them feel that they have been paying for the last 13 years for a result, and it's not going to happen. And in fact, it won't happen until you're almost through 2 cycles. And this is 2 cycles of sediment build-up that the Regional Council originally felt should happen in 1 cycle. We're correct. The problem's getting bigger. So while there are so many worthy causes and needs, and you have to prioritise all of these things, and I feel sorry for you, we would like to think that the dredging program was a high priority and happened a lot sooner. 2030, I'd like to say, is part of the plan. 2021 was part of the plan. A plan is not a guarantee. And so in 2030, is there a possibility of another postponement or an inability to gain consent or a lack of funds? I have a personal question in that if we've done 13 years and we have somewhere between 700 to $1 million in the reserve account at the moment, what chance do we have of adding another 2 to 2.5 million to that in 6 years? That's going to apply quite a bit of pressure to those that have to manage the money. I was going to bring you a whole pile of pictures. You know, I like taking pictures, and there were 2 on my submission. Showed what's inhibiting, and I believe that within the next 6 years, not only will there be diminished capacity of the river, but there will be a need for someone to apply rules of use because of that diminished capacity. As the tide goes out, the rowing club, for example, now no longer allows their people to train within a half an hour either side of low water because they just can't get under the bridge without props of motors banging on the Tasmanian tube worm or boats themselves dragging through mud and losing fins and so on. And as that problem grows over the next 6 years, then we have some maritime navigable issues as well to consider. However, I didn't bring any photographs because I need to stop and let you ask some questions. And so what I will finish with is at the end of today, if myself and the other submitters are not a breath of fresh air enough for you, I would encourage you to go to Clive. Either hop off at the reserve, come down to the rowing club, whatever, but at around 4:50 this afternoon, there will be another low water as there is regularly, weekly, monthly, yearly, and have a look for yourselves, or at any time there is a low water.
Thank you, Ross. Thank you very much. And bringing forth some issues, I think our team needs to get back to you. You've asked some very good questions. So I'll just look to my left at Nick and task staff to be able to answer those, particularly with the reserve amount, because it'd be very shocking to me if it was spent elsewhere.
I think the chair would be great to get the answer to that question. I can see the note you're referring to right now.
Yes. We'll open up for one question, please. Thank you.
Should be going to
Councillor McIntosh.
I should declare some people might think I have a vested interest here, Chair. However, I just want to make sure I get it correct, Ross. So if I were to sum up what you've just said, you're basically saying we've got a certain flood control risk, we've got a more certain financial risk the longer it's delayed. So kind of just find a way to do it now with the money that is available.
That would be my push. obviously, but I have a vested interest. Doc may not. It's not going to get any cheaper, and I know that there are other interested parties would like the dredging to move further up the river, and I don't see why that can't happen. Other than ratepayers are going to be unhappy at finding extra money, and I think a figure of 5-point-something million was quoted at one point. So long as things are budgeted for and can be budgeted for and the time frame is appropriate, then all things are possible. But currently, a budget was set in 2009 to be achieved in 2021, and it hasn't happened yet, and it's now being pushed out to 2030.
Yes, thank you, Mike.
I appreciate it. Ross, you spoke about, you believe that there was a potential area at the mouth where it may be suitable to drop the material?
Yep.
Correct? Have you been able to inform staff of that potential?
Other than through this submission in 21, I didn't submit, I didn't present that as a possible solution. A man by the name Jim Edwards, who ran the Waka, had proposed at that point to the council staff that came to the rowing club that working along the margin of the river, and he was talking about from the bridge down, my arrow only points to the prominent area at the bottom end, but working from the bridge down, why were we not filling up and tidying that area as we go and turning the waste out of the bottom of the river into future soil that holds the bank, builds up the area to that walkway. So no, directly to staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time in joining us this morning.
Thank you for giving us this moment.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I please invite Sarah and Mike up from Te Mata Park Trust Board? Welcome. Yeah, yes, thanks. Hopefully that works. Plug it in. It's a little bit temperamental the last few days.
Kia ora whānau.
Kia ora, Mike.
Thank you, Hinawai. I welcome the opportunity to put our case forward. I applaud the opportunity to be given the opportunity to do that.
Sorry, Mike.
Children, technology, pets, you're not supposed to work with them. We obviously, we've made a submission and I trust that you've all read it. We just really want to just expound on the overview, which encapsulates our rationale and our belief that this is a treasured community asset. Okay. We good to go?
There you go.
All right. There we go. Let's leave it at that.
The
Easy choice, eh? Keep funding us. That's the easy choice. So, why continue to fund Te Mata Park? So the overview really is around these key points, which I'll expound on. The historical and cultural tanga, our community approach and our collaborative funding model, which is the future model, we believe, the value add that brings, and specifically how we enhance our environment together, and the key elements around biodiversity and most importantly, the well-being for everyone in our community. So, obviously the park was gifted to the people of Hawke's Bay in perpetuity, under the guise of a trust. I don't think there's any doubt it is an iconic feature of the Hawke's Bay landscape, if not the iconic feature. And it's hugely significant, Manga, for Kahungunu and the people, all people of Hawke's Bay. We've been fortunate enough through our engagement with Mana Whenua to enter into a co-governance model, and indeed Mike Paku there was, Uncle Mike gently steered us in that direction, and we worked through that. And that's been a significant milestone for us, and it's certainly enhanced our ability to deliver for the community. And it has a huge educational value, which I'll expound upon. And indeed, we worked using initially many of the materials that the Regional Council itself had produced, so we were fortunate to have to leverage off that. Okay, so our community approach and our collaborative funding model. What is that? Well, a third, a third, a third. So a third from our key stakeholder, the Regional Council and the District Council, and then we have to go and find the other third. And the demand is increasing for that operational budget as well. So in other words, it's increasing. The pressures on us are increasing just to service the need of the people that are our users, if you like. And we believe that, you know, that is the model for the future. We're sharing the load within the community. So for us to look to find 2/3 of that operating model with increasing demand is exceptionally difficult and nigh on impossible, I would suggest. So the value add, what is that? Well, we are a very lean operation. So Sarah, who's the manager of the trust, and 2 other contractors effectively run the place. That funding for that comes out of the District Council model or funding. And then we have this massive community of supporters and volunteers. So just people who are managed within the park to do things, the volunteers, is roughly around a minimum 6,000 hours. That covers, you know, weeding and planting and a whole range of things. That doesn't include the trustees' time, and the various meetings that surround that. That's all voluntary. So that's on top of that. So it's a big operation. And I guess the specific assistance we get through the Alexes, we call them, the employees of the Regional Council, they are expert people. And so they, you know, over and above that, there's things that have to happen within the park which wouldn't happen without them. So we just need to be aware of that. And many of these volunteers are actually working under their guidance in certain aspects and certain times. So the numbers we had, the last time we measured usage in the park was around about 2019. So there's a lot's happened since then. And a lot of that is, you know, visits in a car, but there are a hecker amount of users, like a huge number. And what we have known since that point, irrespective of COVID and Gabrielle, is that the usage is just increasing. And so that's the fact of our situation. So we're managing under a pretty tight budget to service the needs of the community, if you like. The next point, I suppose, is enhancing our environment together. So we see our engagement with the Regional Council very much as a partnership. We have the same stakeholders. And so, you know, that vision of enhancing our environment together, it's a fundamental driver for us. Together with the District Council and the Regional Council, we're actually, you know, doing our best to meet the vision for the community around sustainability and engagement and understanding of what is, you know, our physical world, and the risks surrounding that. So, you know, we've just got to remember our vision. You know, we have a 100-year vision, maybe longer in fact, but it's really about, you know, sustainability, engaged communities, and bettering ourselves. So let's not forget that. And then the operating model is, you know, how we can do this in a better way, utilising the resources of the community and still addressing the region's, you know, key cultural, historical and recreational tanga. So our submission really and our concern is that if we lose the support of the council, it strikes at the heart of our vision. It's going to make it even that more harder, if you like. Biodiversity, well, I don't need to talk to you guys about biodiversity, but it is our fundamental focus in the park. Protecting and enhancing ecological abundance. We've just completed, just near 2 years ago, a 50-year ecological plan. which is around, enhancing that ability, abundance. And we are one of the key connectors to biodiversity corridors, across the whole rohe. So, we very much see ourselves as a heart of the system. There's the Cape, there's Marae Tauchara, there's the Tuki Tuki, there's all these other connectors that we need to be aware of and facilitate turn within. And within the park itself, there is a significant number of native fauna and flora, some endemic to that park, so geckos and a few little plants. So it's quite a place, and well, you all know it. And I think, moving to the next slide, particularly post-Gabriel, everyone has a view and has an engagement with the manga. And I don't know about you, but when I fly in, I look out and I see Te Mata, and I feel just that much better. And when I get in there, and I can lose myself in there, just because of what it is and what it presents and what it provides. So it's a physical and mental place to get succour to health well-being. We were the first park open post-Gabriel. We got it open within 5 days. Sort of a fortunate mix of coincidence of relationship and I guess drive of the trust and the management to get the place open because people wanted it and needed it. They needed some sense of normality, and we couldn't have done it without our engagement with our key stakeholders. And it just hammered home to us how important that place is to the community. And I guess, the final point there, it will always be a place of connectivity and resilience building and recovery. So, and I guess just as a reminder, what we're talking about here is 1 FTE, basically 65 cents a ratepayer per annum. And as we mentioned before, it should be double, but let's not talk about that right now. You can consider that. But I just really want to say that we have a great relationship with the staff of the Regional Council, some sitting at the back there, and with the councillors themselves. We just feel that we're astonished that this could be an option that the funding is pulled, but so be it. I'm happy to justify anything.
Well, thank you, Mike. Sarah, is there anything else to add? No, there isn't.
Well, I missed anything, yeah. I'll get told about it anyway. I just also want to acknowledge that we've got Councillor Dixon here, who's on the trust board, sitting in the audience. And I want to thank him for his mahi. He's been instrumental in helping us.
No, and just acknowledging the mahi, the value, the wellbeing connections of this great taonga of our region. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you. Look, your points about alignment with our vision and the biodiversity stepping stone to other corridors are really great points and resonate. I want to put the counterpoint to you to give you a chance to answer it.
Sure.
You get 1 million visitors a year. Why do you need us to fund you?
Well, it's a free place. We can't, there's a public road, so we can't toll the road. So there's no other way to generate, I guess, a toll fee, if you like. We do rely heavily on for 1/3 of our operating budget through grants and, active sponsorship, if you like, asking for donations. That we've got a lot of big commitment in that. We've got a fund established with a vision of 20 million within 20 years, an endowment fund, but we're nowhere near that. So we were trying to be sustainable from a financial point of view. But it's not just about the money, it's about the skill that comes with the support that we get from the Regional Council. That's critical. It is very difficult to raise that money, full stop. So you tell, how many parks do you run operationally on $400,000 a year? A park like that, with many, many moving parts. So, that's the challenge I put back at you then.
Thank you.
Thank you. And last question, Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Kia ora, Mike. Kia ora, Sarah. Look, I just wanted, Mike, if you could just expand on the health and safety aspect, and whether there's any connection between that and the level of service you can provide, the number of tracks for this growing, the utilisation.
Yeah, so our part of our expanding operational budget is just for maintenance on tracks, and so we realise that we're not providing like a paved access throughout the park. Yeah, there are challenging tracks, and our philosophy is really the closer you get to those car parks, the easier the track should be. So there's a certain amount of maintenance that's required to do that. But as you go further out, there's more challenging access points. For bikes is slightly separate to walkers. The bikes, with the advent of new bikes, like these e-bikes, they're quite a lot heavier, so the usage increases and the actual force they bring is greater. So in other words, more usage is exponentially more on R&M, if you like. So there's actually quite a lot more element of work required just to maintain the tracks in a safe manner for bikes. So some of that's not done by the regional council, but some of it is. The council guys, because of their technical expertise around sort of drainage and digging stuff like that. But with respect to the other tracks, the demand's just increasing. So, school groups or whatever. So we just, just a basic level of maintenance we struggle to meet that now, is the basic answer. We're trying to get more money in through our various means of extra funding through other sources, but critical to us maintaining that safe level is the work, the mahi that's done by the two Alexes.
Thank you. And the very, very last small question from Councillor
Yes or no
Sears.
if you want. You have to give a short answer or I'll get in trouble.
Yeah.
It is the two Alex, isn't it? Literally, as they both are named.
They're the team, yeah.
I hear people talking about them, so really acknowledge that. Acknowledge everything. Can't say anything, but I love it deeply. But on the mountain bikers, are they, all the tracks, are you providing all of those, and are mountain bikers contributing anything towards any of that, or is that, again, a completely free?
They provide volunteer hours.
Volunteer hours.
Where they can, so we engage with a bunch of groups who have various interests, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you both for joining us this morning in your time. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Thank
Good luck.
You said it was an easy choice.
The easy choice. Thank you very much.
Kapawai, can I please welcome Roy Boonen from to present on the flood protection of the Cape. Kia ora, Roy.
Do you want one hand with that?
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll call on some more expert help from me.
I unplugged something.
Oh, it's got a USB. It's got a USB. Is that going to work?
Yep.
This side?
Isn't there?
No. Just, you haven't got a normal USB input.
No, don't. It's got something.
Okay. It's just a USB. I don't know if that's going to work for you then.
It doesn't look like I've got anything small enough to run on it. If you want to email it to, are you on email there? If you want to email it to me, I can.
Maybe, can you see that? Is that too far away?
Maybe not at the back.
I can see it. I've got my glasses. Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's going to take something like 10 minutes.
Let's do that. Let's try and do that.
That'll make it a bit harder.
Well, your time hasn't started yet.
Yeah, no, it
I
hasn't. I haven't. That's IT time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you've got 10 minutes with us.
Starting from now, right. Maureen, thanks for giving the time. I'm sure you've heard it from others, but I'll tell how huge and complex your task is. And, one could hesitate, think, is this worth putting in? But then I think actually it is really important, and we just need to speak to it and leave you with the challenge of that complex mahi.
I'm here representing the Flood Protection Group, which is within the Cape Coast Community Group. I'm here standing on the shoulders of Anne Redstone and Keith Newman, who for 14 years have been working tirelessly, engaging with councils, trying to get solutions around the Cape Coast. For those, I know that Councillor Jerf and Jan were here on the Coastal Hazards meeting, where Keith gave a passionate summary of his years. He's put all of that in this book, and I know some of you got this book, but I brought some copies. If you haven't got this book, I can give you one, but it captures 14 years of the Cape Coast community frustration and hope trying to get things done out there. So that's the context, and they work, they and a lot of other people have worked tirelessly on that process. Today, though, within that whole project, I want to talk one specific thing, which is the Tiawonga stormwater system. I'm going to, so easy, but can you see this? It's pretty tiny. So this is Tiawonga.
Do you want me to hold it for you so you can talk? Or are you all right?
Yeah. Oh, that would be great if you want to sit there. Lovely. So for those, some of you know this, and some of you might not have got it clear. This is Tiawonga. All the stormwater in Tiawonga goes into this lagoon. It runs down this drain and some other pipes, and then runs out this drain here and goes out a culvert into the Marae Totara River. That's the stormwater system. 350 houses rely on that system working, and that's what the concern is. If we let's go back to the beginning. So that's the Marae Totara River on the day of the cyclone. It was a massive, normally it's something you can just about walk over, the exit of that, you would have died trying to cross that on that day. That's the Marae Totara River. On the day of the cyclone, so much came down that river that effectively a temporary groin was created. So we had a massive shingle break out here. The normal flow of the water runs this way. As you know, all the material slowly works its way up north, and and it goes like that. But during that period, immediately following the cyclone, these aren't actual photos, it's just, oops, let me get that back. Sorry, this is the problem with not having the right equipment. On the day of on the weeks following the cyclone, instead of the gravel flow moving northwards, the sea just came straight in, and all of this was pulled out. So suddenly, instead of a reasonably good gravel beach crest, it was all sucked away.
And that's an effect of the after effect of the
Straight after
new
the
groin
cyclone.
being...
Yeah, so we could see this big pile of gravel out, which is the cause of the cyclone. The sea changed around. That there was about 5 metres wider. So if you're familiar with Tiawonga, there's the sort of grassy strip between the hall and the entrance to the surface car park, or the main car park. That's all gone. That all left, immediately after the cyclone. This is the car park. So this is the water coming into the car park shortly after in July, in the months following, when the beach had been scoured away. We had the sea just coming straight in. This water here is going into the lagoon. So it's inundating the lagoon there. We then, the council, the district council, concerned that we were getting into quite a bit of bother, put a load of gravel in front of that tree. 7 days later, that was gone. So there was such a scouring process that was going on, particularly then. If you go there today, it doesn't look so bad. There's a lot of gravel build-up. You could be lulled into thinking, we're okay. But I think the key point is, in one day, that goes. There's nothing solid with that gravel. It just moves around. And that's how are your arms? This is quite an exercise. Do you want to lean forward and put your arms up? Sorry. And this is just further imagery of that used to be, the gravel used to go up to the top of that, just with the grasses. It's just all got taken away. So we now have a situation This is not a today photo, this was a file photo, but we've got a little high point running along here. That's all the high point, it's just along there. The high tide comes up into here.
He's talking about the seaside.
And that's it there. That's the only bit we've got left to protect it there. There's actually, it was breached in the period straight after cyclone. So there was a channel, the water was just going straight on high tides. That's been patched up, but it's 4 metres. And we lost way more than 4 metres with the cyclone. So if we get another cyclone, it's reasonable, it's logical to imagine that this is gone. So we don't have a stormwater system in Tiawonga, 350 houses with no stormwater system. And a big problem for regional and district council. My understanding is that the lagoon falls under the district council, but getting the water out of the lagoon into the river is regional council. We sometimes feel we're in no man's land trying to work with 2 councils to share our responsibility. This is some of the flooding that followed that time. So if that goes, and that could go tomorrow, we could have another cyclone tomorrow or a large heavy swell. Well, there's no stormwater system for Tiawonga. That's 350 houses without a stormwater system, and a large problem for the district council and the regional council, where we're now having to create a solution under emergency. With the sea on top of whatever you were trying to do, you'll be trying to work with a sea that's now right into the community. Because once that breach is gone, the lagoon becomes the new high tide mark, which is right on Wellwood Terrace. So you would be building something under extraordinarily difficult situation. So our concern that could happen any time, and there is a real anxiousness in the community about that moment coming where all of a sudden it all falls to pieces. We are working closely with the Coastal Hazard Strategy, and we know, we're not working against them. I knew that would happen. You had to. I was going to say, how long can you hold your hands like that with 3 kilos? Moses did it. This is not instead of the Coastal Hazard Strategy. We're working closely with them. We've talked with them, and we are looking at a path of how do we find, because the Coastal Hazard Strategy is as good as that work is, there's no realistic scenario where there's a solution coming out of that strategy in the next few years. To get that project over the line with funding, with consents, with public buy-in, you're talking some years. We don't have some years. We could be next week talking to you guys in a desperate way saying, and you guys running around trying to think, how do we fix this? We can't just have 350 houses with no stormwater system and the place just essentially the infrastructure collapsing. Not just the stormwater, there's power, there's roading, there's internet, there's other water feeds. It's all running along that edge. I wanted to show you this photo. This is South Wairarapa. Clearly you can see a road that's getting gobbled up by the sea. There is a New Zealand company called Eco Reef. They are making and installing, and they've done this in 7 parts of New Zealand. They have a hexagonal concrete shell. I don't know if you've all seen it. It works like a honeycomb, but offset so they're all linked in. They've saved this road with that process in the South Wairarapa. And we believe that in that process along here, so here's the lagoon, there's the drain taking the water out into the Waraia-Totara. We feel that this is an example, but if that joined up with that stop bank and came through here and ultimately all the way to the community hall, but in this case we're talking about the key part which is in front of the lagoon, we would have a system which would defend against that movement of gravel, and the next cyclone that comes we would be able to have a infrastructure that isn't just going to be washed away with the swells. Yeah, it's probably difficult to see, it's not a great photo, but it's hexagonal thing. So there's a shovel-ready solution available. They're ready, they've been there, they've got plans, they drew this up, they're ready to go. If we can get the district council and the regional council and the ratepayers to work together, This is doable. We don't believe it's in conflict with the coastal hazard strategy. The coastal hazard strategy has built in that it's adaptable to things in the interim. So this fits in with that. We think this will potentially actually provide a solution that might make a rethink about the long-term plan for Te Wongas, with the groins. This was due. When the coastal hazard strategy came up with that plan some years ago, we hadn't had the cyclone. Eco reef wasn't on the table. So we've got some new things here. We've got an urgency that it needs to happen ASAP before we find ourselves in the poop. What we're asking from the regional council, and we're going to ask from the district council, is to work together with us. We think the funding, conservatively estimate from council officers to put in a pump station under that situation could easily, with the drainage required, could easily be $1 million. Way wiser to spend that $1 million now building something to protect what we've got, rather than scrambly building a patch-up process under duress, and that $1 million would need to come out of, public good funding, in an emergency situation. So we're saying, let's front foot this, put that funding in now, build the infrastructure. I know it's shared between regional council and district council, but that's the conversations. So that's the thing. What we're really asking for, and that's on the back of 14 years of kororo and talking with the councils, is there are times where we feel that the regional council and the consenting process is not helping. It's an ever-moving wall of resistance to us. And we think under this urgency, if we could front foot this, it's the technology is already available in New Zealand. It's being used by other councils. We shouldn't have to start from square one and go through an exhaustive process of, multiple engineers' reports. If these councils have already got through and got it installed, why can't we use some pragmatic approach and say, let's piggyback on that, let's get this in. The other thing about this process is that you can add another layer. So it might not be the 100-year plan, but it could be the basis for an ongoing process. So we need your technical expertise, we need your flexibility around consenting, and your willingness to do this in a pragmatic, fast way. And we would like you to think that the stormwater budget that you've got, that's now encompassing a whole lot of urgent work, may have to address with an emergency here. Let's front foot that and put it in on the table.
Kia ora.
Sorry.
Thank you, Roy. No.
Yeah.
Well done, Nick.
That's right.
Thanks, Roy. And I think it just really highlights the focus that we have on our long-term plan about building flood resilience and the work that we have to undergo, particularly prioritising our Category 2 works, but also looking ahead around what you say, preventative and ongoing relationships to solve these problems. So really do thank you for highlighting. My question is, you talked about the technology for a solution. Has that information been passed over to our staff around what the solutions that you've investigated?
So Graham Hanson at District Council he's working solidly on this project, and he's talking to them a lot. He's getting pricing. He's talking about their previous consenting processes, what it would take. So we don't have that skill set, but Graham does, and he's working there. So he's keen to work with regional council. I guess under the workload that you currently have, that there's not much oxygen for that to happen. And what we're asking for is, he's doing a lot of work. The district council is supportive. We haven't got the funding sorted, but if we can get the agreement that this is a decent project, then we can talk about the funding, whether between district council, regional council, and targeted rates. It's not that the Te Wonga community is asking the council to fully fund it all. There may be individuals who would like that to happen and probably would say it, but there are many others and when we had a show of hands at a community meeting, would you be prepared to help invest in this? Yes. Almost everyone in the hall said, yeah. No one knows how much and how that would happen, but it's not, we're rational people out there.
Thank you. Councillor Van Dyke.
Okay, thank you very much, Roy. And although you've taken, all the oxygen's been taken regarding the fix, and I really like it, you know. Once again, I gave Anne and Keith some oxygen yesterday by relating what they had said to us on the joint committee. And once again, it's really good to see that you as a community actually come up with solutions, which is really important, and you've always been supportive as a community. So the cost of this is quite important, and we need to understand that. And so what is the total cost of this? And or do you also see as this actually is also a little bit of suck and see, because we've mentioned this fix before, that we maybe can do learnings from us as well? Is that part of your thinking?
Yeah, thanks for the question. About $2 million to go from Mariah Totara River to the front of the hall, which is the extent of the public land. Beyond that, there's private housing, so we're not talking about their defence. That's another question for another day, and that's private property. But that public land, around 2 to 2.5 without consenting, which, you know, we don't know how much that would cost, and that's the sort of thing where maybe HBRC that could be one of its contributions, is the consenting. What was the other part of your question? Sorry.
Well, that was funding.
Oh, no, that was the, yeah.
And what the benefits.
Yeah, look, you know, the whole country, and I'm an avid international news reader. I see communities in California and Britain and everywhere else, same stuff. How do we work this? I think that the Coastal Hazard Strategy has a chance to be, has the potential to be of national significance in New Zealand. You know, we're uniquely placed. We could have something that could be a learning for the whole country and to be celebrated. And I think this part of that Coastal Hazard Strategy could get off the ground and be a first step that could have huge influence and importance to the rest of the Coastal Hazard Strategy and therefore the rest of the country. So I think actually Regional Council and District Council have got an opportunity to do the right thing for all sorts of reasons, but on top of that, you know, stand proud and say, look, this is something that we've taken a lead on, and we're the first in the country to get on with this kind of approach, working with the community to create a solution which can be built upon.
Thank you, Roy. Really appreciate your time and submission.
Does anybody wish to have a copy of this book?
I do, please.
Okay, I'll walk that way.
Do you have extras? Oh, no.
No, it's mine.
No, it's your own. Oh, okay.
Don't you dare.
Put your name on it quickly.
I can supply more if you need.
Kia ora, Carmen. Come up with your mokopuna. Thank you.
Yep, there's another copy. Thanks, Leah.
Come all the way down, eh?
Oh, kia ora. Oh, well done. Thank you.
Soldiers.
Kia ora. Thank you. I love how prepared you are.
Well, she just said, Nan, where's our slide? Slides? She didn't get time right.
Yeah.
I could have done it.
You didn't get out of school.
Hey, and tēnei te mihi ki a koutou. Thank you for coming all the way from Frasertown and Wairoa for your submission and a warm welcome. So we have 10 minutes together. We'll hand it over to you. Kia ora.
Whakaroria harerea, tia miho ngā mano mātou ta moaru, hāna hira pulu te māngai ai. Mai kia mātou, e hui mai, nei. Piki te kaha, piki te ora, piki te māramatangi, me te rawi mariatangi. Ko koe te māngai hei tautoko mai, ai me a kini ai.
Kia ora.
Pretty nervous here, so forgive me. As a private citizen with a very extended whānau in Wairoa, I made my submission to address the ongoing environmental issues to the waterways and lack of management to address those issues. As you can see from my supporting documents, it gives the council an ongoing record to address the erosion in Wairoa, implementation of the tripartite agreement with Wairoa District Council and Tātou Tātou Te Wairoa Trust from 2016 to the present day. I only have 3 items to discuss. 1, what matters to me most in the world, my grandchildren.
2, flood response recovery and rebuild. And lastly, 3, Hawke's Bay districts. 1, my grandchildren. I brought my grandchildren through in Zane Nahuna with me today to show councillors who will be accountable for the environmental planning for the next 3 years. The pictures were emailed to me yesterday by Mrs Howard, Secretary of Frasertown School, to support my submission and confirm the erosion at Frasertown School along Russell Parade, which is down to 1 lane in areas. I addressed this at the local body elections in 2016, and not much has been done to reduce the erosion. I certainly hope that the 8 years it has taken for the water from the point is evident that something needs to be done, as we are generations 4 and 6 of the school, or who attended the school since its opening over 125 years ago. The Frasertown village, including Pakoi Marae, as I grew up, is the epitome of unity, kotahitanga, where Māori and non-Māori coexist brilliantly and beautifully. We hope that Russell Parade is strengthened or intact by the time their little brother, Piremia, starts and completes his education at the school also. Piremia, nicknamed Pip, is 3 this year. 2, flood response, recovery and rebuild. In 2004, I was employed at Rangitikei District Council and frontline alongside Horizons Regional Council during the 2004 Manawatu floods. Thankfully, there were no loss of life. And during the flood, Martin. But I had hands-on experience being a single mother of 4. How effective CDMES was achieved and rebuild was a collaborated effort from assisting local governments across the country to reduce staff burnout. Rangitikei is much bigger in land, tourism and population than Wairoa. Last year in Wairoa, my 14-year-old son, Drew and Zane, and I volunteered at the Memorial Hall and Welfare Centre during the 14th and 15th of February. From my previous experience at Rangitikei, let me say there were very many horrific failures, then and still. I met with my auntie, and my auntie Julie, and my uncle Manu Amator on Creera Street on Monday, just to see how they were doing, and they're still in a pod 15 months later. On 14th of April, I briefly attended a hui at Taiwhenua office in Wairoa of a stakeholders group to compile a flood resilience report. As a beneficial landowner of Pakoi Marae, I was told drone footage for this report was conducted without any consultation or consent from the landowners of Pakoi Marae, because apparently this report is to help rebuild the flood-affected homes on Pakoi Road in Frasertown. To have people go onto our land without our knowledge, let alone consent, to conduct a cultural impact assessment report as recorded in the supporting documents, I find offensive. And where Frasertown Village is concerned, why hasn't this report included the European, French, Welsh and Scottish cultures that have lived in Frasertown for generations for at least 125 years? I have been told and read that the $70 million targeted for Wairoa is specifically to the North Clyde area. I disagree with that for the simple reason what is done for environmental projects in the Wairoa Township has literally been swept away a few times. To address the rebuilding and minimise damage to land and property, all waterways in the Wairoa district need immediate attention and action. I lived in one of the greatest farming districts of this country, Pahiatua, with my parents and siblings 10 years in the 80s. There I gained hands-on experience again of quality beef, sheep and dairy on neighbouring farms, because as a kid, it's boring to stay at home. It's more fun being outside, milking cows, carving, riding motorbikes, driving tractors, fishing, eeling, hay baling, and being sheepo and shearing sheds. Because I couldn't rouse you, I always dropped the broom. Cockies, cockies and shearing gangs totally get that. 3, Hawke's Bay districts. My heartfelt sympathies go out to all the other districts, ratepayers and residents who suffered devastating losses with land, businesses, property, and most importantly, lives during Cyclone Gabriel. Your contributions to the Hawke's Bay economy through farming businesses and tourism, I take on board and acknowledge these coming from a smaller district. I agree with yesterday's submitters that the council needs to concentrate on core business, the environment. If there is not a concerted effort to address those issues with what you already know about the environment, farming, businesses and tourism will always be exposed to the natural elements. Wairoa does contribute to the national economy through farms with AVCO New Zealand, especially on an international scale. In Genesis, like Waikato One, we contribute. Please don't forget us. We're always forgotten by this council. Please. So your councillors have got some really hard decisions to make. Forgive me for my tears. This has been an emotional run. Dr. Pete, nice to meet you. Only collaborated, talk with you online. But thank you all for allowing me to speak on my submission. I unfortunately have read all the extensive reviews and the Wairoa independent review as well. All I can say is, wow. I have no number crunching for you today, just a first-hand knowledge of environmental failures my family and friends have suffered in our homes, farms and Marae and Wairoa. I'll leave the number crunching up to you, fellas. Yeah. I haven't read anything yet as to the future financial impact on farms, businesses and homes pertaining to insurance. We endured this in the decade flooding, and I dealt with over a multitude of insurance assessors. And one thing I can remember vividly was that no insurance company would ever cover flood-affected areas. That was a real doozy. Just last night, totally loved the live streaming, watching it from home. For me, it gives an open and transparent process of what you guys do. Good luck in your deliberations. It's going to be not an easy job for you, but most definitely make the best decisions for this generation.
Tēnā koe, Carmen, me o mokopuna, a really heartfelt presentation, submission, and your kōrero, true kōrero from the heart. So we really acknowledge you for being here to share that with us today. Some really important kaupapa you talked about, flood protection, erosion, also civil defence. So we acknowledge everything that you've told us today. Are you ready for any questions? We'll take a few questions. Kia ora, Captain Lambert.
Hey, kia ora, Chairman.
Hey, Charlie.
Is that the road opposite the school? Well, is that the river we can see?
Well, in this thing, I've said the point. Does anybody know what that means? Okay. On this is a logo that was written, designed for Praistown School. And here it's referenced the point, and it is 3 rivers. Now, I've lived there all my life, and one river is the Waio, one as we've known is the Hangaro that goes under the Praistown Bridge, and that is the point. The next line is what we've known, born and bred in Praistown, is the Wairau River. That's where the Wairau River starts. Now, as you come, Pakoi Marae, there's the Wairau River, and people now call Wairau River, come together, and it's not just outside the school.
That's upset tomorrow.
It's sort of down a bit, I think.
Yeah.
But it's just the amount of water that's coming from the Waio and we've got the Hangaro.
Can I be your Dr. Page?
Yeah. Yeah. This is Pakoi Marae. My family homeland in the Urupa is right there. This is where we used to always fish. That is the point. And the old man always said, the point of no return. Yeah, for me.
And I think for perspective,
That's the Waio.
there's the main road and the Fraser
Yeah.
Town Bridge.
And that, well, as a child, as I was taught by my nannies, we called this the Hangaro. How it got changed to Te Wairau, and I've lived there. Long.
Just give councillors an idea. Main sea, here's the Wairau Township, so we're just upstream on the Wairau River.
Yeah, cool.
Kia ora. Thank you, Carmen and Tamariki. I believe you're going to stay behind and maybe catch up with Dr. Pete with some of your,
Oh, okay.
yeah, some of your concerns.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay,
Kia ora.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
for your
much.
submission. Kia ora. Safe travels home.
chocolate from me.
Wow, still there?
Yeah, and learning with the young people. So inclusive.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll take your phone just in case. Can I please invite Peter Allen and Paul Smith from Hawthorne House? Kia ora, welcome.
Kia ora,
Thanks for joining us.
As Carmen said, you've got a bit of a number crunching challenge ahead of you.
Oh, we had peanut slabs yesterday.
You had
That's
peanut
where we're
slabs
going.
yesterday.
No.
Well, today I bought a bag of money,
Oh, yeah.
and I think it's important to show you the money.
Oh, nice. Oh, Monopoly.
Funding Hawke's Bay tourism is all about funding Hawke's Bay. Well, we believe that the Hawke's Bay Regional Council should continue to fund Hawke's Bay tourism. I'm Peter Allen, and my husband Paul and I own Hawthorne House, which is one of the region's premier bed and breakfast businesses. We have 4 ensuite rooms available, and now we're over the COVID years and the Cyclone Gabrielle years, we're back to having about 70% occupancy by international guests. We're a very small, hands-on boutique operation, and we're very proud members of Hawke's Bay Tourism. We know that the geography of New Zealand, it's a real dogleg to get guests to come to Hawke's Bay. And so we all have to work very, very hard to get every new visitor into the region. Once we get them here, we look after them superbly. Hawke's Bay Tourism promotes our region to the rest of New Zealand and to the world in ways that we as a small business never could. At last month's Trends Conference in Wellington, over 1,000 tourism buyers from around the world attended the 3-day event, and Hawke's Bay Tourism were there promoting our region. At an earlier international travel show, Hawke's Bay Tourism staff met with Moments Travel Agency, and one of their agents visited Hawke's Bay and our very small property as a result of that meeting. This last summer, that agency sent 3 guests from Arkansas in the USA. Julie, her sister Jamie, and their friend Patricia. Let's call them our Southern Belles. They stayed for 3 nights at Hawthorne House, and after paying some commission, some GST, and some tax, we earned about $3,000. yippee, that we then spent to look after our Southern Belles. We host all our guests to drinks and nibbles. So we spent some of this $3,000 on buying wines from local wineries, Craggy Range, Junction, Clearview, Radburn Estates, Te Awanga Wines, and Elephant Hill. Some of our guests like drinking beers. Julie liked a beer, and she really enjoyed a beer from Brave Brewery. Patricia loved gin. Good job we had some gin from Hastings Gin Distillery. And we had a few no-alcohol beers from State of Play Brewing. On the second night, there were some no-alcohol beers drunk. We served canapes to our guests, and the Southern Belles loved the goods that we'd bought from the Hastings Farmers Market. Salmon from Urban Smokery, Hohepa and Origin Earth cheeses, chicken liver pate from Hapi. They went out for dinner. The next morning, we made them breakfast. Fresh strawberries from Scott's Strawberry Farm, blueberries from Bay Blueberries, with our homemade muesli, and milk and yoghurt from Origin Earth, another local company. They had a Yabon croissant, free-range eggs from our chooks, bacon from Holly Bacon, toast from East Coast Bakery, tomatoes and mushrooms from local orchardists, coffee from Hawthorn Coffee, and apple juice from Apple Press. We paid our housekeepers, Renee and Paula, to prepare their rooms and to make them over once they'd gone. We sent our dirty laundry, or their dirty laundry, shall I say, out to Central Linen, and they washed and ironed it. We paid a variety of property maintenance suppliers, our gardeners Tess and Shell from Too Busy Limited, the lads from Pimp My Lawn and Jim's Mowing, Paul, our window cleaner, Sean the plumber, Rick, our sparky, and various others. And yes, fortunately, there's a bit of money left over for Paul and me. Oh, what do we do with that? We spent that on buying food for ourselves from the market. We went to the supermarket. We went to Ben, our butcher. We bought petrol, we bought clothes, the odd coffee, a meal out. Okay? And we also used some of this money to pay our regional rates that allow us to sit here and talk about what's going on at the moment. So, the money we earn as a tourism operator, either directly or indirectly, we spend in Hawke's Bay. But wait, our Southern Belles may have come out of the deep south of America, where slavery was only recently abolished, but they weren't sequestered in their room for the 3 days. They were out and they were spending. Let's look at what they spent. $740 for dinners at Cellar 495 and Mary's. Pre-dinner drinks at Hastings Gin Distillery and a bottle of gin to take on the road with them, $180. A one-day private guide tour of Hawke's Bay that included lunch at Craggy Range and an Art Deco tour in Napier, $1,800. Transfers with Hawke's Bay EV Executive Transport. They admired one of our artworks at Hawthorn House, so we arranged for Ben Pearce, the local artist, to come and visit them. They bought 2 of his works on the spot and commissioned a third, $7,700, plus an unknown amount for the commission. They visited Anna Jepson, another local artist, and commissioned 2 portraits from her, $1,600. Total spend that we're aware of in Hawke's Bay, $12,290, plus the tips, because our Southern Belles, they love to tip. We also have domestic guests, and we had Craig and Jackie come to us from Tauranga for a 2-night stay. They spent $1,000 on accommodation at Hawthorn House, which we spent in the same way that we spent our Southern Belles money. While they were here, they spent $2,303, plus they bought a Smith and Chef Whānau Wine Club membership, so that's another $648 a year that will come into the region. And what we love about domestic guests is that they're repeat offenders, great referrers, and they're relocators. at least 3 sets of guests who've stayed with us at Hawthorn House have loved Hawke's Bay so much, they've decided to move here. 2 of them have bought bare land and are building houses that will increase your rate take, and 1 of them just dropped $1.25 million on a house in Havelock North. So, about $4,000 of direct funding to us as a tourism operator, about $15,000 spent in the region by those guests. Let's extrapolate that out. In the last season, we took in just under $200,000 worth of direct funding, tourism spend. Extrapolate that out between our internationals and our domestics, that's another $700,000 worth of spend, so nearly $900,000 of money coming into the region as a result of tourism. Tourism is the 3rd largest industry in Hawke's Bay. 1 in 10 of us work in tourism, and as I've shown, the tourists that come spend money not only with us but in the wider region. To save $1.5 million is not only bad maths, it is reckless. We don't think you're asking the right question. The question to ratepayers should be, do you want to fund tourism, regional promotion and economic growth that it provides? If yes, which mechanism do you want to use? But this has not been asked. We're going into a recession. This is the worst time to stop promotion. Funding Hawke's Bay tourism funds Hawke's Bay. And I'd like you each to have some dollars. It's not chocolate, but it is a little bribe. Take one and pass it along, please. I don't have 2 mokopuni to pass it around.
So do we get to cash this in at Hawthorn?
Yeah, where do we get to cash this in?
Yep, you can cash this in at Hawthorn House when you decide to continue to fund Hawke's Bay tourism.
One more minute. Oh,
One more minute,
done?
so it's up to you. I'm all done. I'm ready for your questions.
Well, what a very lively demonstrative presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. I had a smile on my face the whole time.
Good.
Councillor McIntosh, questions?
Yeah, I just want to say, Chair, I thought that was a fantastic presentation. Well done, mate. And I really enjoyed the detail that had gone on to it, in particular the detail of the spend over and above what came directly to you. So thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. We love the way the guests enjoy Hawke's Bay and spend their money in the region.
Councillor Harding, question.
Yes, thank you. And look, reiterate my colleagues' comments, entertaining but effective, and effective. Look, I just sense there's a story that adds that of your own personal circumstances and why you're here in Hawke's Bay that may add to the rationale,
Yeah, Paul and I moved here 5 years ago from Auckland, and what attracted us to Hawke's Bay was its vibrancy, its diversity, the fact that in Hawke's Bay we can still enjoy good theatre, good music, good sport, good food, good wine, and all of that happens because of the visitors that come to the region. I understand there's something like 18,000 visitors a day to the region. We are privileged to host some of them. And the vibrancy of the bay is because we have this tourist economy here, all right? And so that's what attracted us to the region. We looked at Marlborough, we looked at Queenstown, and those areas did not have while they have tourism, they don't have the vibrancy or the diversity that's here in the bay.
Last question, Councillor Curtin.
Yeah, a great presentation, thank you. Look, of these dollars, how many do you give to Hawke's Bay tourism, and what do you think is a reasonable amount for tourism operators such as yourself to contribute?
Yeah, good question. I think it's $350 a year is our membership fee.
$350.
$350 a year. Yep.
Sure. What sort of percentage of your revenue would that be, or what's a reasonable amount to pay, do you think?
Yeah, good question. I would happily pay more because of the value that we get from Hawke's Bay tourism, and I think that's something that Hawke's Bay tourism has an opportunity to explore. one of the challenges, I think, is that the speed at which the council has decided to want to stop funding Hawke's Bay tourism hasn't given them any time to really explore some of those other options.
Had about 6 years, but that's.
Well, you know, my impression is that this came out of slightly blindsided fairly fast. But, you know, other parts of the world, I've been in New York and I pay for a meal and I pay a city tax and a state tax and various other things that help fund activities. So I think there are opportunities to fund it else in different ways, but I don't think that that work has been done either by Regional Council or by Hawke's Bay Tourism.
Very, very last question, Councillor Roden.
Very, very last.
Chair.
I know you're going for lunch.
Amazing that how the job you do in supporting local businesses and using the local produce in your business. So thank you for what
Yeah,
you
well, we're a small business. We like to support other small businesses. We also donate quite generously to the community, so there's
and thank you for that. I wonder if you have a sense of how many of your guests travel up to Wairoa as part of their enjoying the bay?
Look, sadly, most of our international guests don't travel up to Wairoa as part of visiting the bay. A lot of our domestic guests will drive through to Gisborne as part of their trips. In the 5 years we've been hosting, I can probably think of about 3 international guests that on their drive tour went that way. But a lot of them either come in from Wellington, Taupo or Auckland and don't go to the extent of Wairoa.
By the airport?
Via the airport, yeah.
Thank you, Peter.
You're
Thanks
welcome.
for
Thank
your
you very
time
much.
today.
Enjoy the rest of your day and spend the money wisely.
I wonder what you're going to do with those dollars afterwards.
Would you like some more of them?
Can I please invite Kevin up? Kevin Murphy. Kia ora, Kevin. We've got 10 minutes together.
Less than 10 minutes.
Yep, and if you'd like question time, if you're happy with us to ask questions near the end, but within the 10 minutes.
That's fine.
Thank you.
I won't keep you long. I know lunch is near. I just wanted to cover off a few points, just with the opportunity to talk about Hawke's Bay tourism. Just that it's really disappointing that the Regional Council are proposing to pull away from funding the RTO. I've been around the place for a wee while now, and I was involved for about 8 years with the One Country Tourism Association over the period before Hawke's Bay Tourism was established and after that. And, you know, during those times before the RTO was established, we used to meet. There was something like 20 different organisations. We used to meet regularly, all of us talking about how we were going to promote, you know, the region to out of Hawke's Bay potential tourists. And it was really, really hard work. And I would hate to think that we're going to go back to that sort of situation in the future. You know, Hawke's Bay needs an RTO. There's about 30 odd around the country. And as a region, we need to have that regional tourist operator. The funding that was originally set up, that was really made easy by the councils using the regional council as the collector. And somewhere along the line, that message seems to have been lost, because it was a way of being able to collect and then pass that money through, which I'm sure you've had discussions on recently. The work that Hawke's Bay Tourism does to promote outside the region more than in it, and from a ratepayer point of view, you know, they're not really going to see that value because it's not visible to them. So it's a tough sort of argument when you've got all of that work and all that good work going on outside the region for the benefit of the region. And, you know, the way that I see it is that the work that Hawke's Bay Tourism does, it's like building our Hawke's Bay Inc. brand. You know, that is the brand that people see. And the work that they do in bringing people here is really important. And the area in the event sector, which I tend to do a bit of business in, you know, you talk to event owners and promoters that are wanting to bring their events to Hawke's Bay. They love coming here to our region, and they've been educated on what Hawke's Bay is about and what we offer through the work that we've seen Hawke's Bay Tourism do offshore. So, you know, the current changes, I do feel they've been rushed. It seems that everyone's been scrambling to try and come up with, you know, the reason why you shouldn't continue with the proposals that you're talking about. And I'd just encourage you to keep the status quo on the table, because we really do need a fully funded and a fully functional RTO in the region. So you can get to lunch.
No, oh, question time first.
Sure.
Kia ora, Kevin, thank you for your submission. And in your vast experience across the industry, and I just note in point 2 of your submission, you talk about all 32 RTOs in New Zealand are funded by councils. And that is true. And so could you enlighten us, or are you aware of how different regions are funding their tourism organisation through what types of councils, if you're aware of them?
I don't work in RTO world, but we do know that it's a big world. You are reasonably unique that you're a regional council that is funding the RTO, but they're all councils of different sorts.
So sorry, secondary is the appreciation of option B, and you've talked about option B in there. And so you think that is a way forward of a new model, and I'd ask if you think that's a more sustainable way, given your comment about just passing through the regional council.
Yeah, I mean, I think that whole discussion needs to be had properly. I mean, as the previous Peter was talking about, you know, getting funding from your activity operators, where is that line? Are you going to pick up money from the butcher that supplied the cottage? I think it's a tough ask to try and find a model that's going to work unless you've got a national bed tax or something similar. I think at the moment, you know, the ratepayers are getting good value. It's just that they don't see it because the work is getting done outside of here.
Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you, Kevin. It's really succinct, but you've got your message across. Just want to ask, based on your experience, look, I know we're in a situation where we have opened up this question of how we fund Hawke's Bay tourism in future. Do you think that that is a valuable space where we can develop a better regional model than the one we've got, or do you think actually we're already at the best model?
Well, this is an effective model, and it's been talked about for years. I mean, it's a tough ask to get another model that would probably work. I mean, at the moment, it's a rateable charge, and I think that's where it needs to stay.
Thank you.
Councillor McIntosh.
It might be tricky to answer, but so in some of the submissions we've had, they've alluded to the significant contribution of tourism to obviously things like Fork, but also things like the marathon. Yep. Do you have a bit of an idea as to what sort of economic impact is from those?
Oh, look, events in general around the region are putting somewhere between, over that $15 million sort of value a year, net benefit value I'm talking about. I'm not talking about spend, because sometimes the messaging and what the economic benefits are for events get lost, but from a net benefit to the region, events bring in over 15 million a year. And the marathon itself is an over $1 million net benefit event.
Kia ora, everyone. Thank you, Kevin, for your presentation, your submission. Councillors, we have gone over time, so we will convene back we have Sue McDonald supposed to have her submission at 12:30. 20 past now. So what would be a reasonable time for lunch?
15 minutes.
9.5 minutes.
15 minutes, okay, that's acceptable, and we'll be back. Yep. Well done. Take a break, fresh air, some kai. Invite Sue McDonald up, please, from the Ahuriri Estuary Protection Society. Welcome, Sue. Come on up. Please excuse some of us who are still eating.
Doesn't take off from well.
Oh, yes.
I still feel like I'm at kindergarten anyway because I sit down here. Thank you.
Welcome, Sue. We've got 10 minutes together. Are you happy for questions near the end if we have time? Yeah.
Now, I'd just like to start and say that I'm deaf in one ear and I'm partly deaf in the other. My hearing's getting worse. So I look forward to the day when these meetings have captions. For those of us, especially when you've got your back, and I struggle, and like I was just sitting over there and I can't see. So having captions, you'd like to think about that. I know it's money, but it would be really helpful for people like me to be more engaged with what is going on.
That's great because some of us can multitask, so you can just read and do something else. Good idea. Thank you.
Anyway, well, thank you very much for the opportunity to come and speak to you again. This has been an ongoing project for our society to put the Ahuriri estuary and its well-being in the forefront of any planning that the organisations have to do. For too long, the estuary has been abused by inconsiderate development, polluted water, polluted stormwater, and so our society would like to advocate that if you do decide to cut down on some of your funding, on some of your projects you're doing, please don't let it be the project for the estuary. We conditionally support the fact that because of the pressures and the massive increases of rates that ratepayers are going to be paying this year, next year, the next year, by yourselves and by the City Council, we sympathise with that, but the environment must come first. And the estuary deserves the care, as much care as we can give it. The 3-year delay in the regional park project will allow you to gather as much more information as you can. We know there's a lot out there. I went to Sustainable Seas, Hui, last night, and they said they've done a case study. They've got data and everything like that, but it's a project we must get right. So I hope it is only a delay, because we can no longer, as the city, think it's acceptable to send out untreated stormwater. 70% of the stormwater of the city is still going into the estuary. It used to be 90%, but that was 40 years ago when we started. And the population's doubled in that time, so really the percentages are not reflecting the issue. So please think about the estuary in your funding, and please let it be just a delay to do something more for our estuary, because you've read the reports, you've read everything, and you know. And my understanding, the Hawke's Bay Regional Councils were set up to protect the environment. So I am sorry for the other submitters who want money for tourism and they want the environment. It's about time it had its turn. Thank you.
Kia ora, Sue. What a fantastic and succinct presentation.
Short and sweet.
That's right. And thank you for your consideration of the position we're in as a council with the tough choices we need to make. And also your patience around the Ahuriri Regional Park and its development, and making sure that we've got the right information, the good partnerships there before we get into funding the capital or any build of it. Thank you so much. We'll open up for questions.
We'll be watching what you're planning, don't you?
Of course you will. Are you open to any questions?
Well, I'm
Yeah,
I don't know if anyone wants to ask a question.
questions? Councillor Curtin.
Great to see you, and just to acknowledge the wonderful work that the Society.
I am sorry, Neil, but I can't hear anything
louder,
you're
please,
saying.
Neil.
Yeah. Can I come down there and you can ask me, then I'll come back, or?
No, he can
I'll
just
see if
talk
I can
louder.
get there. Can you hear me now?
That's better,
Good.
thank you.
Look, just congratulations to the Society for the wonderful work that's done. I don't know, I think we'd be in a much worse state, the city, if we didn't have you there. So thank you for that. I just want to focus on the tube worm issue.
Yes. We had information beginning of last year, but we don't know what the progress, on the actual progress of that project you've been doing and whether it has worked. My understanding, it hasn't worked.
I will put in a request to the next committee.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon, right, thank you.
To get a report on that brought to the next committee.
Anna used to keep us updated, but of course I believe she's left Pounds now,
She
has
has
she?
just left, yes.
So, yeah, but anyway,
Thank
I
you.
hope I don't have to be coming in for the next 40 years because I don't think I'll make it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Good luck with your deliberations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I please invite Trevor? Kia ora, Trevor, from Wise Water Use Hawke's Bay. Oh, it's like deja vu. It's like deja vu.
My wife said I was a little bit overpaid. I apologise
You
for
wanted
that.
more time, Greg.
Apologise for that. I'll be cool, calm and collected today.
Never apologise.
Kia ora and welcome. Thank you for being with us and for your submission. We've got 10 minutes together.
Thank you, Chair. Anyway, if I could just take a moment to get this going.
Have you got the right?
Sorry?
Have you got the right?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm fine, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's not for a PowerPoint, if that's what you...
Oh, sorry.
No,
Okay.
it's just so I can read my notes. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name's Trevor Lalive, and I'm the spokesperson for our environmental group, Wise Water Use Hawke's Bay. Beside me is fellow advocate for Wise Water Use, Green Christie. I can just see a collective rolling of eyes. For your sins, you have him back again today, and he's promised to behave.
Keep you awake. Keep you awake.
This wasn't part of my submission, but I just happened to catch the tourism operator that was on before lunch holding up the wads of cash and couldn't help but think, well, firstly, you owe to be able to afford a subscription to the wine club, but if they're taking in that much money, then surely they could fund their own marketing, which we do touch on our submission. But to our submission proper, it's in two parts. The first part is opportunities for the council to raise new revenue, and I'm going to speak to that. And the second part is the potential economic benefits from improved water management in the region, which Green's going to speak to. So firstly, just a little bit about our group Wise Water Use. We formed in 2021 in response to water issues across Hawke's Bay, and specifically in central Hawke's Bay at that time. And we recognised the folly of the regional council backing expensive ratepayer and taxpayer funded engineering projects like the Ruatanawha Dam, like managed aquifer recharge, in response to a perceived water shortage in the region. When in fact we don't have a water storage issue, we have a legacy issue of over-allocation that's enabled water-intensive land use and specifically intensive and polluting dairy to proliferate. Now the answer is not a 100 million cubic metre dam at a cost of $1 billion, but wise water use. So what our group is lobbying you as councillors to do is to undertake a review and a reallocation of existing water consents based on the most environmentally sustainable and highest economic return for use. You have the means at your disposal to claw back those consents under section 128 of the RMA under the consent conditions by consent, a review of consent conditions by consent authority clause. All that's required is the political will. Now, if you don't believe me about the efficacy of wise water use, it's right here in the council's own report, this regional water assessment report from 2022, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. And on page 64, I quote, "The National Policy Statement Freshwater Management 2020 requires that over-allocation is avoided and that steps are taken to claw back allocation where it is over-allocated." And that's us. We're over-allocated and we need to implement that clawing back clause. Then from page 56, which models scenarios to illustrate what future water use could look like under scenario 3, I quote again, "With improved water use by all water user groups, we could require 16 million cubic metres less water by 2040. Wise water use. Which leads me to my submission proper. Now, the issue with these consultation documents put together by staff in good faith is that they're all about cut, cut, cut. But conspicuous in its absence are scenarios to gather more revenue. Now, these water consents that I've been talking about are valuable, really valuable, to farmers and industry users alike. Here we have, obtained in Alagoma, a presentation from immediate past Chief Executive James Palmer, and I quote, "Water consents are not on the balance sheet, but are often half the value of the business." Half the value of the business. Now, those businesses don't pay for the consents. Applying for a consent currently attracts an administration fee, and then the water's free and produces capital gains for the consent holder for as long as they hold on to the consent. So what happens when a property changes hands? The existing water permit is transferred directly to the new property owner, who obtains the right to extract the consented water volume from the same well. It's a simple administrative process for council staff who, once notified of the transfer, simply change their consent holder details. So what we're suggesting is that a consent transfer at the time of a property sale affords an opportunity for the council to charge a substantial fee which could, as we understand it, be collected under section 36 of the RMA for science monitoring of the region's freshwater resources. And just a reminder to council that consent holders have just had a reduction of their science charges, for reasons that remain quite unclear, from 35% down to 15% contribution. This unfairly moves $635,000 from user pays to a new targeted rate. But given the budget constraints currently faced by ratepayers across the region, it's timely to bolster the council's budget and to charge those who stand to benefit financially from our shared water resource by way of consent transfer fee. I pass you to my colleague.
Good on you. Okay, what I'm going to talk about is economic development and environmental protection. I'll start with the economic side of things down in Central Hawke's Bay there. With the regional water report, it stated quite clearly that Central Hawke's Bay has the highest use of water per capita for the lowest return. If we were to match Wairoa we would be about $960 million better off, getting up close to $1 billion. If we could match the return per million cubic metres of water, that's what would be. If we were to halve the water take and match Wairoa, we'd still be almost $2 million better off in Central Hawke's Bay. We have got that water locked up in those dairy farms which use about 3 times the amount of water than most other water users to irrigate pasture, and a lot of it on shingle ground, which leads to nitrate leaching. Now, the 2017 report of the Ruataniwha Dam pointed out quite clearly the DIN levels at 6 monitored sites in the Ruataniwha Plains were between 420 and 130% over what they should be. It also points out that there is the land use capabilities seem to indicate that more nitrogen could be put on some of that land, which is, as it says in the report, is not going to make the situation better. We have groundwater, shallow bores, which had been people's drinking bores, next to some of those intensive dairy farms, which were at twice the World Health Record levels for nitrogen. So 11 is what's the measure for blue baby syndrome. These are measuring at 22. We have a situation of building nitrates in our soils because of this farming practice, and it is depriving opportunity elsewhere in Central Hawke's Bay on those plains to actually extract some sort of economic value out of having the opportunity of having flat land which we could develop if they could have water which they would be used in a under the almost the hierarchy of environment, social, economic, but water by the drop, not the fire hose. I mean, I heard Zen talk at a public meeting how that whole area was checked out for grapes and how it was ideal for grapes, very little water use, and there's potentially of other crops. If we were to release that water, it doesn't, there's crops such as hemp or linen flax, both which have a side industry with fibre as well as seed and oil extraction. Not to mention things like orchards, which do have perhaps some environmental negatives, but I heard James Shaw talking about this very subject and about our own Rio Taniwha Plains, saying, well, intensive dairy was bringing in about $6,000 a hectare. The orchard down the road was bringing in $70,000 a hectare. Now, whether they're realistic or not, we've got some orchardist types people and some farmers who would be able to check those sorts of figures. And I also happened to notice one of the official information reports we had, which was basically saying that the full-time equivalent jobs on these dairy farms were about 2, and I'm just going from recollection here, about 70 on those dairies. So there's massive loss of opportunity because of how we're allowing that resource to be used. And also the Salmon District down south, they're spending $5 million to try and find a source of water which isn't polluted by nitrates, and suspect they might have to spend between $300 and $400 million to get clean water. So I think we have a real problem there. There's an advantage of using that water in a sensible, wise way, economically and environmentally, and I would really like to see this council focus in on that.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, the drop there, I guess, being is a rising tide lifts all ships. So we've got a more thriving local economy, then that broadens the rate base and spreads the load. Whereas at the moment, people are really suffering under these rates rises right across the board, as we're all too aware, and as you would have been hearing from submissions, I'm sure, over the last couple of days.
Thank you both. Is that the end of the submission? Thank you.
I can go on.
No, I know you can.
Oh, what do you mean?
No. No, really thank you, and interesting around your suggestions around possible revenue opportunities, which I think, would need to be investigated more, but very interesting concept.
Yeah, that was, of course, thanks anyway. That was just one that sort of hit us in the face, but there are surely other revenue-raising opportunities that we don't think have been explored at all in terms of this 3-year plan. And we would urge council to go back and sharpen your pencils and see maybe where some more income could come in.
Councillor Harding.
Kora Chair, Kora Trevor, and Graham, welcome back. Look, just did want to talk about this idea of revenue raising through sale of water consents along with the property, and wanted your views on the current reality that the water allocation is actually embedded in the sale price of land. So we've got a situation in the Hiratonga Plains where high quality land with an irrigation consent is probably worth $150,000 a hectare, maybe 100 now because of the flood. Same land would maybe 60 to 90,000 a hectare without the water consent. So we have a whole system where that's embedded in the business model. So I want you to explain to me how you can unwind that.
Well, my thoughts on that are exactly so, and that goes back to the citation I gave from James Palmer, where up to half the balance on the balance sheet, up to half of the value. So if there's value in that, then if there's value, and when the property sale goes through, then that's the time for the regional council to come in and realise some of that value by way of a charge on the change of that consent. It's a bit like the Hawke's Bay tourism gentlemen, like, you know, they're bringing the money in, there seems to be plenty of money in the pot, well, then it's a matter of, you know, how do you get a levy, you know, to pay your way? It's that same principle.
Last question, Councillor Van Dyke.
Okay, thanks very much, and I think it's very important. One of the reasons that I'm on council is because of water, for all my sins. Are you aware that actually we as a council, at the moment are actually, and there's a meeting tonight for landowners here in the Tank catchment, which is Plan Change 9, that there actually is now in process a reduction of irrigation water, and so our growers are actually getting information from council as to what they can count on going forward. It's a loose discussion, but it's directed to them as to what the future looks like. And there's quite a bit of water that actually is going to be clawed back, which we call a sinking lead. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And what is your view on that?
Well, we were fortunate to have sat in on a presentation from Councillor Foley recently, and he touched on that very discussion that's underway at the moment. That seems like things are on the right trajectory, if that's the sort of thing that's being explored. Is that you concur with that?
Yeah, I just think I'd like to see that happening in Central Hawke's Bay. Also, I'd like to see when consents come up, that the, just referring back to Ms Ann was talking about, they go under the microscope, and what is this water enabling to happen to the environment, you know, and is this water being used in the best way? Just rolling consents over, and it's allowing all this environmental damage, and it's robbing us of other people of positive opportunity. It's crazy, just, you know. And I would urge you pull every lever you can to steer the ship in another direction down in Central Hawke's Bay as well.
I see Martin doing that. No.
Chair, I'm just conscious we've got some
time.
I'm not worried about our time. We've got
Yeah.
submitters backing
Yes.
up, and if submitters choose to
Yes.
use the full 10 minutes, we can't then have 5 minutes of questions on the end.
Yep,
It's
no,
just not gonna
I
work.
totally understand. I thought you were going to ask a question, but thank you so much. I was just about to wrap up.
Thank you.
Thank you for
you,
letting
guys.
us the time,
Thank
Martin.
you.
We were wanting to get out
Okay.
there. We didn't want to fill you with our propaganda all afternoon.
I could spend all day with you, and I'd love to, but
Oh, no, you're
people want to
He's free on Monday. Bring him.
Grab his card on the way out, mate.
come and see it.
Can I please invite Willie White and Colin Tyler up to the front from Tuki Tuki Landcare? Kia ora and welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got 10 minutes with you. We have read your submission, so you won't need to read it word for word. And if you want some question time within that 10 minutes, we can do that as well. Great. Hand it over. Thank you.
Yep, well, we can probably, we'll just do 5 minutes to make up for the overtime. I guess there's a few aspects to our submission. One was in response to the changing of the rating calculations to capital value, which we largely support. Seems like it's in line with other regional councils. One of the thoughts I had was that if the people in town had to pay a bit more for their rates, then we might not have as much apathy and maybe a bit more accountability with the council. But yeah, really, we weren't so interested in the 3-year plan necessarily, but we thought that, and completely understand the challenges brought about by the cyclone and the subsequent recovery. But yeah, I guess we got to talking about, the fact that I guess in the last 9 or 10 years, the operating budget, I suppose, has gone from, well, up 1,000-fold or something. And I guess as ratepayers, we question where the value is for that increase in spend. We all kind of feel as farmers in Central Hawke's Bay that, you know, we used to have a really good sort of collaborative relationship with Hawke's Bay Regional Council. And yeah, I guess the general feeling now is that it's a bit us versus them, and yeah, we're probably not seeing a lot of effectiveness in council's activities, and that would certainly explain the sort of lack of efficiency given the increase in spend over those years. So, there, Colin?
Yeah, I guess we're from Tuki land care, but there's a huge number of catchment groups around Hawke's Bay now that are doing a fantastic job. You know, contrary to what some people might think, not every farmer in Central Hawke's Bay is an environmental vandal. Most people, I would say, and I'm an environmental consultant. I have worked for the regional council before. I was actually just doing some part-time work after Cyclone as well. Farmers are really keen to do a good job and look after their properties, and are willing to put their own funds in to do that. And you know, and you've probably seen with the success of council programs in the past, plants at cost, and prior to the erosion control scheme, there was good schemes. You know, Willie and I are both part of Tukipo, where we're going to get 100,000 plants in, fence up a whole lot of waterways, have lots of good meetings. I guess the main concern we've had is that we've got lots of people trying to be very positive. In the last 6 months, a lot of that has related to river management and erosion. And yeah, it's been really disappointing from a catchment point of view with some of the roadblocks we feel we've had put in place by council staff sometimes. And rather than trying to, not to say it's everyone, and, you know, I'm not going to name names, but there are some fantastic people in the council. You know, I did work with them, and we've dealt with many through the catchment group who are really helpful, but even them just seem to hit roadblocks and stop progress being made when landowners want to do a good job. So I guess that's what the main thing about our submission is that, you know, we've got some examples there. You know, it's not so much about the funding, it's about the help and the approval. And if there's laws in place, just a yes or a no from someone, or a way to make it a yes, would be really good, because people are wanting to do a good job and just want some help. So.
Just on that, there seems to be a lot of situations where the buck gets passed around and actually never lands on anything, so things don't happen. That situation in the Upper Tuki is a classic example, really. You've got willing landowners either side of the Tuki River that have seen the lack of management in the in-stream over the years, and the damage that's now causing, wanting to do something about it, but just not getting an answer. It's pretty hard to take.
Yeah, and in that particular case, it's been raised often by many farmers there. The weather events in Gabrielle caused some massive damage, which sort of brought it to a head. But the problem had been and the requests for help had been going on for a long time, and are still going on. And it's just really important for those guys to, and they don't expect it to be paid for by council. You know, they'd be willing to chip in and do some of it themselves, but they just want a system to do it. They do want to look after their land, but they also want to look after the environment and look after their community as well.
So thank you both for your submission and sharing those views with us, particularly around sort of the benefits you're seeing from the change from land value to capital value, but also acknowledgement of the catchment groups and all the good mahi that they're doing together. I'll start with the questions, and my first one being, if with all the barriers that you talk about, do you have an idea around how what the solutions could look like in terms of, I mean, you've mentioned engagement and getting answers quicker?
I guess one, you know, if I look at the example of the river management, if there was a council representative who could be a one-stop shop for these communities to engage, and then could come back and get sign-off from all those that are agreed and own that process, for example, that would be really good, because often there is a global consent in place for council to do the work, and that could be used to do it legally, but, you know, a lot of people aren't aware of that. So, I guess just trusting the community would be good, that, yeah, no one wants to go ahead and be a cowboy and make a mess of things. They want to do the right thing, but they also want a roadway to do that, yeah.
Councillor Van Dyke.
Yeah, could it be, and I get where you're coming from. Could it be that, and I haven't been involved in it so much, is it maybe that we've got too many levels of management stacked on top of each other, and that people in the middle cannot make decisions because what actually happens above or below them, or even above them, so actually haven't got the mana to be able to actually make decisions? Is that maybe what it is?
Seems like it, but Colin probably knows more, having done a little stint.
Yeah, there certainly are some people who have really helped people and made some decisions, and you're right, maybe they are at a slightly higher level, and more junior people haven't got the authority to do it. And I think about the consenting team, you know, I deal with them pretty regularly, and there's really good people there, but some of them are, yeah, probably not confident to say a yes to things.
And that's where it stalls.
Yes, yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Foley.
Just quickly, guys, thanks heaps for the submission. The written one is excellent. You've sort of just emphasised the points there. The river management thing is quickly probably becoming, you know, at the top of my list down in CHB. We're getting some good wins within the scheme. So for the councillors' benefit, what they're talking about is the outside of scheme. It's also the Waipawa River. So my question was going to be, yeah, what exactly do we need to do? And you've kind of already answered it, but I think we need to get you guys together, all those affected landowners on the rivers, and get them together with specifically probably Ian and Chris as exec management and Nick, and just try and nut out exactly what we need to do. So if you're prepared to, yeah, spend a bit more time and meet with us, and let's work out what the solution is.
I think there's certainly that opportunity with these catchment groups, because they've got the farmer engagement, or the, which is sort of the bit that's probably been missing for a long time, I guess.
Councillor McIntosh.
I was one of the several that attended the field day a few weeks back, and I thought it was brilliant what you were doing. And to give us some substance to that, can you, of all the catchment groups, can you give us a steer as to how many people are involved in that?
There's about 1,000 landowners in the Tuki. There's 17 catchment groups, sub-catchment groups, and that they'll vary from sub-catchment to sub-catchment, how many landowners are in each one. Generally, probably 50 to 100, I suppose, would be in each sub-catchment.
Okay, so that's a lot.
Most of them, yeah, and there's about 250,000 hectares of land or something.
Okay, so those are volunteers doing work that you've described.
Yeah, but just remember, sub-catchments aren't always communities, or say, for example, the upper Tuki, the guys that are outside the scheme, you know, probably 10 or 20 farmers would be involved in that, so a reasonably workable number, I think, to get a community group together. Yeah.
Hey, thank you. We really appreciate your time and coming from the south. So thank you very much for your submission. Cheers.
Thank you.
We have online now Doug Tate and Mayor Alex Walker from Central Hawke's Bay District Council.
Are they?
They were there a minute ago.
They were there.
They were there.
They were there?
They've gone again.
Sorry, through you, Chair, they've just changed devices because their sound wasn't working.
Okay.
Maybe just about to come online again.
Clearly we don't listen, so.
We swap them out maybe for.
The right number.
Give them another minute. The same one.
Here they are.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Mayor Alex.
Kia ora, Doug. You with us? Kia ora korua. Hey, welcome and thanks for your submission to our long-term plan, but also just to acknowledge your leadership down in Tamatea, the both of you, and the great partnership we've had, especially after the cyclone. So we have 10 minutes together, and if you want question time, we'll finish before the 10 minutes. So hand it over to you. Kia ora.
Ina mana, ina reo rangatira mā tēnā koutou. To those of you gathered to hear these submissions, to our representatives on the Regional Council, kia ora, and thank you for your time this afternoon. I apologise we can't be there in person. We've just been doing our deliberations this morning on our long-term plan, and have landed at a place where our rates are heading up just over 20%. It's been a challenging morning, and I sympathise with the challenges that you have got in front of you today as well. We thought it would be worth just to touch on a couple of points in our submission, and the first one is about the impacts of the flood reviews and the catchment reviews on the ongoing infrastructure work that we need to do. And we've talked about this in our submission, but just worth reiterating that the option that councillors have adopted today in Central Hawke's Bay District Council is our middle option across our drinking water and wastewater. And in particular of relevance for you is what that means for our wastewater treatment upgrades, where our strategy is still the same strategy required to be meeting the expectations of the discharge from our wastewater treatment plants, but that we have had to push the significant capital funding for those out, mostly because of the uncertainty that we have around the results from the scheme review and the flood review, which will then talk about what does the scope of the flow of the rivers and stop banks look like. So I thought I'd just reiterate that that's still where we are, that's still after deliberations where we are. It means that I suppose our request to you continues to be, and you've heard me say this before, that the pace of your consideration of your reviews and then in the implementation of what that's going to mean in terms of your plans is really important for recovery and moving on from so many different things. It's not just about reinstating things that were damaged during the cyclone, but actually our ability to build back better and with more resilience is reliant on the platform you guys are building from those reviews. And so thank you for considering the urgency and the clarity that we all require from that work. The second thing that I wanted to touch on was around our Pōranga Hau community, where it's pretty clear in our submission about where we would like to support you in your travel when it comes to the rating impact out there. I think it's worth just the wider work that's still required out there. They are the last remaining community in Category 2A. There's still a number of unanswered questions, and the importance of us working together on that. And I suppose an important thing to kind of lay to you is that this community is quite disconnected from the rest of the region. So some of what's happened around Pakowhai and the other Category 2A areas around the Hiratonga Basin, our Pōranga Hau community are quite disconnected from that. And so their understanding is purely based on the interactions they're having with you and with us on their catchment, and they're not necessarily gaining understanding from the wider process. It means they need that particular attention. We've made some good progress out there, but there are still some pretty complex issues to get across. And the way that we continue to work together on that is going to be quite important. There are some parallel infrastructure issues that go with flood protection, particularly around our core roading connections. We've got a bridge that spans between the two areas where there will be potentially flood mitigation. We have got a stormwater network that doesn't necessarily have the scope or the fall to be able to deal with on the other side of the stop bank. So we're trying to make sure that we work together on all of those issues. So that was the second thing I wanted to touch on. And the third thing I wanted to touch on was about the vision in Central Hawke's Bay about what thriving and what energy and what the future looks like. And there's two things that are in your gambit that are quite important to us in terms of how we can continue to inspire hope for the future, even through a really challenging time. The first one is about the support of Hawke's Bay tourism. And I just wanted to give you a little bit of local context for what their work does that supports us. So we have, in particular, there are two things that benefit really strongly from the Hawke's Bay branding platform that Hawke's Bay Tourism provides. The first one is the Spring Fling series of events, which on the backing of the promotion of brand Hawke's Bay around the country brings large numbers of visitors to us across a huge variety of events and a huge variety of businesses during September and October. There's no one particular business that is gains more benefit than others from that. It is really widespread, from the coffees to the bikes, to the accommodation providers, to even our own council facilities and your council facilities, things like the Tuki Tuki trails, where the promotion of brand Hawke's Bay brings those people to even enjoy those pieces of infrastructure that you have, we have, and that we share. So that's one piece in that colour and vibrancy. And the second piece is about our continuing work on water security initiatives. This is a lot about painting the future and what our unique resources are. I have spoken to you many times over the years about the importance of this for us. And I want to thank you for your continued dedication to the regional water security work, the regional water assessment, the managed aquifer recharge, the rescoping of where storage options are across the Tuki Tuki catchment. There's a lot of hope for me that we have got a growing picture which is not just about Tuki Tuki and Central Hawke's Bay, but actually about the whole region and the connection with Hiratonga and with Wairoa and with Tuki Tuki as those major areas where we need to secure our water future. And so I thank you for your continuing work in this space and support of that, and continue to support that. That is a big part of what the future will need to look like for Central Hawke's Bay, and look forward to continuing to work with you on that. The Managed Aquifer Recharge continues to roll through, and issues around storage and around allocation will continue to be really important for all of us. So I think that covers my key topics I wanted to touch on, and thank you for your time.
Kia ora, Mayor Alex, thank you for that. And Doug, would you like to add anything further?
No, I'm comfortable. Mayor Alex has covered it well.
Hey, and just well done on striking your rate and going through this process. I bet you in a way you're relieved. But just like to highlight all the opportunities you spoke about, Mayor Alex, and the work that we're doing, which is only going to mean greater work for our community. So thank you. I'll open it up for questions. Councillor Curtin.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for a very comprehensive submission. I just want to take you to your paragraph 8 in the body of your submission, and that's to do with the impact of land value versus capital value. I'm wanting to know whether you've done any exercises around the impacts of that change to the rating approach across the whole Central Hawke's Bay district. You've stated there that it's exacerbated the increases. Are you aware of any reductions that may have taken place, or have you done enough exercise across the entire catchment?
So we haven't done an exercise across the entire catchment, but I think what we're hearing is that, particularly in the urban environments where that land value, capital value change has had quite an impact, and I reflect that that's particularly around communities that were actually quite hard hit from the cyclone. And so that's really where the big feedback that we've had is. And so those communities are not just being picked up into that impact from your rates change, but they're also really strongly impacted by particularly our three waters, so wastewater, drinking water and stormwater work, which is a double kind of, they're recovering and they're also getting that kind of double impact of your change and our change, or not change, but our continued investment in the recovery space. So we don't have anything really comprehensive, but that's sort of the context of what we're hearing.
Thank you. Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Kia ora, Doug. Alex, look, I just want to take you to para 49 of your submission, and the last bit of that paragraph, which mentions that you aspire to seeing the minimum flows, presumably in the tuki, go back up or be reinstated. So my understanding is that the tank plan and the increase in low flows has had an effect on those on surface water extraction, and therefore, so there's been some loss of productive capacity. So you're talking about reinstating the pre-tuki flows as a result of water storage, or is it something else, please?
Yeah, so to be fair, that point could have been a bit clearer. What we are saying in there is that the Tuki catchment plan has some pretty ambitious minimum flows there for reinstating the flow in the Modi and the health of the river. That we're looking forward to having solutions that are going to help us reinstate that, because what we've seen, and I think this is learnings that has happened in Tuki that are important to be heard in Heretaunga, who are now facing some of what we faced 10 years ago. And that is that the turning the taps off or turning the taps down on water users is not necessarily the tap that is going to reinstate flow back into the rivers. And so we have seen some pretty strong interventions through the reduction in water use to try and, for the Regional Council to try and meet those minimum flows in the plan. It's had some really detrimental effects in many places. In fact, in some places, that has kind of seen the perverse outcomes of a change of land use close to the river from growing apple trees to grazing replacement dairy heifers, which I don't know is exactly what the minimum flows and the restrictions are really designed to, and I don't think that's part of the vision of the catchment plan either. So what we're looking at is that we understand the minimum flows that are in the catchment plan. We're looking forward to seeing storage and other solutions that actually get us to be able to achieve those things and not just continue to spiral downwards.
Kia ora.
And last question, Councillor Roadley.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora, Alex and Doug. Just invite you to speak to I feel there's some tension between your request for the Porongahau flood resilience to be 100% general rate in response to affordability there. However, further down in 37, para 37, you mention about wishing to progress a public transport from CHB down for those people, presumably working and whatnot, closer in. Could you just speak to the tension there with, assuming that would be a targeted rate for an additional public transport service, express service there?
Yeah, so the funding mechanism around the public transport hasn't really been explored as yet, and it hasn't been put forward as a recommendation from the Regional Land Transport Committee back to HBRC yet either. What we're grappling with is that there is a lot of there's a lot of intent, there's a lot of interest, and there's a lot of people that do travel, including young people going to school, including lots of people who work at the prison, who work at the hospital, and who work in all sorts of places, in Hastings in particular. And so there is definitely the case for that. The actual how do we get the funding mechanisms has not been put forward yet. In saying that, work that our officers alongside your officers have done have said that actually, if we look at this carefully with the numbers that need this transport, it's possible that it might be we don't need to add a public funding component, but we're continuing to look at that and work alongside your officers. And if it comes to the point that we need to look at different rating mechanisms, I think we need to consider it on its merits at the time. I don't think there's enough information to say one rating mechanism or another is the right one just yet.
Great. Thank you. Thank you both for joining us and speaking to your submission. Right.
Thank you for your work.
Kia ora.
Thank you for your work, and thank you for the partnership. Enjoy working with you all. Thank you.
Thank you both. Can I please invite Vanessa Moon up? Kia ora. Welcome, Vanessa. We have 10 minutes together, and if you're happy for questions near the end, if you'd like.
I'd like to say I'm feeling very nervous and very out of place here.
No, you're very welcome here, so.
I am not going to speak, I'm going to read because of that. And I'm here as a mother and a grandmother. Although a reluctant and unskilled public speaker, I feel compelled to stand up and be counted as best I can at this more than challenging time for humanity, especially for those people without voices and also for the myriad other life forms that we share planet Earth with. The focus of my oral submission today is on sections 2 and 3 of my written submission to do with climate and community. To begin with, by way of some background as to where we are now, from my point of view, firstly, a stock take of the challenges we have faced across Hawke's Bay region and elsewhere since November 2020. I recall the severe weather event in Napier, the COVID-19 global pandemic with its lockdown, supply chain issues, conspiracy theories, and the occupation of Parliament grounds. Then Cyclone Gabriel in 2023, which killed a number of people and devastated lives, livelihoods, lands, and waters. Then came a cost of living crisis, which has impacted most on the poorest of us, followed by a divisive national election and the ongoing disruption and division being caused throughout Aotearoa by the coalition government's policy changes, many of which are a disaster for what we call nature and also for the social fabric of what we call society. If we look globally, we see escalating natural disasters, quote unquote, with more devastation of places and people and escalating political tensions and wars. And we know that another natural disaster could occur in Hawke's Bay at any time. In trying to make sense of all of this, I came across a report published by the Post-Carbon Institute in June 2023, titled Welcome to the Great Unravelling, Navigating the Polycrisis of Environmental and Social Breakdown. In the report, a polycrisis is defined as follows. A global polycrisis occurs when crises in multiple global systems become causally entangled in ways that significantly degrade humanity's prospects. These interacting crises produce harms greater than the sum of those the crises would produce in isolation, were their host systems not so deeply interconnected. The authors then go on to say, there is, as we will see, abundant evidence that humanity is already in the throes of a polycrisis. According to the report, there are 4 main overarching issues identified as part of what it calls the Great Unravelling. The first one is the alarming, rapidly changing environmental and social conditions we find ourselves living in. The second is the need to grapple with complexity, uncertainty, and conflicting priorities. Thirdly, the need to maintain social cohesion within societies and peaceful relations between them, while implementing key changes in collective behaviour and managing the negative consequences of past failures to act. My list of challenges above is an example of the latter. Fourthly, the personal competencies that are needed to understanding what's happening and to respond constructively, primarily by building household and community resilience for this precarious time. I think we have and can all see evidence of the first issue manifesting in our region, in our country and around the world over recent years. And we are becoming aware of the challenge of complexity, uncertainty and conflict in priorities. Unfortunately, we are not doing well at maintaining social cohesion while implementing key changes in collective behaviour and managing the negative consequences of past failures to act. And for most people and organisations, the building of personal competencies, understanding and the ability to respond constructively is non-existent or at a very low level. At this point, we urgently need leaders within national, regional and local governments in partnership with tangata whenua, NGOs, local community groups and those individuals who are awake to step up to this task. It would have been best if we had stepped up decades ago or even just years ago. But as the saying goes, better late than never. And at this point, late is from now on. Following on from there, the question for each of us as individuals and within the various levels of governance needs to be, What is required of us right now, and how can we do what needs to be done? In the context of the great unravelling, what might the council do differently in finalising its long-term plan for the next 3 years? My sense is that the elephant in the room, which is number 1 above, needs to be openly acknowledged rather than hedged around in general terms. That is, we need to be totally honest with ourselves and each other about the huge issues we face both environmentally and socially. This includes governments at all levels. In terms of climate change, this means talking honestly about the big changes in lifestyle we need to make to stop polluting the atmosphere now, which is mitigation, something that most of us are unwilling to contemplate, whilst also responding to the damage we have already caused, or adaptation. We absolutely cannot ignore mitigation and just focus on adaptation. This is a dereliction of duty. Then we need to set about upskilling ourselves in respect of numbers 1, 2 and 3 and 4, which I mentioned. What is the role of councils and specifically the Hawke's Bay Climate Change Joint Committee in all of this? Is the Joint Committee focused only on strategy and policy, or can it actively work with, support and fund groups such as the Hawke's Bay Environment Centre and Biodiversity Hawke's Bay to address the 4 issues of the great unravelling in the list above? And this then brings up the issue of funding and resources, which I raised in my written submission. Given that delaying mitigation any longer will inevitably continue to compound costs in the future, both financially and in terms of human suffering, I believe we need to spend money now, here I'm referring also to the quote from Nicholas Stern, which was in my initial submission, either via selling investments or taking out loans, whichever is more prudent. And I acknowledge I have no economic, no financial literacy, as it were. There is a lot of work being done in this area around the world and here in Aotearoa. One approach which is becoming more common is deliberative democracy. The Helen Clark Foundation has recently completed a report in partnership with the global infrastructure company WSP entitled A Shared Future, Working with Communities to Adapt to a Changing Climate. This report talks about new ways of working with communities around adaptation planning. It includes chapters entitled The Case for Engaging with Communities on Climate Change Adaptation, Principles of Community Engagement, Innovative Engagement Tools and Policy Considerations. The report also includes a number of case studies on projects undertaken in Aotearoa, New Zealand in recent times, including the development of a participatory adaptive strategy for managing coastal hazards in Hawke's Bay, which I guess most of you will be familiar with. It also includes another case study called the South Dunedin Future Program, which is very relevant to Napier, given that we have similar topographies. Another organisation working in the area of council engagement with their communities is Day2, the Centre for Informed Futures at the University of Auckland. There are several pieces of work done by Day2 that are of interest to me, and I hope they will be of interest to the council too. The first is a piece of research entitled Complex Conversations, a Deliberative Democratic Model for New Zealand. The second is a collaboration between Day2, Te Wea Charitable Trust and the Gisborne District Council called Empowering Communities Through Deliberative Democracy. This was a discussion between people from each of the 3 organisations and was recorded on video. A quote from an article entitled Using Deliberative Democracy to Explore the Future of Auckland's Water Supply provides a definition of this process, and potentially you're all aware of this, but anyway, deliberative democratic processes come in a variety of shapes and sizes, from tiny deliberative cells to large citizens' assemblies, but they all share some key elements. First, the people involved are randomly selected from the target population, be it a neighbourhood, a city or a country or a region, in a manner similar to jury selection. Second, they are given a clear remit by the commissioning body and a commitment to take their recommendations into account when making decisions. Third, they're well resourced to engage with the questions. They are given enough time, access to relevant knowledge and experts, often of their choice, and they're paid for the hours spent. Food and adequate space, nearly there, is provided. And finally, then, they are expected to find a shared ground, perhaps not the solution they are most passionate about, but something they can all live with. With all this What all this research opens up is a way of broadening and deepening participation and decision-making in our city or our region, resulting in a deeper understanding of the issues and better, more durable decisions. This could also break down some of the us and them barriers that often arise between councils and community. Both of these shifts are essential as we face the ever-increasing challenges of navigating the polycrisis of environmental and social breakdown that we are living with and in. And I'll just go on to say there's a lot more to discuss, and I look forward to, in some way, shape or form, further discussion around this issue.
Oh, very well done, Vanessa. Thank you for sharing that with us. It's very profound, actually. So well done, particularly around the climate resilience piece and the work we do in the adaptation and mitigation space. So thank you very much. Do we have one question for Vanessa?
Too many.
Too many, so many. So thank you very much. We really appreciate your submission.
Thank you very much.
Can I please invite David up from the Hawke's Bay Future Farming Trust, and Phil.
And Willie.
And Willie. Hey, welcome back, the three of you.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you very much.
Look forward to your presentation, and we've got 10 minutes together.
Yep.
So hand it over. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We won't use our 10 minutes, I hope. We'll take the
Famous last words.
submission.
Famous last words, yes.
We'll
Take
take
it
the
as read.
submission as read,
Thank
please.
you.
I'd just like to thank you for having this opportunity to speak to the submission. Trust that you've all read it well and understand it thoroughly. Thank you for having the foresight 5 years ago to set us up. We've been running now for 5 years. We've made some progress along the way. I think we've used our initial seed money well. We now have one big 6-year project up and running. And we're working hard, as you can see in this submission, to get some more work in farmer resilience. You know that the work that we do is really closely aligned with the work of this council. As I said, we've got the carbon positive project up and running, which is good for the vegetable industry and arable industry, but we need similar case studies and evidence of the change needed for farmland. Most of Hawke's Bay is, or 70% of our farmland is pastoral agriculture, and resilient farming systems are needed. Adaptation to the current systems needed. As we all know, we've just had a big smack to remind us of that. I was watching UK TV last night, and there was an advertisement of a young couple sitting in a grassy, sunny pasture, a diverse mixed pasture, we'd call it, and they were eating their McCain's fries and saying how tasty they were, how good they were, and how they were grown using regenerative farming practices which are good for the environment. That sort of market pull is what our farmers need more and more of, and that's what our submission is all about. Dave's our GM. We've been restructuring ourselves. We've got new trustees, as you know. Haniwa helping us with that. Willie is another one of our trustees, and they're going to fill in the gaps that I've missed in my discussion.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, thank you for your support. As Phil alluded to, you know, the importance for the Hawke's Bay region, we like to call it the carbon sponge. It's building that resilience within our soils and actually understanding more about our soils. It's trying to leave soil in place rather than have it wash away. So if we can build that resilience, we can retain more moisture and nutrients in our soils. They're not getting into our waterways. They're not going out and washing into the oceans. So that whole resilience piece is really important. the trust sees its part as being able to influence that and bring case studies to farmers, practical solutions that they can then take away and learn from. And that's why we run workshops, we run a conference, we've got these projects, farming for the carbon positive project, so that was a $3 million project funded with MPI's assistance and main industry support from McCain's and Heinz Waddy. We have another project that we're working on, Farming for Carbon, that's looking at the pastoral sector in a similar sense and how we can work with farmers and look at systems and adapt systems to become more resilient. And that is leaving more pasture, longer roots. It's looking at the water cycles, looking at biodiversity cycle, and working through that. So that's a bit about the trust. We have put the monies that the council has given us to work, so we leverage off that. We use it as seed capital, but we also go out and fundraise in our own right with the private sector and other public entities. And we hope that we double that effect. So for every dollar that you support us with, we can double that effect going forward. So we thank you for that. And we have obviously a paper in front of you asking for some more support ongoing. So we're hoping that we can get some support from the regional council in that respect.
I'll just probably rather than talking to that, I'll just talk about my own context, I suppose, and why I agreed to join, become a trustee. So I'm one of those dirty dairy farmers from Ashley Clinton down in the Tukipo catchment. And yeah, so 4 or 5 years ago, we decided to transition from sort of conventional dairy. We had about 1,400 or 1,450 cows we were milking at the time, and we've dropped, so since we've dropped about 30% of the cows out of the catchment, and we're consistently more profitable with a far lower cost and more resilient system, and now certified organic. So yeah, from my perspective, I can really see the value of trying to get farmers to start looking at a change in the way they're farming, because really for their own sakes. We all know the challenges that farming's under at the moment, increased costs, environmental challenges, all the rest of it, and we feel that we've managed to mitigate most of those, and we're actually quite insulated from those. So I just thought I'd just mention that in terms of it's not all just about doing the right thing for the environment as well. It's about farmers doing the right thing for their businesses too, I believe.
Thank you, the three of you, and just congratulations on the results that you've got from the seed funding so far. And we see in your paper the requests for further funding to help with those really important projects that you're undergoing. So we will consider them as a council through our deliberations. But for now, I'll open up for questions. Councillor Sears.
Question, thanks. Nice to see you all. The carbon project, they're starting with baseline measurements now. How long till you, how long's is it yearly measurements, and how long till you get to a point that you can understand the cycle well enough that we could be talking about trading carbon, soil carbon?
Many years. Soil carbon is very variable, so you need to do a lot of testing to establish a baseline, and that means because it's very variable, you need a big change to be able to measure it and have a certified level of increase in soil carbon. So we're talking 3 to 5 year timeframes from baseline testing to first round of monitoring.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Thank you for your submission and your time. Lovely to have you here with us.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your submission. Just before
before we go?
Bob and from Takaro Trails, sorry, who's that? Karen.
Bob's from Whakake.
Marae. Yeah, we're just running a bit late, so if you don't mind, could you turn off your camera because you're like big faces on our screens, and just we'll be with you soon. Sorry, we're running about 20 minutes late. Thanks. Just inviting up Bruce and Debbie from Biodiversity Hawke's Bay. Oh, I was going to ask you, are you called Bruce Willis? Because it's Wills, but you know, you want to say Bruce Willis.
Mr. COVID got Mr. Bruce.
Oh, he's got COVID.
So Mr. Bruce has abandoned me for COVID. So I figured, so I'm joined by Louisa, but I figured, and so did Bruce, that you'd rather not see him complete with face mask and a positive COVID test. So it is down to me for what is our most important meeting yet, it's regional council.
I'm sure you can handle it.
Start with me. Well, there you go. You know, I have presented to you before, and I'd like to think that presentations from here on in are just a update rather than a let's add to your financial woes by asking for more money. Because though we do appreciate the fiscal kind of issues that all the councils are facing, I have to say that reading all these plans from all the councils is a very depressing read. And so I'd much rather be on this side of the fence. Actually, no, not really sometimes, but the decisions you are really tough. But of course, we wouldn't be Biodiversity Hawke's Bay if we didn't say that we don't agree with your slowdown about biodiversity kind of projects and initiatives. And we're also unhappy to see two other areas of slowdown, which also we believe had an impact on biodiversity. And I'm glad somebody said it earlier before. I'm not going to tell you about the importance of biodiversity because I look around the room and I know that you all understand that importance. But we see us as being an integral part of you achieving your statutory obligations and the engagement with the community in achieving your objectives. And we haven't received any operational funding from the Regional Council since 2021. And now we're saying, please, can we have some operational funding? Because otherwise we will run out of funding through 2025. And that will leave, we believe, yourselves, well, and us, we will cease operations, and I think that will have an impact on you and on us. And I think it'd be fair to say that when we sat in 2021 in front of council, we didn't really know how to really position ourselves and where we actually sat in a landscape with a lot of passionate people. And over the last 3 years, we have found that. And our job is to support those community groups in doing the doing. And I think, if we go on to the next slide, I think we included this slide in our presentation, but you'll remember Charles Doherty. Charles told me that being snazzy and including a little swirl in the zero made it look like we supported 4 groups. No, it's not. We actually are actively supporting over 40 community groups. I look at the likes of Belinda, and if we look at recent events with our contestable fund, she helps groups kind of even plan and scope their projects and what their objectives actually are. She then might help them apply for funding and do anything that's actually required. She, her job description says any other duties is required, and she really does that. But then it's the other side, when they get funding, she actually works to help them actually achieve that funding. And that's where Louisa also comes in as well, because at the moment we're holding around $200,000 in trust for 8 community groups that we have MOU with, and we help them, we pay their invoices, we give them their financial reporting. These are smaller groups who haven't yet made the decision whether they want to incorporate, whether that incorporation looks like it being an incorporated society or a trust. And we can help them work through that process as well. So we've had a couple of groups that have started off with us doing this, and they've morphed across in time, and we've taken their funds and they've set up themselves as their own organisations. Another great thing is our community portal, and we're adding more and more groups to that portal. There's now 21, soon to be a few more. And likewise, we've also had a couple of events this year which have been well supported, with over 146 people kind of coming along and registering for those events. And so we really believe that we need your help to support. The issue we actually have is it's not trendy supporting operational funding. Basically, we're like a big, I don't like using this word, but essentially we're like a big overhead where we spend our time helping other groups so that they don't have to do all the red tape and working through that. And that's not what people fund. They fund projects. So we're very successfully getting project funds for those groups. We've done quite well on the project funding. But even the Eastern and Central Community Trust, they will fund operational expenses to a maximum of $10,000 a year. So what we've got is a real absence of options for us to apply for operational funding. And we're just getting hit by everybody else being in a similar position. So we need your help to continue. And sorry, Ian, but I'm going to spoil some of your thunder. But hot off the press is that we've just this week finalised the 13 who have been given funding through our contestable fund this year. So we're currently working with your staff. Louisa is on our comms, but I thought, well, I'm not going to miss the opportunity. We confirmed it like yesterday, and Ian, I've got the I'm sitting up here. So these are the groups, the 13 groups that we're supporting this year with the funding. Of course, you supply the money, we do the work, and Louisa's done a fantastic thing, and it's great to be able to see. The depressing too, we had so many, 34 fantastic applications wanting hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it's good in one way, but it's also hard that we don't have all the money to serve everyone. But as you can see from that list, a fantastic group of people. And so I'll stop now. Pardon me, wanted to just talk for 10 minutes, so I didn't get any curly questions. But thank you for your time, as always. And I'll reiterate what a lot of other people have actually said as well. We couldn't have done what we've done without the support of the Regional Council. And it's not just the funding. It's if we need a meeting room, and it's just help with your IT. You still, be careful what I say, but you still host the website. It's things like that you cannot underestimate what it means for us. And so on that port, thank you very much for getting us to this point anyway.
Great, thanks and congratulations. Well done, across the region. And always positive and hopeful. Thank you, Debbie. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. So it's a little bit cheeky, but reflecting on what we've heard so far, sometimes I'm beginning to wonder if we just funded you guys, catchment groups, Future Farming Trust, what could we leverage off that? So what's your annual operating budget and how would it compare to the 1.5 million Tourism Hawke's Bay operating budget?
So, we've asked for, it's about 200K, 210, 220K. We've asked for 150 for year two. We've got enough to get through year one of the plan, which is good because I think reading your plan, year one's, So we've got enough to get through year one. So year two, we run out of funds midway through. So we're asking after $150,000 year two. And we've asked for 250 year three, but that's as much to reflect just the cost of everything going up. And the ideal is, I continue to apply for funding. I did one even over the weekend. I'm getting used to being told no. But the ideal is we could do with another Belinda as well. Belinda is just like the little unicorn that's out there helping different project groups and helping them and encouraging them because she knows what she's doing. But at the moment, about $210,000. And essentially we then spend our time, so we host the portal. We don't charge the community groups for anything. What we do ask, if we help them with an application for things like a DOC Community Fund grant, we just ask them to put 1.5% on the funding for our operational cost to cover that little bit of admin. But likewise, if you look at the Dotterells group, they got funding through our one, the West Shore Bay View, but the Clive Dotterell group got funding through PANPAC. So yet again, this year we again partnered with PANPAC. They did their grant round first, and then any unsuccessful people, then they automatically came across to us without having to make another application. So Clive was successful through PANPAC. So there are two groups that basically we're about to sign up the West Shore group. Clive is one of the groups we hold the funds for. So essentially we save them money and time as well. And but the other thing too is that what's really good is that queries that come through the Regional Council now are actually deferred to us first. And so we essentially try to actually help and connect them with people. And sometimes it might be back to the experts at the Regional Council because you've still got, we use some of your expertise, but we weed out and decide where they're best to be connected to. So.
Have you got any sense of the total funding you've managed to leverage off the funding that you've got to help people, get these projects off the ground?
Look, Anecdotally, no. I mean, I know that for the cross-country drain, for example, just looking at that, so Belinda helped connect Bupa with the residents, and so that was 3 years of funding of plants and that for that cross-country drain. So that basically happened because Belinda did the connecting and the engagement between Bupa, and that's where I look and think probably could have done more in actually doing that, because a lot of what we do actually delivers, if you like, a feel-good and a very subjective win, but it's quite hard to quantify, but that is an example of a quantifiable. Likewise, we got funding for the Des Bradema Memorial Planting at Whakatū. So all those sorts of things we've actually done, but I could go through all the monthly reports and do it, but that's where you have representation on both our strategy stewardship group and the trust board, so that feedback is hopefully coming through.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming to present. We do note the request for year 2 and year 3, so that would be part of our deliberations. Thank you.
Well, thank you for thinking about us too.
Thank you. All right, thank you for joining us. We are up to Bob Solomon from Whakaki Marae. Bob. Kia ora. Hey, thank you for your submission.
Kia ora hene wai, tuatahi kei te mihi kia koutou katoa, mai ngā kaitiaki o Whakaki Marae. Thank you first for giving me the opportunity to speak to the submission. So the gist of it is that, we're putting in a tono to council to be included in the flood resilience activities that will be undertaken within the Wairoa area. Specifically, there's a stop bank beside the marae there that does give the marae protection against flooding. And I guess as a result of how our marae was used as a community resilience hub during Cyclone Gabrielle last year, where we did operate for 7 to 10 days, assisting our whānau and community. The Marae Trust Committee actually took on the task of seeing that experience, I guess, pointed out a few shortcomings in the facilities that we have. So really, after Cyclone Gabrielle, the Marae Committee undertook a feasibility study on what it would take to upgrade some of our facilities there for future use. Now, what happened through that feasibility study is that the initial feedback that we got on the flood risk was that it was quite high, and conservative feedback was given at that point that we'd have to put our buildings up 2.7 metres if we were going to build there. So what the marae did fund was to undertake a detailed flood risk assessment, because we really needed to assess what our short and medium and long-term future was on the current site. So that detailed flood risk assessment was undertaken by the DHI, and the feedback from that was that if our stop bank was to be raised by somewhere between 300 and 500 mil, then that would meet the flood events, the 1 in 100 year flood events, taken into account climate change. So really, I guess the gist of it is that the marae would like to upgrade our facility so that we can continue to be a community resilience hub during these adverse events there. But that's not going to happen without that the stop bank being raised. Either that or we move our marae somewhere else, which may need to happen in the long term, but we're not thinking that at that stage. A couple of other things that aren't in the submission there is that the marae is also the location of the Whakaki Lake Nursery. You guys would be very aware of the mahi that HBRC is doing with Whakaki Lakes at the meantime, and that nursery provides the planting that we're doing, the riparian planting, all of that. So that would give the nursery added protection if we were able to raise that stop bank. We've also got about 2 hectares of land there that we've been eyeing up for papakainga, so that some of our whānau can come back. But without that stop bank being raised, that's not achievable either. There's also 5 households along Hinipua Road, and we've had initial conversations with the residents there. It's going to offer them additional protection too if we're able to raise the stop bank. So all in all, that's the tono that we're putting out to you, is that as part of the flood resilience activities that are taking place up here, that we be included in those plans.
Kia ora, thank you, Bob. Thank you, Robert. Hey, and just acknowledgement to you and Whakaki Marae for the role that you played in the response of Cyclone Gabriel for your community. We thank you very much for that. And I suppose your submission also demonstrates the strong partnerships that we do have. And I see that HBRC, our engineers, worked with you to assess the stop bank that is there, and looking forward to improvements. So I think our questioning will be along those lines, given the submission is focused on this. So questions. Councillor Lambert.
Yeah, kia ora, Bob. So you've got 3 options here. Is there any preferences, or is it all 3?
No, it was the last option of those, which was because that was where we can maintain our existing building levels. Why that's important is because, as you know, we have a lot of old people come along to our marae to attend various events. So we didn't particularly want to get into certainly 2-story buildings and stuff. But option 3 that's in there, Charlie, that speaks to raising that stop bank by 300 to 500 mil should be able to give us the ensure we can use the existing building levels that we have currently.
Cool.
Councillor Rodley.
Kia ora, Chair. Kia ora, Bob. Lovely to see you.
You too, Di.
Just congratulations on the work you have done so far and you continue to do. It's fabulous to see. I love it. I love the positive nature that feels so good to come to your marae. I understand that Nick has progressed some work with you with the engineers, and looking forward to catching up with you in the not too distant future to unpack that a bit further. Kia ora.
That would be really, look forward to that opportunity, Di.
Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Kia ora, Bob. Look, you would have seen from our consultation document that we have a standard approach for funding flood resilience around 70% targeted rate, 30% general rate, and then we have non-standard arrangements that we're consulting on for Wairoa and Porongahau. What's your view on the funding arrangement for Whakaki works, please?
Yeah, to be honest, Councillor, I don't really know. I don't have an opinion on it. What I guess my appearance here today is to just try and progress the work for the marae that we know we need to do. I know it's a very difficult position for both the council and how it needs to be to have moderation around the rates, but then it's also a tricky one for those ratepayers who have to come up with the dollars to do that work.
Yeah, kia ora, Bob. Look, Chair's granted me one more question, and I think it's quite important. You mentioned the idea of papakainga, the opportunity to develop some more there. One of the considerations that for flood protection is maladaption, what used to be called moral hazard, and that if we're putting in place more protection, that can encourage more development behind it. Can you just, I appreciate that I'm just springing this on you, but How do you see that in the context of Papakai and the community there, that if we did go ahead and build something, that might put more people in danger?
Yeah, and that certainly is the view as well. One thing is that, like what we do to our own facilities when we upgrade them, at some stage you'd think we're going to have to go back into the hills. The way that climate change is looking in the very long term, our tipuna come from out of the hills, settled down in the flatlands once they had been drained there, with rising sea levels and all the rest of it. I think at some stage we'll be going back into the hills. So there's a bit around there around needing to be as resilient as possible. So if it was to turn out that down the track that there were some threat coming upon us, then we'd have to be ready to move. In terms of the papagaiing development at the marae, it wouldn't be large scale. One of the key aspects of that is that there are people who do want to move back to the village, who don't really have the resources to build their own places. So having things associated with the marae not only breathes life back into the marae, but also gives our people opportunity as well. So I understand that by things like raising stop banks, that does pose an additional risk should event happen that nullifies that work there, or if there is a flooding. But yeah. In terms of what the long-term aspirations of our people are, it's about being able to return back to the village.
Kia ora, Bob. I really appreciate the work and the intergenerational perspective and that historical and forward-thinking perspective you bring to this. Thank you.
Kia ora, Bob.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission.
Kia ora anyway.
Ka kite.
Thank you. Thank you all. Ka kite.
Can I please invite John Bostock up, please? Thank you. Welcome back. We had you down for yesterday, but we've got you today.
So, I apologise.
No, that's okay.
Oh, that's very remiss.
We have your submission, so we can take it as read. So
Thank you very much.
We have 10 minutes.
I want to talk in two parts. Firstly, about the rate, and secondly, about the flood protection. And last time I was here, we talked about flood protection. Normally, I don't worry about rate rises. I they go up every year and just take it on the chin. But I happened to be walking down my corridor and my CFO came up and said, "John, do you realise that the rates have gone up somewhere between 50 and 100%? I said, no, and had no idea. Sophie Sears assured me that the capital charge won't have that much effect, and there's a lot of concern out there in the community, a lot of angst about the combined effect, and I ask that councillors think very carefully about the combined effect of the 19.6% rate rise and and moving to the capital charge, and what happened and how it created, for some of us, a huge rate rise. There is a lot of concern out there in the community. We held the Hawke's Bay Fruit Growers Association held a public meeting in the Twyford Hall, and 4 of you guys turned up, Jock, Zan, Jerf, and Will. It was sad you couldn't make it in a way.
My apologies, I had a family commitment.
Of course, and the growers weren't too ferocious, so
yes, they were. Sure, they
I thought they were. Yeah. I thought we were very polite and calm and civil. But when firstly, there's a lot of pain out there, as you know. there's a huge amount of ongoing effect from the cyclone, a huge amount of cyclone recovery, and the general economic climate, the way markets are. There's genuine distress out there. So when I looked at the rate rise, I mean, moving to the capital charge is one thing, but the 19.6%, on the face of it, at first I thought, oh, well, we've had a cyclone, we're obviously going to fix up a lot of that. But when I looked into it, I found only 0.7% of the rate rise actually relates to some of that cyclone work, and a lot of it, and these are the figures I've got, a lot of it relates to inflation, business as usual, and catching up. And I just think you need to read the room. There is a recession. The government is cutting back. I noticed the Reserve Bank governor cited as one of the reasons interest rates are not going to be reduced is because of rate charges across New Zealand. So we hit a double whammy where interest rates are going to be higher for longer, and we get this massive rate increase, which is pretty severe. And I think in a way it's time for some leadership. I really do. I think you get a lot of requests for funding, and here today. But there's some really hard decisions, and it's tough. It's really tough. And Nick, you might have to prune the team. I noticed in 2014 you had 182 staff, and just 9 years later, in June 2023, you've got 413 staff, which is, well, these are the numbers from your own documents, and that's at a time when a lot of technologies come to bear. I think there's some real productivity issues. I think we need to really focus on it. I mean, when I think about the transport subsidy going from a bit over 3 million in 3 years last year, a bit over to over 7 million in 3 years' time, I think you've got to make some really hard decisions. Maybe there's some services that we can't supply. Maybe there's things we can do better. And I notice there's a lot of groups that come to you looking for money, including Hawke's Bay Tourism. And you've got to think clearly, are you picking winners? Are you taxing us to give to others? I mean, if it's such a good deal and if it's going to bring so much wealth to the community, why don't they fund it themselves? This is, I think you've got to realise that you're taxing one sector to give to another sector. It's a real issue. I want to make it clear that I don't support selling assets to pay revenue type expenditure. I think you should sell assets. I do think you should sell assets. I think the return on the assets is pitiful, and I don't think I think it's very uncertain that you'll get more return. I think one option is to sell assets to pay down debt. I mean, the great thing about paying down debt, it's 100% guaranteed return, and it's completely risk-free. And at whatever interest rates you're paying, you can guarantee you'll get that return. Which leads me to the second part of this discussion. And I think, as I mentioned earlier, I think it's slightly ingenious of the council in their publications, because such a small proportion is going to the cyclone recovery, when last time I presented, I explained that I think our flood protection systems are in serious, is the number one issue, and in serious need of remedial work. And I think you'd be absolutely justified in selling assets, as long as you have capital, sell them for capital projects. I think it's an absolute no-brainer given the risk for our community. So there you go.
Kia ora. Thank you, John. Okay, Councillor Sears.
Well, only to call slander, actually. John, I'll remind you, you sat in that chair and said you'd had all your properties assessed under revenue and finance, and actually that over all your properties, which I think you said were over 100, you actually came out net positive from revenue and finance. We can watch you on recording. So I have to call slander on that one. But I don't have a question, but I will acknowledge your issues around selling assets for infrastructure, and that we have asked HBRC, as you probably know, to look at that and to come back with us, to come back to us with a picture on how that might look. So your words have been heeded, as the rest of the community have. But I can't afford a lawyer, so don't worry, I won't be pushing the slander claim.
Well, you can if you like. Yeah, what can I say? My CFO's given me the numbers. The combined effect is something like 50%. And I do wonder whether you looked at each issue separately and not in its entirety, the combined effect of the capital charge and the 19.6% general rate rise.
Councillor Foley.
Thank you, Chair, and I've got a question. Thank you, John, for that. I just wanted to gain a bit of insight in the way you make decisions. You're saying we've got to make some tough decisions, and there's a lot of pain out there, and we absolutely get that. So when you're meeting with your CFO or your board, you know, and you're like, shivers, that our income's down, our costs are up, the bank's on our case, how quickly do you make decisions? Do you say, oh, well, look, we're too busy picking apples, we'll worry about that in 6 months' time? Or how do you go about the timing?
No, in the private sector, as many of you will know, we react quickly, and you can't. A delayed decision only makes it worse, only makes it even worse. Quick decisions, immediate action has to be done, and it's tough. It's tough for you guys to make these calls.
Councillor McIntosh.
Thanks, John. Look, I enjoyed the succinct nature of your submission. I just had one point to note, is that as far as asset income is concerned, you've said it hasn't been great previously. That's true, and we've done some things to change that. And if we're half good at that, then the assets will achieve more for us than the cost of borrowing. So in that context, do you still think we should be selling assets to pay down loans?
Absolutely. I mean, you are the regulator. You're not in the business of taxing us to make investments on our behalf to lower our rates. It's entrepreneurs and businesses' job to make investment. Give us back our money, and we'll do better.
That's okay. We'll just leave it there. Councillor Curtin.
Yeah, John, I noticed your interest in the previous speakers and your efforts on behalf of the environment, particularly in pioneering organic production in the region, and congratulations for that. If you're in our shoes in terms of investments that we could make, how would you rate the likes of biodiversity, sustainable farming and the like? Where would you place that in terms of money we do invest and money we do spend?
You've got some really tough decisions ahead of you, but I think, to Will's point, you have to live in the real world and get to the numbers. And once you've got a clear idea of the number, the target, you've then got to look at your priorities. And biodiversity is really important, but protecting our community from floods, life and limb, is possibly even more important. And I think, I'm amazed. In our business, we've cut a lot of staff. I've been amazed at how much work we can do with less people, and avoiding wasteful meetings. I say a meeting more than half an hour, or a meeting that anyone turns up to that's not prepared, you're wasting time. And to have meetings, to talk to people, you're just burning money and time and effort. And I think it's time, not only this council, but many other councils have a real look at their productivity.
Thank you, John. Always good to have you speaking to us, and thank you for your time.
Well, I apologise for not making my allotted time.
I did put in your apologies, knowing that yesterday was a very important day for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I call up Barb Henson? Thanks. Hey. Welcome from the Henson Property Group. Lovely to have you. We have 10 minutes with you. You can assume we've read your submission, and if you would like some question time near the end within the 10 minutes, we can do that.
Okay, thank you. I'm here to talk about the Hawke's Bay Tourism Funding, and I'm representing our business, which is the Henson Property Group. We have recently completed the Tribune project in Hastings, which has a number of tenants, including hospitality and retailers. And tourism is obviously a really important part of growing Tribune and what we intended it to be, which is a really attractive place to come and visit for both locals and for people out of town. As part of Tribune, we also have an events space, which is called the Atrium, and we are advertising that, and it's been utilised for events like weddings and corporate industry events. Just last week, we had the New Zealand Specialty Coffee Association dinner, so all those kind of industry events, which includes a lot of people from out of town. We're really trying to go after that kind of business because it is great for Hawke's Bay, we believe. It not only means that they use a space like ours, but they all go out for meals and they use accommodation and lots of other byproducts of having visitors to our region. So we have been given support by Hawke's Bay Tourism to grow our Atrium events value proposition. They've been really helpful. They have such in-depth knowledge of how the corporate events market works, and they've been able to give us access to lots of different pathways where we can perhaps grow that side of our events business. So that's been really helpful. But I think our personal interest in Hawke's Bay tourism aside, I just think it is really short-sighted not to be continuing investment into growing our region from a tourist perspective. We've got a really beautiful region, but unless we showcase that and let people know about it, we're just going to find that the tourism side, particularly this really lucrative events tourism, is going to dry up because people have choices of where they're going to spend their money, and a lot of the other regions are doing a really good job of showcasing their regions, and if we don't continue to invest in that, we'll find that we just really lose ground. So I just think it's so important, and I know you've got a lot of things that you need to spend money on, but I think this is just one area which potentially creates massive value for Hawke's Bay, and it is the one consolidated body that is representing Hawke's Bay at different events around the country. Without it, all these individual operators wouldn't be able to afford to have any representation at those industry events. So the networks are really vital for all of us. So two aspects, not just holiday tourists, but secondly, the event industry, corporate, sporting, endless opportunities. You just need to look at how much money came into Hawke's Bay a few weekends ago with the Hawke's Bay Marathon. Massive. Fork is obviously a fantastic series of events that is put together by Hawke's Bay Tourism, but I think, Horse of the Year, the marathon, mission concerts, they stimulate so much growth, and we all know that. We just see how many people come to Hawke's Bay over that time. Fabulous region, so much to offer visitors. We need to recognise this, grow this and create value. And I think Hawke's Bay tourism is key to promoting our region. We'd be really short-sighted not to continue this investment. That's all I have to say. Thank
Kia
you.
ora. Thank you, Barb. Thank you for your submission and presentation. We will start with Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair, and kia ora, Barb. Thanks for coming in. Look, I have to declare that a couple of days ago I was open-mouthed at your Tribune development, and it was only partly because I was lying on my back having my teeth seen to very, very efficiently. It's a beautiful development. I'm really interested that actually for you the event space is only a very small, I hope you enjoyed that, a very small part of your business, and what you've actually got is a highly, what seems to be a highly diversified group of tenants. And I just wonder whether you can provide any additional perspective on those tenants, the tenancy, and maybe the backgrounds of the tenants and the reason why they are in Hastings and Hawke's Bay. Can you see a tourism and the tourism, Hawke's Bay tourism offering connecting with that part of your business as well?
The reason they are in Hastings and Tribune is because we worked very hard to get them there. We've got some really key hospitality tenants in there, particularly Brave Brewery, and they some of the Kindred Road, Tamuki Don, and oh my goodness as well, but I think particularly Brave are a big attraction to people that come into the region. They have visitors to Hawke's Bay coming into Brave all the time, and they, I think for them, the opportunities they've had by being mentioned in Kia Ora magazine, which I'm sure was through Hawke's Bay Tourism, and other forms of advertising have been really fantastic for them. And that also promotes their beer, which is sold throughout New Zealand as well. So it's really, is that answering your question? Not really.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I think, obviously some of our more office tenants are servicing more of the local market. There are a few that have a more, that I don't think tourism is a massive part of their business, but for our retailers and hospitality, certainly is really important. Yeah.
Councillor Curtin.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for your submission. Just getting back to Hawke's Bay Tourism, how much do you contribute annually to HBT, and what do you think is a reasonable contribution from a broader sector of a broader number of the sector coming forward? What's a good number to work with in terms of the money that the sector contributes?
I think it's a really difficult one to quantify because there's such a big range of sizes of businesses that access the services of Hawke's Bay Tourism. We have only very recently taken over the events business and engaged with Hawke's Bay Tourism for the first time, and they've already put us in touch with a number of different businesses. I think it's a staggered contribution that you can make depending on your membership.
So what is yours?
So I think just to have a basic listing, and I think it's about, I don't know, $600 a year, something like that. Yeah. But I think you can go up to having a much greater, membership subscription. Yeah. I mean, we're just sort of starting off. So for us, it's finding our way as to whether we've got much value there, really. Yeah.
Last question, Councillor McIntosh. Thanks.
Actually, I just endorse Councillor Harding's comments about the quality of what you've done there. And other councillors, you should see it if you haven't. It really is part of the transformation of that part of town. Look, you may not be able to answer this, but I'd be interested to know the investment that Hanson Group has made into the Tribune precinct.
Oh, a lot. Yeah. I couldn't give you exact figures, but way over 10, less than 20 just, probably. A lot. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's been significant amount of investment into it. And I think, we're investing a lot into the atrium space at the moment, which is trying to enhance it as an event opportunity. But Rob would have to give you those figures. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Barb. Yeah, we really appreciate the time that you've spent on this. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Inviting Lucinda Perry up the front, and I know you're still on there, Karen. Karen, you're after Lucinda. Thanks for waiting.
Turn it over into a business.
So Lucinda, you join us on behalf of the Hastings City Business Association. Welcome. Thank you for having me. We have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me here today. Without the solid work from Hawke's Bay Tourism since 2011, if you weren't from here or had any connection, there was a very good chance you'd have no idea what Hawke's Bay could offer you. I am Hawke's Bay proud. I was born and raised here, and now have 3 small children I am raising here too. Albeit a few more grey hairs, but anyway. This region is incredible, and my friends and family all based here agree too. I've seen firsthand the positive impact Hawke's Bay tourism has had on the influx of visitors, businesses opening, out-of-town property developers paying attention and investing in Hastings CBD specifically. We are now a region 80% of people around New Zealand visit and spend money in. I am General Manager of the Hastings City Business Association. We represent over 500 businesses in the CBD of Hastings. Businesses that need visitation. Businesses that rely on tourism to survive. Businesses that can't always fund their own promotional activity as they're focused on purely getting through, surviving the month, trying to find adequate staff and just selling their best product or service. We need one voice showcasing to key regions around New Zealand why you'd come here and what's on offer. And we are a proud member of Hawke's Bay Tourism. I'm here on behalf of my 5 board members, Craig Ridderford from BWR, John Vandenberg from John's Bakery, Leah Burney from Bramwell Bait Lawyers, Angus Thompson from Thompson Suits, and Ross Hill-Rennie from the Tile Shed. All local business owners and all passionate about the region and ensuring it gets the essential promotion it needs. Tourism is pivotal for the sustainability and growth of our region. It not only drives our economy, but also generates job opportunities and bolsters various key sectors, including hospitality, retail, and professional services. So we are very much in favour of Hawke's Bay Tourism's counter-proposal to the proposed funding cuts from Hawke's Bay Regional Council, which I selected option B in my submission. But really our preference is status quo. We don't want to see any funding cut. Hawke's Bay Tourism creates a huge amount of value for our region. We are collectively committed to working together for the long-term benefit of the Hawke's Bay tourism sector, and we hope you are too. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucinda. Great, short and sharp.
Short and sharp.
presentation.
It's
And
afternoon, you'll be all...
You must have gone in very early because you're number 6 submitter. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Short, sharp and in there.
Yeah, in there. Councillor Rodley.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Lucinda, for that nice, succinct presentation. Just trying to understand your board and how it operates. I see you've got 500 members within your business group, and congratulations on that. And I noticed you have the title of GM. Is that a voluntary role or a paid role?
Paid role.
And so do your 500 members pay a levy into the?
Yes, to Hastings District Council. Okay. So a component of their rates is a CBD marketing levy.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Senses onto it. We need to.
Any further questions? Councillor Curtin.
Oh, okay. I'll ask the obvious. You've got 500 members. How many of them are members of Hawke's Bay Tourism, and how much do they pay to Hawke's Bay Tourism?
That's a very good question. I actually don't have that figure on the top of my head. I know we're a member, so we pay $345 annually.
$345?
Yeah. But I could certainly find out how many members of our membership are also members. But as a collective voice for Hastings CBD, we see that as
Do you see there's
being
room
represented.
for increasing that contribution from the sector? You've got a group of 500, obviously very committed to Hawke's Bay tourism. Do you think we could talk to them some more about saying, perhaps doubling their contribution to $700 or $7,000 or $70,000?
As I mentioned in my submission, a lot of our businesses are struggling to make ends meet week on week. So I'd say short answer, no. In terms of the funding that we can put towards Hawke's Bay tourism, we'd absolutely consider that, because from my perspective, my viewers would do what it takes to ensure that they still exist. But I certainly think that funding needs to come from Hawke's Bay Regional Council.
Okay, any further questions for Lucinda? Alan, thank you so much for joining us.
Am I the only one that's had one?
And sharing your views, and
Thank you.
thank you very much. Karen, are you still with us from Takaro Trails?
Yes, I am.
Oh,
Let me just find.
Yep, you can turn your camera on now. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, no problem. I actually just turned it on because it was telling me it wasn't working, so I was trying to test it. So I'm really sorry about that. I didn't realise it was going straight into you. Well, thank you for having me here today. It's really good to see you all. And I know it's been a long couple of days for you, so I'll try and make my submission pretty succinct as well. And my name is Karen Greenslade. I'm part of Takaro Trails Cycle Tours. We're one of the major tourism operators in Hawke's Bay. We bring domestic and international markets to this region to enjoy what we have here. Number one, I want to talk about Hawke's Bay Regional Council's reduction in funding for Hawke's Bay tourism. No surprise there, I am not for the reduction. You've proposed to reduce Hawke's Bay tourism funding by 2/3 this year and completely by 26-27. Option B is status quo for this year and reductions to 441k for the next 2 years, or for the next years after. Option B does give the organisation Hawke's Bay Tourism more time to change and implement new funding strategies, but my preference is status quo. I believe that's where we want to be, and Takaro Trails definitely support Hawke's Bay Tourism and all of the activities that Hamish and his team comes up with. I think that Hawke's Bay Regional Council understands the contribution of tourism to Hawke's Bay. You all know how valuable it is. The visitor economy has a hugely positive impact on our community and a lot of our local businesses. To support this is a sound investment of ratepayer dollars. Tourism is the third biggest contributor to the regional GDP. On average, 18,000 visitors come here every day. It employs 1 in 10 people. Thousands of our business benefit, and also Hawke's Bay, tourism supports all the fun stuff that you and your families get up to in the weekends. Very important. Hawke's Bay Tourism is the one agency that delivers the promotions that brings those people here and allows us to benefit from that visitor economy. It's clear that the RTO is an agency we want to keep. And having a few conversations with some of you guys, that's a question I've asked Neil directly, and he says yes, definitely find that it's valuable and want to keep it. I think the question that we want to be talking about is the funding model, and I understand that Hawke's Bay Regional Council want a change in that funding model. But to be fair, option A doesn't really allow for change, and I just want to quote Neil Curtin on this. He said to me that it's perhaps a shot across the bow of Hawke's Bay Tourism's waka. And I kind of think that option A isn't really a shot across the bow. It's maybe a shot straight into the middle of the waka, and maybe it's going to be sinking after this. So I absolutely do not think option A is the way to go. I know that you've had a lot of speakers around Hawke's Bay tourism, and I know you've had a lot of figures quoted, and I probably think that the message has got through to you, and or that the message has been given to you that Hawke's Bay tourism is something to support. The other thing that I wanted to talk to you about is the next point, which was Hawke's Bay Regional Council say defer all new capital works on cycleways aside from $50,000 per year for safety improvements. My thoughts are here because obviously invested in the Hawke's Bay Cycle Trails. Our business is very much part of this. I say invest more. The Hawke's Bay Trails are one of Aotearoa's 23 great rides. Collectively, they contribute $1 billion per year to regional economies. I think that cycle tourism is absolutely booming in New Zealand, and I think that we could get a bigger slice of the pie, but to gain these long-term benefits, the trail network needs to be completed. And I don't know whether you're aware, but there is a couple of projects in the wings that the council's been sitting on for a number of years, and with no progress being made on them. So if these two projects were started and implemented, we would have a 4-day cycle loop in the region, which means a huge asset to our region. It would bring a lot of visitors to Hawke's Bay, and also the ongoing benefits, accommodation, the hospitality, transport. It would be a huge asset to our region. Funding capital spend on our trails currently comes from MB and Hawke's Bay Regional Council. You guys did secure 2.2 million from MB last year to repair our trails after the cyclone, which was awesome, and we're pretty much 95% repaired and up and going, which is absolutely amazing. And I think the Regional Council does an incredible job on the maintenance and the management of the trails. So thank you for that. MB stated that the Hawke's Bay Trails is one of the busiest trails in our region, in New Zealand, consistently 700 to 800,000 trips per annum since 2019. And it's one of the very valuable trails in New Zealand. I think that more investment should go into Hawke's Bay Trails for a couple of reasons. So Hawke's Bay Regional Council will gain a bigger and more long-term return on investment. The cycle trails are largely built on existing infrastructure and infrastructure that's being spent on at the moment. So mostly stop banks, which obviously have a very real purpose to stop flooding. However, if you add cycle trails onto this infrastructure, and the stop banks have become a dual purpose and a lot bigger return on investment. Cycling itself and encouraging people to cycle. So if you build the cycleways, they will get used. There's returns for our community. Investment in infrastructure makes cycling possible, gives mental and physical health benefits to our communities. And cycle routes also offer low-cost access to employment and education alongside cleaner air and less traffic. All mandates that our local councils are invested in. In New Zealand, transport planners estimate money spent on cycling infrastructure yields benefits between 10 to 25 times the cost. And this is from Waka Kotahi NZTA agency report and from June last year. Obviously, there is the emissions reduction plan as well, which is on the table. And the aim is to get towards net zero emissions by 2050. And the emissions reduction plan has committed $350 million to encourage walking and cycling on public transport alternatives. University of Canterbury professors have done many studies on this, and one big advantage to cycling infrastructure is people become healthier and happier. That's what we want. Here back in Hawke's Bay, Takore Trails and 6 other cycle operators have come together to create a cycle operators group. We've come together in a way to help support each other and to talk about issues and maybe contribute to some of the problems and contribute to the solutions to those problems. We all agree there's a couple of projects, I talked about them before, that exist, have been sitting in the pipeline, which we would love to be actioned to complete our cycle pathway loop. So one is Karamu Wineries Extension. So the Karamu stream comes out of Havelock North, and this pathway would provide a way for cyclists to get into Bridge Park and into the wineries out there. There is currently no cycle pathways going in or out of Havelock North. It's all via roads. And so cycle pathways would make it a lot easier and a lot safer for cyclists to visit Havelock North, which is a major visitor accommodation location. The next project is the Naruro Explorer, Fern Hill to Taradale, and it's along the stop banks of the Naruro, and it would be 50-50 co-funding from MB and Hawke's Bay Regional Council. That is another project to be aware of. Now, I understand that capital investment into cycle trails is not a priority for Hawke's Bay Regional Council at the moment. I do want to, why I'm telling you this and saying this is because I want you to be aware of the possibilities that cycle trail networks can bring the region. If we had the loop pathway here, it would mean an increase in visitor numbers and an increase in domestic and international tourism, and our economy would benefit from this.
Thank you, Karen. You're right on time. The buzzer just went.
Nice.
But hey, just want to acknowledge your practical submission, actually, and it touched on two major topics that we've asked our public and our community to feedback on. And I guess I'm going to use these dollars because I don't know how else to use them, that were printed out to us from Peter Allen from Hawthorne House. And so for you as a business owner, you talked about two major topics there. How would I invest this $20 and what best use does it go to infrastructure moving forward from the two topics that you talked to?
$20 won't buy much.
Tell us about it.
How do we make it work for us? We put in our investment strategy to make more, possibly. But that's just an example of what we're contending with.
Planning. So I think planning, and then I just don't understand these two projects that have been sitting in the wings for so long, like talking about 7 or 8 years. How does that come alive, and how do we make that happen? Put that money into that.
Thank you. If there are no other questions for Karen, thank you so much for your time and your patience this afternoon. That really valuable submission. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
We will adjourn for afternoon tea. Again, we are running a little late. So is 10 minutes enough for a break? Break? Be back in 10 minutes. Thank you for those who have made it on time. Let's grab the ones who come back late. We have Reimer and Philip Jenkins come and present. Thank you for being so patient, Reimer.
It's actually Raymer, so I don't.
Reimer, sorry, Reimer.
That's okay, and Philip is not here, he's had a medical appointment. Kia ora, good afternoon, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to your plan. I, with my husband, own and operate a small home-based bed and breakfast. We are a hosted bed and breakfast, and we're part of a unique and sector that encourages and provides accommodation to mostly international guests. They're travellers who are willing to pay the premium price to interact with their hosts and learn more about our culture, our way of life, and our areas. We've been operating for 22 years, and whilst we were severely impacted with obviously no international guests and then the cyclone last year, due, I'm pretty sure, to the promotion of Hawke's Bay, that Hawke's Bay Tourism undertakes through the travel trade industry, we have actually seen a significant rebound in tourists and visitors numbers this season and even last season until were hit with the cyclone. There's no official monitor of guests staying in hosted bed and breakfasts. However, we hosted 380 guests. Remember, this is only 3, maybe 2 bedrooms in the last financial year. Each of our guests would have spent at least $300 on accommodation. However, that is a very small part of their spend. They spend on dining, activities, the gannets, the vintage car rides.
Sorry, I was on mute.
Oh, thank you. No, carry on.
Oh, sorry, it's not me.
No.
But they also shop in our retail stores. Our last guest had more new clothing than old clothing in her bag when she left. She likes to purchase from overseas trips. So even though we're only small, our guests do make a significant contribution to tourism, hospitality, and local production and service businesses. However, we're also great supporters of our region. We came here, as I say, 22 years ago. We weren't Hawke's Bay residents, had very little. However, we very quickly began to support the local product and services, producers and services. From our eggs, our bacon, our coffee, our wine, always Hawke's Bay. We also, of course, have to keep up our standards, and the money that we make out of our B&B doesn't go to supporting a high lifestyle, but it does go to supporting the maintenance of our property and therefore supporting people like Mitre 10 and Bunnings and so forth who gain a lot from our business, albeit on a very small scale. So attracting visitors to to Hawke's Bay, which is what the Hawke's Bay Tourism does for us, will increase the local economy, if not just by us, increased visitor spend, which is actually calculated as 80% of their spend, but also by increased spend on local products and services. We are small operators, so we do need the support and promotion of Hawke's Bay Tourism to survive. We don't have the funds to do the international trade shows like Trends or to join Tourism New Zealand on overseas trade tours. That's just out of our budgets. We do, of course, have websites on things like booking.com or local trade websites. So if we feel it is vital that Hawke's Bay Tourism has enough funding to attract visitors to the region, they need to be able to continue spending. It's essential for the future of Hawke's Bay. Increased tourism spend benefits a diverse range of businesses, and therefore by sharing the load, by collecting tourism funding from all ratepayers is the only equitable solution. Please continue this tourism funding. I have opted for the second option. However, it would be preferable to see it maintained as it is. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you, Rayma. Very valuable, particularly your explanation of how Hawke's Bay Tourism supports you and your business when you can't get to the big shows, and that's just one of many functions, so thank you. Open up for questions, councillors. Councillor Foley, thank you.
Thanks.
I'm sure, I thought Mr. Curtin would be speaking to you.
Sorry.
Just a question. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you're
Sorry.
okay with questions?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, fantastic.
So there's these, you said you're mainly international guests.
Yes.
What is it that's the actual, what's the visibility of Hawke's Bay Tourism they're getting, when they decide to come and stay at your place? I'm just trying to, because if they were exposed to some sort of trade show or something overseas, I imagine it's not just Hawke's Bay, they're seeing all of New Zealand. What is it, and with particular reference to Hawke's Bay Tourism, that's bringing them to stay with you?
Well, as I say, we've been in the business for 22 years, and when we first started, Hawke's Bay wasn't on the general tour. People went through the middle, and so the work that has happened also by our colleagues in Taupo or Rotorua, they've, extolled the virtues. And as Hawke's Bay Tourism has become a stronger group, at Trends, they obviously are supported by other operators as well, but they are there to promote the region. Obviously, becoming a great wine capital has been a significant thing, the wine and wineries are big things. However, the uniqueness of Art Deco and our gannets is, those promotions are something that is different and attracts our international guests. So they reach out to the agents in overseas countries, mostly England, Europe, and America. And Australia, of course.
Any further questions? None. Thank you, Rayma. Thank you for your time and your submission. Thank you. Kia ora, John. You're joining us online, and just to acknowledge your work in cyclone recovery, particularly with the Regional Recovery Agency. So it's lovely to see you again. But you're here in a different capacity, and we welcome you to provide your oral submission in the next 10 minutes. We'll hand it over to you, John. I don't think he can hear. He didn't hear the whole...
He's frozen.
No, I can see him moving.
No.
Ah, there he is.
Hey, John. Kia ora, John. Are you with us? Oh, unmute.
Like the wizards.
Kia ora.
Okay, kid.
Kia ora, you got us. Hey, welcome, and thanks for your submission, and we've got 10 minutes together.
Okay, and I hope I get it all. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Regional Council for receiving the submission and also for the funding of Hawke's Bay Tourism for all the years that you've done it. I don't believe it's logically sound that the Regional Council pick up all the cost of tourism. I believe it should be shared across all the councils. So I do appreciate the contribution you've made for a long period of time. Tourism isn't an industry that naturally suits user pays, simply because the beneficiaries are so diverse, and people like the warehouse and supermarkets and so forth are also beneficiaries of tourism in a fairly major way, all the retailers, cafes and so forth, and they can't can't measure their individual benefits. So I think it suits some combination of funding from the councils and from the genuine part of the tourism industry. And I think Hawke's Bay is a major beneficiary of the tourism sector. So I do see some logic in that. I'm supporting option B because I believe that we need a sensible transition through to a mechanism where the funding is shared more equitably between the two territorial authorities and the regional council and the tourism sector.
Fantastic. Well, that was very clear. Straight to the point. So thank you for your submission, and we've got some questions here if you're open to answering those.
Absolutely.
Great. Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Kia ora, John. Look, we had another local notable John talk to us this afternoon, John Bostock, and one of the views that he expressed was that that councils generally, this one in particular, but more generally, that councils ought not to fund a regional tourism operation because that was a cross-subsidy from one industry to another. Do you have a view on that?
Look, I think that argument has a little bit of merit, not a huge amount. And John's got his vested interests as a large landowner and so forth. So that's it. I mean, to me, tourism is a major economic engine in the region, which contributes a lot to the wealth and well-being of the region and employment and so forth. It's not an industry that suits user pays simply because the benefits are so dispersed and borne by so many people. So I don't believe it's so much a subsidy as good economic sense.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McIntosh.
Thanks for your submission, John, and I've noted your point about tourism being unsuited to collect a levy for directly. However, there are some sort of very direct beneficiaries, and I'm thinking of the airport and the port, and notwithstanding the ownership structure of those entities, but putting into your experience at the port into perspective, do you see an option for the port and the airport to provide funding?
Look, I could see them being contributors. My own little business, Askearn, is a beneficiary and a contributor. So I think there's a lot of logic in them being amongst the contributors. But I don't see them being the sole contributors. I think they should be contributing something, but not everything. And the port could certainly contribute on behalf of the regional council.
Thank you. Councillor Sears.
Thank you. Thanks, John. No one else actually has been such a strong advocate for spreading over the councils. I think there's a concern around the different types of contractual arrangements that Hawke's Bay Tourism would have to have with all the different councils, reporting expectations, etc. So I'm surprised that's your view, and I'm interested as to how you think that would work.
Oh, look, it would be more complicated, but I do think the territorial local authorities are significant, the ratepayers of them are significant beneficiaries of the level of economic activity. And I don't think the tourism body should be afraid of being accountable to a diverse range of stakeholders.
Yeah, great answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, John. That's us from this end, but I really value your submission and thank you for your time.
Pleasure, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Can I call up Megan and Hamish? You wanted to come together, so we'll just combine your spots and see how far we go within 20. Thank you. So on behalf of the Hawke's Bay Tourism Industry Association, we have Megan and Hamish, but then Hamish also to talk about his business, Prinsey Tours, as well. So kia ora, welcome you both back.
Kia ora, and thank you very much for having us. Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to support our submission verbally and to answer your questions. Our association, if you don't know, is a not-for-profit group of primarily core tourism business members and is the sole shareholder of Hawke's Bay Tourism Limited, the RTO.
Back in 2010, with strong industry support and I believe over 120,000 in financial contributions from the industry, we proposed the current RTO structure and the funding mechanism for regional promotion, as mentioned by George Hickton yesterday. This was supported by all the councils and, in our opinion, is still the most cost-effective and efficient funding mechanism in the current circumstances. It's a public-private partnership, if you will. So in case you're not sure, we support the status quo, or at least option B. As an industry, we are very grateful for the investment in and support for Hawke's Bay tourism by the Regional Council on behalf of the ratepayers to help create and promote the vibrant region that we live in. A lot has been said, and you've heard, about the importance of events and infrastructure, both private and public, and tourism jobs to our region, plus the threat to livelihoods and other funding if option A is adopted. And we agree with all that, but we'll leave it at that. But it seems to me that there are three main questions that you want answered. One, why you? Two, why fund regional tourism promotion at all? And three, why doesn't the tourism industry pay for the RTO itself? So these seem to be the main questions from some of you and from detractors. So in response, one, why you? Whilst we understand that some people struggle to understand why regional council ratepayers are footing the bill for tourism, we think Barbara Arnott actually explained the history behind it yesterday, why regional council was the funding mechanism of this investment. I think she said that pretty well. And so to recap, Hawke's Bay Tourism receives a portion of a targeted rate collected by the Regional Council on behalf of the region's 5 councils and all the region's ratepayers, and those other territorial authorities have not collected funds for this activity since 2011. So this funding pass-through, if that's the right term, is the most efficient and cost-effective way to both collect, manage and report on whole of destination marketing activities undertaken by Hawke's Bay Tourism, in our opinion. It has proven its value for over 10 years. Previous models saw valuable time and energy wasted on duplicated funding discussions and reporting cycles, time that is now spent actively working on promoting the region. So to the second point, 2, why fund tourism promotion at all? New Zealand has a proud history of promoting itself as a visitor destination, being, I think, the first country in the world whose government had a marketing department to attract visitors. As a country, we're a long way from pretty much anywhere internationally, which is why Tourism New Zealand is so important, and domestically, Hawke's Bay is quite a long way from anywhere too. So getting the message out effectively is really important. New Zealand and many other countries use taxpayer and ratepayer funds to pay for country and regional destination marketing and promotion. This is because it is widely acknowledged and celebrated that well-managed tourism activity is a positive for communities. Ultimately, our residents are all beneficiaries of a stronger, more vibrant community and economy. Sometimes these tax and ratepayer funds are supported by more direct visitor taxes, and sometimes they're not. We've heard in these proceedings that visitor taxes are currently not on the table in New Zealand, so that's a discussion for another time and place. But promotion of our wider region, its natural assets and beauty, our climate, our unique stories of Te Mata Peak and Te Mata o Maui and our Art Deco architecture are an integral part of what is promoted to visitors by Hawke's Bay Tourism. These treasures belong to our whole community and not just the preserve of a tourism operator running a hotel or a tour van. Their job is to promote their own business. Our job is to give people reasons to come here and spend their money in our region rather than someone else's. So, and while 1.5 million sounds like a lot of money, it doesn't actually go that far in reaching potential visitors. We need people like the Hawke's Bay tourism team who are incredibly well connected in and outside the region and very clever at stretching those dollars and searching out additional funding. And let's face it, there is a lot of great stuff here to talk about, and that's what we need them to do, to tell those people in faraway places about all that we have to offer as a region, to show them videos and imagery.
to convince them to consider coming here, to jump on our website and get a feel for the place. Unlike selling a product where you can take things to market to the people so they can see it, they can touch it, or they can taste it, we need to bring the people to the region so they can experience our products and our uniqueness on our soil, not on theirs. And then we need them to tell others about it. So when individual businesses appear in or at promotions for the region, it is because they have invested additional funds themselves to be included by way of a membership of a Hawke's Bay Tourism International Marketing subgroup, or they've paid several $1,000s directly to attend trade shows, etc., as part of a Hawke's Bay collective presence facilitated by Hawke's Bay Tourism. Often these operators host influencers in the travel trade or media in region on a contra basis for exposure, and with the Hawke's Bay Tourism team's help, they do a fabulous job showcasing the best of our region. And then to what I consider the third question, so why doesn't the tourism industry pay for the RTO itself? There are businesses like wineries and restaurants who make money as a result of Hawke's Bay's food and wine reputation, and some of them have a direct visitor experience element to them. Some are members of Hawke's Bay Tourism. We heard yesterday 22 of the Hawke's Bay wine growers, 26 cellar doors, I think, currently operating is not a bad percentage of membership. There's 100 plus wineries, as mentioned yesterday, but that doesn't mean that there's 100 cellar doors open for tourists. But many businesses who benefit have no direct tourism offering, like the laundry services, supermarkets, food growers and suppliers, chemists, mechanics, artists. You get the idea. This is where the funding comes in. My own business is a support member of Hawke's Bay Tourism. I'm not a tourism operator. And there are others like ours who have a few tourism clients or see the benefits of supporting the tourism industry directly. Could Hawke's Bay Tourism get more members? Yes, probably, and rest assured, they're always on the lookout. However, most tourism businesses here are very small, and thus very small operations and budgets are tight. Could we get members to pay more? Maybe, but it's unlikely at this point in time with the state of the economy on top of post-COVID and post-cyclone recovery. So from Sally and Gavin, who run a small B&B in Jervoistown for 20 years, and they've been members of our association for just as long, to Porter's Hotel, who when they opened, they joined before they opened. So we've got some great members, some great regional supporters, and they are very diverse. Hawke's Bay doesn't have large hotel chains or many corporate tourism operators with deep pockets, so there's simply not that many more people to ask. National research says that 20% of visitor spend in a region goes directly to tourism businesses and 80% to the wider economy. On that basis, if you take the $420,000 currently directly invested by our members in the activities of Hawke's Bay Tourism over the course of a year through membership fees and contra activity, our industry is already paying slightly more than its 20% share of the economic benefit visitors bring to the region. So in closing, I ask you to consider that fact. And remember that visitors bring new money to our region, and that is a very good thing to support. We're standing at a funding crossroad, not of our own creation in so many ways, and we implore you to please choose the right road for our region, our community, and its future prosperity, and at least give us time to explore viable alternative funding options. Please vote for the status quo, or at the very least, option B. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Shall we stop and pause, just ask questions from the Residents Association, and then move on to you, Hamish? Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Questions for Megan and Hamish?
Thank you, Megan. A number of questions from Councillor Curtin have been about how much of a fee would be fair to pay to sustain the work that Hawke's Bay Tourism does. If you were to take your $422,000 and divide it by 164 members, that'd be, my calculation is about $2,689 each per member. Do you think that's a fair contribution to the industry and the work that it does? To Patsy, see how you go with it.
Yeah, that's a very...
You pay it, you answer it.
Okay, it's a fair question, but it's answered in a different way. We all have a membership fee depending on whether you've got a web listing or you're a member or in an international marketing group. And then, as far as our business, we run a number of families for Hawke's Bay tourism. We go to trends, we promote Hawke's Bay #1, Prinzi's #2. It's all about the region, it's not just about individual people. And I think that's one thing that we're really missing in part of this. I listened yesterday to a couple of the forestry boys and a couple of the landowners. I get a bit concerned when they say, you wipe Hawke's Bay tourism off completely. It's all about all of us being together, and as a power we are pretty strong, and if you want our community and our region to keep bolting ahead, that's the way we have to work. So yeah, that sort of answers your question and gives you a bit of more of a broad feel to it as well.
To be fair, my point was you're actually already contributing per member in kind,
Correct.
2,600
Some of us will be doing more, and some of us will be doing less, and it all depends on the business and the state and the operation, how they can do it. Yes.
Councillor Van Beek.
Yeah, I actually like to turn that question around. So what about a single income, maybe a retired couple that have no way of actually increasing their income, and they may have to pay on their rates an extra 2.4%. What is their benefit for that paid for money that they actually haven't got? And we've heard it in our last submission round. The only choice they've got is either not pay power or not pay their insurance. What would you say to them?
Yeah, I see the point you're making, but and it's a very valid point. But yeah, the amount across the whole region that we're using for tourism to create an environment we've got, and it's not just for us, it's for the whole region. I bet you there's some family member of theirs that is involved in tourism somewhere. And I think it's the way things possibly are sold in some cases, how to, over a weekly fee, it's not a massive amount. And yeah, I understand where you're coming from, and there's no actual direct answer from me.
Thank you. Councillor Foley.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, guys, for that. Just to add further to Councillor Van Beek's question, I think, and I was thinking, it could be a fourth question to your list that hasn't been asked yet. And you said it yourself, and we've had it. If we're not getting people here promoting tourism, it's how tough it is out there. And you said it, state of the economy, not deep pockets, etc. So my question would be, our rates, our proposed budget's going from 41 mil to 63 mil after all of that we've just talked about. If we were to keep Hawke's Bay tourism, which is 1.5 mil, rather than adding, what do you think we should not be spending on because tourism is so important? More important than something else we've cut?
Yeah, it's a hard one, but like all these, some of these environmental and some of these land problems that you've got with erosion and things, they're things that have come from years ago. I've been in agriculture and farming, as you probably know well, a long time as well, and one of my first jobs up the Esk Valley was cutting every bit of bloody scrub you could cut and exposing every piece of soil and grass to the environment, to the weather and everything. Grass doesn't hold slips, does it? So as you well know that, so we all need to learn how to plant in the right ways, in the right places, and the right species in the right place, which is so important. And I think if you're going to throw a massive amount of money at that in one hit, it's dangerous because our environment's pretty tough. We get dry summers, and you can burn a lot of cash then. And I think we want to be parcel of it. We want to be caretakers of Hawke's Bay. We don't want everybody going their own way. It's like a marriage. If we all work together, things should go well.
Councillor Lambert, last question. Thank you.
Yeah, cool. I think you guys are obviously doing a really awesome job because there's a lot of people coming in here sticking up for it.
That's good.
Yeah, it sort of leads me to believe, are you able to turn a profit instead of being our public thinks it's a liability, but it actually looks like it is an asset.
It almost seems
how
like
good an asset is it? I mean,
yeah.
Could you turn it into 1.4
maybe
million?
Maybe tourism a golden apple at the moment. Tourism's been a struggle, I tell you now. We've been through COVID, we've been through cyclones, and our business itself has been hammered with it. To turn a profit okay, we're making money, but I think everybody thinks we're making a truckload of money, and it's not.
Everybody's actually saying you're making 1.3 billion.
No, they're saying that that's the benefit of tourism,
And the region.
of the
In the
visitor
region.
economy to the wider
that
region.
sounds like a profit.
Yeah, but that's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll hand it over to you, Hamish.
Yeah, okay, cool, thanks, anyway.
Swap seats.
You're fine.
You can stay, Megan, or you can
You
go.
stay.
Up to you, Megan. Yeah, okay.
Hold his hand, hold his hand,
I'll
under the
take it.
table. We don't need to see.
He needs it, okay?
We went to intermediate
Yeah.
Oh, what happened there? No.
Those are the intermediate. Okay, anyway, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much, everybody, for your time. Di and myself, we run Princey's Tours, and we have done for 21 years. And we were talking just a minute ago about how do we become successful. And it's like any business, the first 3 years, the first year you think, okay, what are we doing this for? The second year you think, oh gosh, there's maybe a light at the end of the tunnel. And the third year you start to make a little bit of money. And I think without Hawke's Bay Tourism helping us in those days, giving us advice and working through things back in the early days, we would have never got to the next stage. And the other part of that, we were one of the early ones that came into this environment to set up this with George and Annie Dundas. And we were probably we're the smallest operator then. And we had 11-seater Toyota Hiace with a fan for air conditioning and a couple of windows. And we were going like crazy to make money. And we put in $1,900 each, Diane and I, into this pledging 3 times. And yeah, so that's why we're pretty proud of this, and we don't want it really turned over. It has to be looked after, and I think funding is the biggest thing, from the only way it can be done. The history of us, we were in Central Hawke's Bay, and Will probably heard of us down there years ago. We started off doing rural work, and really enjoyed that. I had a rural background from farming for many years, and forestry, and that's where my little bit from forestry came in. So we were doing rural tours out of Hawke's Bay. We shifted to this part of the world for land that was more productive, and we were close into the tourism business then, and we wanted to grow it as quickly as we could. Our daily cruise ship business job would be pick up guests booked by tour companies on the ship. We would take them for a drive around Ahuriri, out through Pepins, and drive out to Puketapu, where we live now. And you know what happened to Puketapu? We were hit with the cyclone. We're just about to move back into our house. We lost our gardens where we promoted this business, and it's been pretty damn tough. But we are still there. So I hope we've just got emails lately from companies, from cruise ships, wanting to actually come back and visit us, which is cool. So we used to come out to Puketapu. We visited the Puketapu Church, community people, community area, crossed the river to our place, which was actually leased by Bostock Orchard. So I'm a little bit shocked to hear what old John Bostock said there. But anyway. And
landlord.
Yeah, and anyway, we had great experiences then. We just didn't sell Princey's Tours, we were selling apples internationally. We were selling sheep and beef as we went round, and it was our passion. And I think that's a big part of us, and it's just the way we are. So the growth in this cruise ship industry came on the back of Hawke's Bay Tourism. I went to a meeting 15 years ago probably, and we had a lady, Susie, came in, and she said to me, Hamish, we've got some ships coming in. How are we going to cope with 6 ships? And everybody, whoa, 6 ships. And now we say, how are we going to cope with 90 ships? Mm-hmm. So imagine what that's just thrown to the economy. Napier just loves it. Trends, we've always been a big player in trends. As I said before, the first thing we do is we market Hawke's Bay. Just going down my list a bit quicker. Membership, I really struggle with this. I'm chair of the Hawke's Bay Tourism Association to get it across. But we had a subgroup look at this just a couple of years, or last year actually, and it's so hard to actually draw a line and convince people they're in tourism. I spoke to a supermarket owner the other day, and he said, of course we are. It's bloody crazy what everything's happening. I actually was at a farmers' discussion group in the Wairarapa. A young guy there, I was telling him what was happening there, what happening here. And he said, well, I feel that's a little bit short-sighted. The sheep and beef industry is actually struggling at the moment, so you can hold hands. It should help the whole environment, so it's important. just to finish, I sort of got a gut feeling that I think that maybe it's been a little bit of an aggressive change for us. It's too much to hit in one day, 1 year, should I say, and I'd really like to stay at status quo. And if we can't do that, we're obviously going to have to go to the next stage. But I think we should all try and do our very best to keep it where it is.
Thanks, Hamish. Do we have any question for Hamish? Yes, Councillor Sears.
Thanks, Hamish. I was a bit surprised that I didn't see, and I actually, sorry, I still had your submission up.
Yeah.
That you didn't make any comments on this flood resilience work, etc., and rating for that, because, I mean, yes, tourism's your focus, but actually this work around this flood stuff's really...
I agree.
So I just was surprised that we didn't see a little bit more breadth from you, because I know how much you know about these other subjects.
I have been myself at other meetings, and I don't like to be a squeaky wheel too much, but yeah, we've been through it pretty solidly, and I do know what the rivers have done and what you guys have done. I know how it's affected you, the costings and everything like that. We live right in the heart of it day to day, and we know the struggles are, but we all do need to keep going forth. This is hopefully a one-off event, and I was the last car over the Taupo Road, so I saw the mess, and I actually closed the road with the police for you to support the community.
Thank you. Thank you for presenting your submissions. Fantastic. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Really value your time. We have James Orton, who's cancelled. So that's spared us a bit of time. And so I invite Prue Barton from Mr D's Dining.
Chair, just while Mr Barton's coming up, can I, for the record, just correct that for the average ratepayer that my fellow councillor Van Beek referred to, it would be $12 a year, not 2.4% rate increase. It would only be commercial ratepayers that facing a rate increase. Okay.
So it's a bit more targeted, yeah.
It's a different, three
Thank
times
you.
differential.
Thanks for that correction. Right. Yeah. Kia ora, Prue.
Oh, hello.
Thank you for joining us.
Pleasure.
And we have 10 minutes with you, and if you would mind questions at the end, we'll include that in the 10 minutes.
To answer them. I may not be as...
Fantastic, thank you.
Oh, hello, I'm Prue Barton from Mr D Dining, 47 Tennyson Street. I've been at Mr D for 12 years now as a business owner, and I'm actually betting for option B for this funding. I understand that local governments are under a lot of pressure at the moment, immense pressure. But funding for tourism is an investment for the economic future of every region. And in my opinion, cuts can have long-term negative impacts. So Napier is a tourist town, and Hawke's Bay Tourism estimates that 1 in every 10 jobs, approximately 10,000 in the region, comes from these industries, which means that as local businesses lose out of the tourism dollar, and businesses will be forced to cut costs, downsize or close, resulting in job losses, which is actually horrific for our region and horrific for our sector. We employ at Mr D, we employ about 18 staff, and I've noted the impact of the slowing economy. I mean, it's happening around the world, but it's certainly slowing down. It is tough, and we've been faced with many challenges due to obviously COVID and then Cyclone Gabriel, which has caused problems in our region for finances, etc., and lack of customers. And it's a slow rebuild. It's not happening fast, which we understand. Figures show that on average 18,000 visitors come to the Hawke's Bay region every day. That's the wider Hawke's Bay, we're not just talking about Napier, with approximately 20% of visitor spend going to tourism and 80% going to the broader community. Now, I think that's something we should all look at, because, you know, it's not just my sector, it's the wider community, and that's the whole of the Hawke's Bay. Inbound tourism, I consider, is critical to the ongoing success of the region's hospitality businesses. So I'm coming to it from a restaurant side, okay? Because I feel like I've got a bone to chew on this. Napier is a small city. Obviously, we're not, that grand pumping metropolis. And there are many times of the year when the population is diminished and locals just tend to hibernate. And we find that, like from now to the next 3 months, whoosh, it's just a real downturn. It's absolutely crucial, I see, for our industry that we encourage tourists to remain coming to our region. Yes, Mr D does its own marketing, of course, but the added impact of tourism Hawke's Bay adds a fresh spin and a new outlook on areas and events that we do not cover. I mean, we don't have deep pockets. We're a small business. We're a medium-sized business. We don't have the big deep pockets where we can pull it out and go, yep, we're going to do this program, we're going to do that, we're going to do this. And I consider that Hawke's Bay tourism pushes out the come to Hawke's Bay message really well through all sorts of media channels that we actually can't get to. Okay? I believe, I've just got a short submission here, but I believe it's kind of short-sighted to cut the funding as our region needs tourists. We do not come a backwater with no promotion. I consider that small operators are under pressure at the moment. They will close and the CBD will struggle. This is not an option that we want for our region, and I can't imagine if, all the fantastic privately owned businesses all sort of, turn up their heels and shut their doors because they can't afford the wages, B, they can't, they're getting no extra customers. How awful would that be for our CBD? I mean, there are some days, when we first opened Mr D, which was 12 years ago, as I mentioned earlier, our vicinity was really spiralling down, and we took a brave move when we opened the business. I've said it to many people, we could have shot a gun down Tennyson Street and not hit anyone. It was really spiralling down. And with the start of that business, we saw a whole little spidering effect. We got gastronomy opened around the corner. Then Georgia opened across the road. There were businesses that were opening, the Masonic opened, and that was a big buzz. They opened up 6 months after us. I mean, they were obviously going to be open. They were planned to do that way before we opened. But we had this really strong focus of hospitality in our region. And I'd hate to think that all these people that have worked so hard to create a buzz and an impact in our CBD, that was diminished because, we weren't getting that little bit of extra tourist dollar. I understand. I know there's a downturn. I know where it's coming from. But that's my point I want to make. I think it's, we've got to think about the future. I know it's tough. I know it's really hard out there. It's hard for us all. But somehow, I think we're going to try to turn this around and make it, think forward, not backwards. Anyway, that's me. That's my little
Thank you, Prue.
rant, I suppose it is.
No. Very experienced and broad view of the industry that you're working in. Thank you. Do we have time for questions? Yes,
we
Councillor
do.
Brodley, yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Prue, and congratulations on that wider spider effect that's your business has been part of and initiating in the Napier CBD, so congratulations. The challenge that I have when thinking about the Regional Council funding Hawke's Bay Tourism, and I note you're specifically talking about Napier CBD, that the Regional Council obviously draws its funding from a much wider basket, and I wonder what are your thoughts on the benefit to the wider community from your business and the success of the Napier CBD?
Oh, it's a little bit of a tough question, but I think...
Welcome to my world.
Well, if we all do well, the wider community does well. So, I believe in that from a philosophy. We have noticed that, with the Gisborne, that region, the roads being damaged and we don't see so many tourists from that region anymore. There's been many spidering factors that have caused problems, but I'm not sure if I can answer that clearly. I had to go away and think about it, but yeah, I know each sector has its problems, and yeah.
Thanks, Prue. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Prue. I'm just wondering, it struck me that the point you seem to be making, correct me if I'm wrong, is that in tough economic times, that's actually when we need to invest rather than pull out and throw the economy into a death spiral. Is that essentially where you're coming from?
Yes, but I believe that the Hawke's Bay tourism is actually investing back in all of us.
That's what I mean. By investing and continuing to support, you're
Yeah.
saying we should keep that investment up.
Yes,
Than,
I believe that.
than
I
go
believe
further
so.
backwards.
Yeah, I believe so. I think that that invests in us all, in the wider community, not just.
Councillor Curtin.
Tasked to ask this question, I think.
I may or may not be able to answer.
Good answer.
In answer to the question as to what's in it for Wairoa is they get the privilege of going to Mr D's and having a great night out. But,
I'd welcome that.
And we'll get the privilege of seeing them.
however, going back to your proposition, how much do you pay to Hawke's Bay Tourism on an annual basis for your membership?
I'm not sure.
Some money? You're a
Well,
member?
we all pay, isn't it $20 in our rates, is that correct?
So are you a member of the Hawke's Bay Tourism?
Yes.
So it's about 350 or 600, something like that?
Yeah.
What do you think to protect your business in this harsh time and to support Hawke's Bay Tourism? What do you think would be tolerable for a business like yours to pay towards the Hawke's Bay Tourism promotion? What's your feel for a number that could really help out if we reduced funding to Hawke's Bay Tourism? What would you be prepared to step up with?
Oh, that's a good question. I would probably say, I don't know, off the top of my head, $500 or something like that. I mean, it's not a lot of money, but then, like I'm a member of all sorts of other associations as well, like the Restaurant Association, which I pay money to. There's this fees coming out of our,
Right.
the thing, yeah. I mean, everything you do costs, so, yeah, I understand. I mean, I understand the struggle of it, but I just see for the future that somehow we've got a fund to keep that going. I'm not sure the logistics of it, but I really believe, so we don't go backwards, we have to keep those tourists coming.
Sure.
We have to keep them coming.
Do you think there's room, though, for the sector to pay more as a beneficiary of that?
That's an option. It's definitely an option. Yeah, I think it's an option. I'm not sure if it's the right option, but you know what I mean? I think it's a possibility, rather than just, and I know that Plan B is to reduce it over the years, isn't it? Is there a Plan C?
You could suggest one.
Could give us money.
Yeah.
That's a plan C.
Thank you so much,
Okay,
Prue.
well, I hope I've.
No, really appreciate your views and answering some of these quite difficult questions.
It's always a little bit tough when you're, yeah. But
Thank you
anyway,
very
that's from
much.
a restaurant point of view, okay?
Can I invite Bex up? Thank you. From Planet Events. Welcome, Bex. Thank you for your submission. 10 minutes together.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou. Before I begin my submission, I would like to thank Hawke's Bay Regional Council for managing the funding for Hawke's Bay tourism on behalf of the councils and ratepayers in the region. As a business owner and a resident of Hawke's Bay and a board member of the Hawke's Bay Tourism Industry Association, I've witnessed firsthand the invaluable impact of this funding. Secondly, I think it's essential that we acknowledge the significant challenges that our region has faced in the past nearly 18 months following the aftermath of Cyclone Gabrielle. I'm a Puketapu resident. I've lived and breathed it every single day, as have, I know, probably everyone around this table. The increased work, pressure on your workloads and personal lives would have been immense, and I want to acknowledge that. I would like to personally acknowledge Hinawai, because what you have been through and what you've had to undertake, I think, has been huge. So to make it really clear, and do bear with me, I am going to try to follow my notes. I also am going to try to speak from the heart, so I apologise if I slip in the odd word that I might not supposed to, but I'll try really hard not to. I can get a bit nervous having a little potty mouth, but I'll try really hard not to. So to be really clear, obviously I am a massive advocate that the funding levels should maintain, the current funding levels should remain as they are. Should this not be possible, I would advocate the endorsement of option B. So my name is Bex Taken. I am the owner of two businesses, Planet Events, we're an event management company, and Planet Staff. Planet Staff is a temping agency, and primarily we provide labour to the hospitality industry. When COVID came along, our business was the rug was completely pulled out from under us, but both aspects of the business. So we then dabbled in horticultural contracting just to try to survive. Over the last 10 years of operations in both these sectors and over 25 years experience in hospitality and events, I have seen it all. We have 4 full-time staff members that work within our Planet Events management team. We employ over 80 part-time casual staff that work in and around the hospitality industry in Hawke's Bay, and we also employ 10 full-timers who work in and around horticultural orchards in Hawke's Bay. Through the highs and lows and everything in between, we've remained deeply committed to our work. About 8 years ago, I think, I really wanted to grow my business, so I thought I would join Hawke's Bay Tourism. I joined so many groups, so many clubs to try to network and get my name out there. The only one I'm still a member of is Hawke's Bay Tourism, and I'm also a very proud board member of the HBTIA and have been for 6 years. So I have seen firsthand the vital role that Hawke's Bay Tourism play. I'm not a typical tourism industry, business, but I have seen their work with the marketing, promotion, and how they drive people to our region, the significant impact that our region benefits from that. We know the numbers. I'm not a numbers girl. I'm not going to talk about the numbers. We all know the numbers. But what the industry contributes to our region is huge, and it's the flow-on effect. It's not just the tourism operators, we know that. It is the supermarkets, it is the taxi drivers, it is the bars, the restaurants, it's the linen. There is such a widespread impact of where that dollar goes. As a resident, business owner, and a staunch advocate of our region, not just I'm talking of Hawke's Bay, the place I call home, the place I grew up in. I really implore you to consider the profound impact of the decision of pulling funding. Tourism, it's not just an industry, it's actually the lifeblood of our region. And it's one of the economic backbones of Hawke's Bay. The third highest employment in our region. It sustains local businesses, it creates jobs, it drives and fosters growth and innovation, but it also creates a real sense of pride and a unique identity in the place that we all really proudly call home. And I think that's really important. I've also witnessed firsthand the really positive impact that tourism has on our local businesses, the job market, and our overall well-being. Tourism isn't just about marketing campaigns and promotional activities. It's about investing in our future. It's ensuring that our region actually remains a vibrant, welcoming destination for visitors from near or far. We are off the beaten track. We're not going to get the people to Hawke's Bay if we don't have advocates like Hawke's Bay Tourism marketing and bringing them here, and that's really evident. We need the consequences for defunding tourism would be nothing short of devastating. Countless families and individuals rely on visitors for their livelihoods, small businesses like mine in particular. We would really bear the brunt of these cuts, facing closure and some financial ruin. But also what I think is really important is our community and our region's reputation as being a desirable destination. That would really be tarnished if we don't have anyone promoting and talking about the importance of being here. As a small business owner, I really am entrenched in the hospitality and event industry here in Hawke's Bay. So I can speak from both personal and professional experiences when I express my really grave concerns about the defunding. We have weathered so many storms over the last 4 years, from COVID and then all just being able to come back and find our feet from that, and then it all being sort of ripped apart again with Cyclone Gabrielle. We noticed the difference. We noticed the significant impact we had when we had absolutely no visitors here from tourism. Our hospitality arm of our businesses, our staff did not go to work because people weren't going out. And it was the same after the cyclone. We're still quieter because people still aren't going out, or there is not as much, because, you know, there's that impression that thankfully Hawke's Bay Tourism has worked so hard. There was the impression for months that we were still underwater, much like poor old Tairāwhiti, who is still, their tourism is dire because people, they're not going to go there. But we've got a massive advocate here doing their best to get people here, and we noticed the difference. The amazing campaign, I think it was a Wellington, there was an incredible campaign last year about getting Wellingtonians here, and it was really incredible.
Your vacation.
Yeah, it was amazing. I've done a lot in the wedding industry for a really long time. We made a strategic decision after COVID to pull back on the amount of weddings we were doing because we were taking our business in a slightly different direction. But the amount of revenue that weddings alone brought to Hawke's Bay was staggering. So as an example, in 2020, we had 52 weddings booked. Out of those 52, 43 of them were couples from out of town. Some had associations and, had some sort of connection back to Hawke's Bay, whether it was parents or things like that, but a lot didn't. A lot wanted to come here because Hawke's Bay is a beautiful place. We've got amazing wineries. The weather's incredible. It is economical to come and stay because we don't charge like wounded bulls to wine and dine and accommodation. And it was just the most amazing experience to see all these people. They don't just come in for a night, go to the wedding and bugger off. They stay for the weekend. They spend a lot of money around the entire region. And it was absolutely devastating to see when COVID pulled the rug on all of that, the significant decrease across the entire industry of the impact of that. Our region cannot afford to take a step backward. I know times are tough. I know that the price of absolutely everything is going up, and I know that you guys are faced with some really tough decisions, especially off the back of what's in the damage that Cyclone Gabrielle has caused. But we can't pull this funding. It would be diabolical for so many small businesses, for employment, for our region. We need that marketing, we need the people. We need bold leadership and we need decisive action, and that's sitting around this table. We need to ensure that our tourism industry not only survives, but it thrives. So I urge you to consider the human impact of your decisions. We are more than just numbers on a balance sheet. We are families, friends, we are neighbours. We are all deeply invested in the success and the economic health of our region, and now is not the time to turn our backs on the industry that forms one of the backbones of our region's economy. Now the time is to stand up and really support our region. It's not just about the numbers on a spreadsheet. I know I've just said that, but I've got it in here twice, so I'm going to say it again because I think it's really important. It really is about the future of our communities and the opportunities that we need to keep creating for all our small businesses and everyone that calls this amazing region home. So thank you for listening. I know that you guys have had 2 full days and it's probably, really hard and really tired, but I do appreciate you taking the time to hear me out.
Thank you, Bex. And for us, this is one of our favourite things to do. So really just thank you for your submission, particularly, and we heard loud and clear about our decision and the severity it could cause in terms of the impact on community. Yeah. So thank you for reminding us of that. Question, Councillor Sears, maybe just one. Thank you.
Okay, well, it's a really mean one. I'm going to set you
Don't
up.
be mean.
Really nice to see you. Thank you. I know how much you do in the community. I know what you've been through, but I'm going to be really mean to you. Because like you say, it's the end of 2 days. I'm going to ask you why.
Don't make me cry.
Why we have listened for 2 days to intelligent, clever, engaged people like you in our community on $1.5 million for tourism, when there is a whole document here about how you want to pay for $250 worth of flood infrastructure, what we should do with biodiversity, what we should be doing with our erosion control schemes. And none of you've sat down and taken all this time, almost none of you have made one comment. And it really this process is really bringing up for me, what do we have to do to actually get our community engaged in really our real work? Not saying anything about supporting or not supporting tourism, I can't do that. We're paying for that, we will or we won't going forward. Why? You were in the middle of it. Why didn't you tell us something about some of this work in here while you were writing this?
Very, very good question. I lived and breathed it. I still do. My kids go to Puketapu school. We've got so many families that are still displaced. One of my best friends is Mary from the Puketapu pub. Tough question. Thanks.
Tell me later.
Yeah. No, but do you know what? My hat is firmly in the importance of protecting these small businesses. Mary's business, obviously closed for 4 months. My business, we got absolutely hammered. But I've got to take the approach because I'm a small business owner, and yes, I saw what the impact of cyclone had. We're still living and breathing it like a lot of us are, but then how much worse is it going to be if we then suddenly have no visitors to our region? How much worse will it be for Mary? Mary's business is already suffering enough. We've got half of our bridges are still out of action. Thankfully the cycle track's back, so she's starting to get some business back there, but it's actually, that's where my focus has got to be. Yeah, and I absolutely respect, but I didn't also want to come in here and be all, kind of cyclone and the importance of that. I needed to come in and go, this is what I'm really sort of not saying that it's, actually to me it is actually more important because it is, I know the impact it'll have. And I know how many businesses in my community, my school community, have suffered immensely. And then they go home to their wrecked homes and they don't have income in, they're even more screwed from a mental health point. Sorry, excuse the language, but from a mental health point of view. So I had to take a stance. My stance has got to be about the business. But I do obviously respect the situation.
I think you definitely answered the question. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you for coming in and sharing your views and your time. Awesome. Thank you, Bex. Hilda. Can I invite Jane Libby up? Thank you. Kia ora, Linda. I know you're on screen, and you're on a big screen if you didn't know. So you have the choice to turn off your camera if you like. After Libby, we have Jessica and then yourself. So we're running about 10 minutes behind. Thank you.
I won't take long. Might catch up.
Kia ora, Jane. Thank you for joining us and for your submission.
Kia ora, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to sit in front of you this afternoon and give you my views. Just to let you know, for those who don't know me, I manage the Napier Eyesight, so the visitor centre up on the parade. And I have been involved in the tourism sector in Hawke's Bay for over 20 years. I was involved years ago when Hawke's Bay Tourism was created, which is something I'm very proud of. The Hawke's Bay Regional Council funding into tourism over this time has been invaluable to the whole region. We punch above our weight because of this funding and because of the dedicated team at Hawke's Bay Tourism. So thank you. Take this funding away and you take Hawke's Bay away from the eyes of not only potential visitors, but media, trade, industry experts and agencies such as Tourism New Zealand. Everyone knows you need to be in the tent to be able to capitalise on opportunities. You have to be involved, you have to be seen, you have to be proactive, you have to develop lasting relationships, and you have to be present alongside our counterparts from other regions who are also wanting those opportunities. Without Hawke's Bay Tourism, Hawke's Bay will be forgotten. The two options presented, in my view, aren't really worth considering. I'm sure you've heard that from others about the catastrophic effect either of these options will produce. I don't call this consultation. It seems to me it's a case of someone having a predetermined outcome. In the past long-term plan, as I've read in your documents, you have been sent the same message that you're being sent at this time. So I'm not sure why you keep suggesting the same thing. Surely the message from ratepayers is clear. You are proposing to take this targeted rate out, but keep the money for something else, and it's disingenuous in my view. I strongly suggest that the targeted rate allocation stays as a portion of the rate collected, status quo. Throughout the last few weeks, I have struggled to understand why Hawke's Bay Regional Council would walk away from funding Hawke's Bay Tourism. I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of people, and I still can't understand it. It's just nuts. Hawke's Bay Regional Council talk about delivering their mission, which is enhancing our environment together. Your proposal is the exact opposite. It will not enhance our environment, and we certainly haven't done this together. It will devastate the tourism environment, and the ripple effect to other businesses in the region will be hard felt. I just want to say tourism in Hawke's Bay is made up of, I'm sure you know this, but I'm just going to say it, very small businesses. We deal with those small businesses, and I've just sort of coined a phrase recently, and it's not a derogatory phrase. A lot of our tourism businesses are hobbyists. So they might be retired, they might be doing another job, all that sort of thing. And to me, in my view, that's about 80% of the tourism businesses in Hawke's Bay. Those businesses can't pay anything more to support an organisation like Hawke's Bay Tourism. They don't have that money. As Bex have said, we've all been through a really tough time, and tourism certainly has been a sector that's been really hit hard. Hawke's Bay Tourism gets visitors to Hawke's Bay, and one of our jobs is to help people enjoy the Hawke's Bay and extract as much money out of their pockets as we can, which I think our passionate people at the Eyesight do. And one of those things too is to spread the love. We get a lot of visitors into Napier, probably about 120,000 through our doors every year. And a lot of our discussions with them is about how they can get out and do all sorts of things. So in the Hastings district, in the Wairoa district, we certainly talk to people about going up the East Cape. If Hawke's Bay Tourism wasn't there, we wouldn't be getting those people in there. We wouldn't be sending them within our region to enjoy everything. You state that finding a sustainable funding model, you state that finding a sustainable funding model has been an ongoing challenge. Stop looking. You have one. For an investment of $1.5 million, the region benefits by $1.3 billion. I am no economist, and I'm certainly not a numbers person, but even I can see that this is an excellent return on investment. This shows a compelling case to either leave the allocation at status quo or, in fact, increase the funding. Imagine what could be achieved in our beautiful region if you increased the investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane, for your submission, a very compelling submission. And I do guess there will be a lot of questions from councillors, if you may.
Yeah, fine, yeah.
But just to recognise that at the start of this process, we made very clear to keep open-minded with the consultation and options. And just noting that option 2 has come from Hawke's Bay Tourism.
Sure.
So I'll just put that as a groundwork here. So Councillor Williams.
Yeah, look, thank you, Jane, for your submission and the work you do. You used the word disingenuous to take money out and put it to something else. You also said the message from submitters was clear. We've actually had somewhat of a divergent message, some saying cut funding, some saying fund it, some say increase funding. Why would it be disingenuous to take money out of, say, the 1.5 million and put it into enhancing our biodiversity or increased water quality work or science and monitoring or flood protection or flood resilience or you name it, all the other things that we've heard, to supporting biodiversity Hawke's Bay so that they can secure more funding for other work within the region that is actually a lot of which what attracts tourists to this region through the infrastructure we provide. Why would that be disingenuous?
Well, my understanding is that allocated rate is in our rates at the moment, and we all know that that goes to tourism. So that money's there for tourism. So you're going to change that. You're not going to actually...
I see.
You know what I mean? You've already got that in there. Are you going to take that out, or what are you going to do with that? Because it's already in there. That's my understanding. When I paid my rates this time round, I knew that some of that rate was going to Hawke's Bay Tourism. I
think the idea is it would free up our capacity to rate to that same extent to support those other causes, is pretty much.
And I understand, there's loads of causes out there looking for money. Yeah.
Further questions? Councillor Foley.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Jane. One of the things you said was about your, or the tourism sector and operators doing it really tough and they just wouldn't have anything more to pay. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, they're our ratepayers as well. So are the sheep and beef farmers doing it really tough. So are the retailers. So is everyone. So, we don't put up any of this stuff lightly. It's been real tough to even get this far. It's not tourism in isolation. It's our whole region that's suffering, and we're struggling just as much to try and work out what are the right decisions to make.
Yeah, I mean, and I applaud the Hawke's Bay Regional Council years ago when they, sat round and the strategy was nutted out and the funding model was nutted out. I know that at the time we were trying to figure out what the best funding model was and whether or not we could find money from the industry. Not a lot has changed in the industry. I think, it's probably some of those hobbyists still working in it. And I think And it's certainly not, I'm not, saying that in a terrible way. It adds to the flavour of what we have on offer. It's really good to have a range of different price points that people can do. We can see that on a cruise day that people don't have a lot of money to spend or do have a lot of money to spend. So it's good to have tourism operators all along that scale.
Any further questions? Councillor McIntosh, last one.
Jane, most of the submissions saying don't fund tourism have a fairly common theme that I say, you guys are about the environment, stick to your knitting, stick to that, don't fund frivolous stuff like tourism. So what should our message be to those people?
I think it's not frivolous at all. I mean, $1.3 billion into the economy, into the local economy is pretty big, in my view. And where can you get a return of a $1.5 million investment? I mean, it's pretty amazing. And I know, isn't tourism part of the environment? That's where we live. That's why people come here. That's why people come to live here, is that they've had a sample of it when they've come and visited. They come back. They spend more money. Yeah.
Thank you, Jane.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. And can I invite Jessica Vandy to the front? Kia ora, Jessica. Thanks for being with us and for your submission to our long-term plan. And you're also here to talk about our Hawke's Bay Tourism Fund.
I am.
We've got 10 minutes with you. Thank you.
Among many others. Tēnā koutou katoa. Good afternoon to councillors and also to many of our tourism colleagues that are actually watching these online submissions, both yesterday and today. My name is Jessica Vandy and I am the owner of a local sustainability and social impact consulting business that specialises specifically in the tourism and event sector. To give you some background, I moved to Hawke's Bay at the start of last year, right before the cyclone. And certainly it was an interesting welcome to my new region. I moved here from the mighty Waikato. What surprised me probably the most about moving here, and something that I've spoken to many of my friends and family and colleagues, is the entrepreneurial spirit that is here, that I seem to have uncovered, and that great connection in with both the tourism and hospitality sector. And these are thriving sectors that certainly rely really heavily on both domestic and international visitation. So as you can imagine, as a new resident and business owner here, I was quite astounded to read that one of the recommendations or suggestions was that there was going to be a potential defund of Hawke's Bay tourism. For a little bit of context, I have worked and owned businesses in both the tourism and hospitality sector here in Aotearoa for the last 19 years. Through my current company and my international partner organisations, I actually have the privilege of working with around about 120 destinations around the world, quite similar to Hawke's Bay Tourism. While much of the activity that I undertake myself is kind of centred around Asia Pacific, the core of the work that I undertake is very much around supporting what we call destination management organisations, DMOs. In New Zealand, they're called RTOs, regional tourism organisations. Very much around developing and implementing sustainable tourism strategies, capacity and capability building around the tourism ecosystem, and working with local governments such as yourselves on the broader societal impacts of tourism and events, and how that can drive trade and economic development within regions. I get to see and understand a lot about DMOs or RTOs, how they're set up, how they're funded, the activity that they undertake, and what a successful and less successful DMO or RTO looks like. And some things that I think are really relevant to this discussion is there are some really strong commonalities that need to be understood. They're all funded in a very similar way. They're funded at a council level, often sometimes exclusively by council, sometimes mixed model. In some of the larger cities, they rely more heavily on partnerships. In some, bigger regions as well, they lean into some bigger entities such as airports or hotel chains who may invest heavily. But almost none are entirely funded by membership. That's because economic development in a region is often driven by the local council, and it would be almost negligent in a way to separate those two activities because they must work harmoniously. Having worked in a council environment previously here in Aotearoa, I appreciate and understand the many challenges you are facing with funding at this time. However, in my view, and through the work that I do, I would encourage you to think that now is not the time to be cutting a really critical lever that demonstrably drives visitation, job creation, and tourism development in this region at a time that is so critical. Many of the submitters yesterday shared the value that they perceive around Hawke's Bay tourism. Some highlighted the core role that marketing and promotion plays in this region. I just want to point out that I think it would be quite disingenuous, using that word again, to consider that this is the only role that Hawke's Bay tourism plays. That might have been a really simplistic or unsophisticated view of what an RTO or DMO did around about 20 years ago. However, that is just simply not the case now. There are great complexities to what Hawke's Bay tourism does, to what Hamish and the team do, to develop Hawke's Bay, and tourism in this region. I'm going to share a little bit more into some of the key points around this. Economic development, this is pretty self-explanatory. The team, their role is really around driving regional growth through tourism. As we know, and it's been highlighted many times yesterday and today, tourism employs 1 in 10 people, both in New Zealand and in this country. I actually suspect the figures locally may be a fraction higher. So the RTO's role is to really drive visitation through the activities that they're undertaking. And these activities help support both the residents and ratepayers here, as well as, helping some of the Hawke's Bay tourism and event ecosystem. I think it's important to note that across New Zealand, it's quite similar in terms of how RTOs or DMOs operate. They tend to be quite community-based, really professionally staffed. They have incredibly strong linkages into the visitor kind of industry and networks across New Zealand. Where there are funding constraints or where there are no presence of an RTO or DMO in a region, this is where the development would start to drop away. And to emphasise what Hospitality New Zealand spoke to yesterday, this development would easily occur or easily drop away within a 6-month period. Another core area of business that Hawke's Bay Tourism undertake is stakeholder engagement and coordination. We've heard from a lot of stakeholders yesterday and today as well. They play a really critical role in managing the coordination of all the different ecosystems they have to engage with, whether that's local government, coordination of private businesses, community groups, business ecosystems. They also work with all the destinations around the Motu and other key industry stakeholders, such as Tourism New Zealand, Tourism Industry Aotearoa, RTNZ, Tourism Export Council, etc., just to kind of give you a flavour or name a few. This level of coordination ensures that the efforts that are happening in this destination are also aligned with the tourism offering that is available here. Regulatory, that should be pretty self-explanatory, but a couple others I want to touch on. Crisis management, this is a really important one. Hawke's Bay Tourism played a really significant role both kind of following Cyclone Gabrielle and prior to that, certainly to the pandemic. They stepped up, launching in-market campaigns with fantastic activity, being a really vocal advocate for the region, as well as trying to encourage visitation to return. If that didn't exist, that advocacy is gone, and it falls back on independent operators who just can't and simply don't have the time or resource. Another important role they play is a collective and cohesive voice for Hawke's Bay. Without them, there's going to be the threat of division among councils. There's potentially going to be tensions among operators, the ones that are heavily resourced and funded to be able to promote themselves or do in-market activity versus the ones that can't. And over time, without an RTO or DMO here, Hawke's Bay would be seen as kind of working in silos, offering very little, and business would be quickly soaked up by other regions. And I can speak to that. It would disappear very quickly to the likes of Rotorua, to Bay of Plenty, to Waikato, to other places around Aotearoa. Another core role that they play is community benefits, and I have read very carefully, there's been plenty of online musings around residents and ratepayers obviously sharing their concerns around what Hawke's Bay Tourism actually does. Many may not realise the significant contributions or the initiatives that Hawke's Bay Tourism play, whether that is feeding into, the development of tourism infrastructure, the development of community facilities. They may not realise the critical role they play in the development of trade and investment, business ecosystems, attracting events or conferences to this region, education or capability building. These benefits are really hard to quantify when they're a one-off activity, but it's equally important to realise the causal effect of these cumulative activities and the vital role that this RTO or DMO plays. A lot of the submitters have talked about marketing and promotion and the value of that and why that's really pivotal to their business. But I think one thing I really want to highlight is what many misunderstand is the competitive nature of both the domestic and international tourism market. When a region stops participating in trade events, they will no longer become front of mind for wholesalers, travel agents, tour companies, event organisers, promoters, professional conference organisers. These contracts and partnerships book years in advance. I can't emphasise that enough. They sign into multi-year agreements. This is common practice. It happens now. Should Hawke's Bay Tourism lose funding, this is what it is at risk. Yesterday, I also heard several submitters say that, you as the council are just the funding mechanism. But I please urge you to consider, to go away and think about the important role that you play in ensuring that when you are asking residents or ratepayers to participate in the democratic process, that they have in making decisions, financial decisions, that they have a very important understanding of the value that Hawke's Bay Tourism brings to this region so that they can feel empowered to make the right decision. I don't think that mechanism exists, but I'm totally open to being corrected. So we know about the direct impacts of tourism visitation, but there are also indirect effects from the activities that result in tourism and hospitality businesses existing and, having regular business, the events coming to this region, conferences being booked, delegates and participants returning to this region, students having a future in tourism in Hawke's Bay, and industry professionals also having sustainable job opportunities in the region. Really sorry, I've got a little bit to share. These are the types of social and cultural benefits that Hawke's Bay Tourism does bring to this region. George highlighted it yesterday, but I was working in Hamilton when Tourism Waikato was defunded in the early 2000s, and I cannot highlight this enough. This was an abject failure. It's taken Hamilton and Waikato tourism 10 years to get some traction on tourism and event business again, to build that clear narrative, to gain that visitation. We cannot let that happen in Hawke's Bay. As a minimum, I would please encourage you to think about, and I know it's off the table, but continue funding Hawke's Bay Tourism at the same level. If not, please go to option B. My additional recommendation, and again, I urge you to think about perhaps working constructively with Hawke's Bay Tourism to establish a suitable impact measurement framework that addresses how this organisation can demonstrate its value beyond the economic outputs or KPIs that it's currently measured on. Additionally, look at how to develop a really good, strong, robust resident partnership or engagement strategy so that residents and ratepayers feel empowered, have the knowledge, and can provide insights and feedback into Hawke's Bay Tourism strategy, initiatives and activities. Thank you for your time.
Jessica, and thank you for clearly outlining the function, the role that RTOs and Hawke's Bay Tourism play in our region. Thank you. Just one question, if there are any, and thank you for your time and your submission and your ideas.
You're welcome.
So we have Linda Keane online with us from the Tourism Export Council New Zealand. Kia ora, Linda. You look like you're having a lovely holiday somewhere. No, oh, you're on mute. Thank you for joining us. Where are you joining us from?
I'm from Wellington at the moment, and tēnā koe rangatira Ormsby and kia ora koutou katoa to councillors. Ko Tourism Export Council Aotearoa Te Mahi, and ko Linda Keane taku ingoa. Yes, my name is Linda Keane. I'm the Chief Executive of the Tourism Export Council of New Zealand, and I'd just like to acknowledge the previous speakers. I've heard the three speakers before me of how well they've articulated the role of a regional tourism organisation, and particularly the depth and breadth of the relationships that an RTO has at a national level and then also through all the local stakeholders. I'd also like to acknowledge the difficult and challenging time that I know all councils, including the district councils, have had, particularly through the cyclone, and then also as the region has started to look at its rebuild and its recovery from the global pandemic, and acknowledge the work that all of you have done. And I know that you've probably spent hours and hours prepping for your plans and now taking it through the submission process. I'd like to take the submission as being read, and there's just a couple of key points that I'd like to highlight. The Tourism Exports Council's primary members are inbound tour operators, and we act as a conduit between tourism suppliers, tourism businesses, and offshore tour wholesalers and travel agents. A little bit like how Fonterra gets the milk from the farmer, it goes to the factory. Fonterra packages up into something that's really easily purchasable by a UK supermarket, then the supermarket, and ultimately the customer. So the work that inbound tour operators and the Tourism Export Council does with Hawke's Bay Tourism is absolutely critical to looking at driving and developing Hawke's Bay as an international visitor destination. When we look at the profile of visitors that are coming into your region, you have a treasure chest of wonderful jewels that allows you to be privy to many segments across the international and visitor markets. For example, you attract group tours, you attract independent travellers, you attract business events and conference and incentive visitors and cruise visitors. And this doesn't happen on its own. It happens through the decisions made by previous board members and previous staff, and I know that Hamish has had a long tenure there, and through his outstanding leadership. So this doesn't just happen on its own. It is well planned, well managed, and well executed on behalf of all of you in the community. When we look at the role of international visitors and how they come into your community, one always has to ask, if you're a retailer, a cafe owner, a winery owner, a food producer, a petrol station, and they have international visitors come through their doors, does that individual business, do they go offshore themselves and spend thousands of dollars marketing the region and their business or not? I think in most instances the answer would be no to that. So the work that the RTO does, and particularly when we look at international visitors, we're talking 1 to 3 years in advance. It is something that in the event the RTO was defunded or had a lesser level of funding, it's going to diminish the opportunity that inbound tour operators, the RTO and other national tourism organisations can have with keeping Hawke's Bay top of mind with the high profile that you currently have. When we look at the ROI on your investment, and I know that this is top of mind for you, and I look at the level of funding that you're currently providing Hawke's Bay Tourism and the ROI, I haven't done the numbers, but I would suspect the return on your investment is probably in the top 5 of the 30 regions that inbound tour operators and the Tourism Export Council currently work with. So we do appreciate the difficult circumstances that you're trying to run your organisation with, but we do urge you to reconsider the decision to defund. From a slightly different angle, and I don't know if other submitters have spoken to this, I think it's also important to recognise the human impact that if defunded or having less funding, what that might have within the Hawke's Bay tourism team. So there's a wealth of knowledge within the team, and in the event some roles had to be disestablished or there's some changes in the roles, immediately the relationships with all the markets and the segments that the Hawke's Bay tourism team has suddenly are going to be severed. And as Jessica said in her submission, it can take years for those new relationships to come back and deliver fruit, bit of a pun, deliver a return on your investment or the region's investment. I also know that your local industry, the private sector, they invest hundreds and thousands of dollars of offshore marketing and domestic and event marketing as well. So you are walking hand in partnership. Crisis management, I think, is another critical thing. When things go wrong, the first thing that we in the international sector do is that we contact the RTO. And I would say to Hamish or another RTO, what's happening in your space? What is it that we can do for you? What messages do we need to share with all the offshore partners that are looking to book your region in advance, or they already have clients in your region? What is the information that we need to impart so that we can take the worry and the duty of care of concern away? So that role with crisis management and emergency management is absolutely critical. I'm going to stop there in case there are some questions. Thank you for all the great work that you do, councillors. In case no one has thanked you recently, thank you for your work. And I do hope that anything that I have said or the other submitters will be taken under consideration and Hawke's Bay Tourism can retain their funding levels. Kia ora koutou, kia, ngā mihi.
Thank you, Linda. Really valuable kōrero from your perspective at a national level. So do we have any questions for Linda?
No, but just thank you for your appreciation and your understanding of the situation we're in. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you. Ka kite.
Natalia is unable to make her appearance today, so if I can welcome up Judy Godbold from Hawke's Bay Airport. Kia ora. Jodie?
Julie's bringing along Rochelle.
Oh, kia ora. Yes. Judy and Rochelle. Nice. Welcome. Thank you for joining us and for your submission. So we've got 10 minutes together, and we can take it as read if you just want to highlight some key points. Thank you.
Okay, firstly, thanks for taking the time to let us talk to Hawke's Bay Airport's submission around the long-term plan. We would just like to take this opportunity to introduce ourselves. So I'm Rochelle Ham, I'm the CFO at the airport.
And I'm Judy Godbold, the Business Development Manager for the airport.
So today our submission focuses around two key aspects of the long-term plan. Judy will talk to the Ahuriri Regional Park, and I'll talk about the funding of Hawke's Bay Tourism.
Great. What everyone. So in 2021, Hawke's Bay Airport Limited submitted against the then Hawke's Bay Regional Council long-term plan to develop the Ahuriri Regional Park. And we're making the same points today because the same challenges apply. Any development of the regional park that attracts bird life is a challenge for our airport. Increased bird life has an impact on the safety of aircraft and therefore the viability of the airport. Obviously, we are located in a unique geographical location between the coastline and the estuary, and that means the airfield is already prone to bird strikes. We actively manage this risk because our first priority is to the safety of aircraft and, of course, the airfield itself. And our submission in 2021 spoke to the technical elements relating to this, which was included with our submission this time, with regard to birds and aircraft and of course the airports. So I'm not going to go into that today. But anything that will increase the number of birds in the area is of special interest to us, especially considering our status as a lifeline utility as legislated in the Civil Defence Emergency Management Act 2002. So we strongly encourage close partnership with the airport and the Ahuriri Regional Joint Committee throughout the life of the project, so that risks are mitigated and Hawke's Bay Airport can continue to remain safe and viable for airlines to fly to. That's a really key point. We acknowledge, obviously, that it's a joint project between Mana Ahuriri, Napier City Council and Hawke's Bay Regional Council, and we certainly see the benefit in the stormwater management piece, the community wellbeing and biodiversity aspect, but we must not compromise regional connectivity and air safety around this project. Thank you.
Okay. Our second submission relates to the proposed changes in funding arrangements for Hawke's Bay Tourism. We have clearly outlined our support for option B at a minimum, which is driven by the fact that the lion's share of our revenue comes from landing charges, which is based on passengers coming through the airport through a landing charge rate. We've done a lot of work around mitigating reductions in passenger numbers. COVID-19 proved to us, like everyone else, that we can't afford to have no passengers through the airport. We have a relatively fixed cost base. We still need to maintain infrastructure, so no passengers coming through the airport means a pretty dire situation for us. So we've tried to mitigate that through diversification strategies, non-aeronautical, but also increasing our airfield infrastructure and people that are using our airfield. We note that we're not yet recovered back to pre-COVID passenger levels. In 2019, we had 750,000 people through the airport, and we also had the benefit of competition with Jetstar, who were 120,000 of those passengers, so they have now stopped flying. But we do note that we have gone through a significant growth period with Air New Zealand. So we're hoping to exit this year at around 660,000 passengers, which has just shown quite significant year-on-year growth. So we are doing well financially, but it's a consequence of having people through that airport. So for us, we note that tourism organisations are responsible for attracting international and domestic travellers, and we feel that we need to continue to entice these travellers to enable us as an airport to continue to grow. This growth could be through existing airline growth, so working harder with Air New Zealand, but also encouraging new partnerships with new airlines. To this end, we depend on Hawke's Bay Tourism to build profile in our key markets, to attract travellers and help build sustainable growth. The removal of this funding, we believe, has the opposite effect and a real risk of reduced services in and out of Hawke's Bay, with any reduction in demand adversely affecting service viability. So by that we mean, at the moment, we're working hard with Air New Zealand to keep increasing services in and out of Hawke's Bay. With reduced passenger numbers comes the fact that the service still needs to be financially viable for Air New Zealand, and if it's not, then the services start slowing down or stopping fairly quickly. We're passionate about retaining connectivity. Judy talked about it in terms of the regional park, but same effect here. So we want Hawke's Bay residents and inbound travellers to keep coming and enjoying what we have to offer and being able to connect with other parts in the world. If demand for air travel into Hawke's Bay reduces because the destination is not identified on tourism maps, then the consequence for that is that passenger numbers will decline. We do understand that council need to find savings. However, we encourage the council to continue to fund Hawke's Bay Tourism. A potential close will directly impact air services in and out of Hawke's Bay. So that summarises our two submission points. We thank you for hearing our concerns and we're open to questions.
Great, thank you both. And thank you, Judy. It's great to see you again off the back of a meeting that we had as a joint committee with the airport. And thank you for being a part of our technical advisory group around bird species and how we manage those for the park going forward. But really thankful for your principled support for the park to go ahead. So I'll open it up for questions. Neil, Councillor Curtin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Was it Michelle? Was it the Chief?
Yes.
Yeah. Great to see a financial officer here. Look, my question is this. You're a member of Hawke's Bay Tourism. How much do you pay a year to them?
I actually don't know that.
I honestly don't have the number off the top of my head, and that's part of the normal membership fee, yes.
So $350, something like that? So that's my point, really. You've got, so you had 750,000 passengers coming through, or down to 640 now. If they gave a gold coin donation, we wouldn't be having this conversation, would we?
I think the thing to point out here is that no other airport contributes to funding of a tourism organisation, and I guess the point for us is that we would then need to somehow, it's not recoverable through our landing charge because it's not necessarily aeronautical related, right?
No, that's I can understand that, but you've stated that it's so essential to the future of your business, sustainability, etc., and yet you're not seeing the opportunity to ensure your future by a little bit more than $350. I'm struggling with that, asking Alma, who lives in Ahuriri and has a rate, has fixed income on $26,000 a year. She's got to pay, and we've got an airport opportunity, a key stakeholder paying $350. Can you see the conundrum we're in?
Yeah, I can. I can also understand what happens to fares. If it becomes recoverable, it becomes an aspect of that airfare coming in and going out. But if it's not, then it's the equity in terms of how that's paid, I suppose, as well. So it goes both ways. Yeah.
Any further questions? Councillor Foley.
Yeah, out of those stats of total numbers, do you know what's the breakdown of actual tourists versus?
We do. We know that over 50% of our travellers are either people coming in or going out to visit friends and family or for leisure. So roughly 55%, and that's based on our recent surveys, are actually visitors coming into the region for non-work or going out of the region for non-work activities.
There are no further questions. Thank you both for your time and your submission. Thank you. Please invite Sandy Boyden up. Kia ora, Sandy. Kia ora. Oh, welcome. We've got 10 minutes together.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. It's great to kind of come along here, obviously in the graveyard shift. That said, I know you've got some really tough decisions to make. As you know, I said, I'm Sandy Boyden. I'm a passionate and proud Hawke's Bay resident. I'm also a marketing consultant with over 20 years' experience. I'm certainly in support of option B, and I'm approaching this as a ratepayer, concerned about our region's economy. I understand more so than probably many people in this room, having sat as a marketer on the end of budgeting time. And you know probably what one of the hardest things is that marketing is always seen as a cost, and actually marketing is an investment. It's very well known that obviously our region here is in a state of recovery. Some could argue that we're actually still in a state of crisis if we look more broadly in the landscape of our current cost of living crisis. And so I'm not going to sit here and read my submission back to you. And I know that you will have had limited submissions as solely a ratepayer. I know, and I've listened to many of them already coming through, supporting varying different companies. But I also know that it seems that apathy, unfortunately, is rewarded. And so I thought it was important that I come along here today and have you realise that actually as a ratepayer, there's probably a lack of understanding of how much money is actually contributed towards Hawke's Bay tourism. It's not until you actually delve that you find that information out. And I think that's really an important part from a communication and an education perspective for all people in our region to understand how much money is actually contributed from yourselves and from the ratepayers for tourism specifically. I do just want to come back to a really important part about the fact that we are in recovery, and it is outlined by many Harvard Business Review case studies and a proven fact that those that invest in marketing in really challenging times, be that crises, be that recession, will do better post-recovery and will do better in future years. And I really want you to hold that in mind as you make your tough decisions. I also recognise that there's a longer term play here. And as I look around this room, I see many business people, and I see business people that have a very strong set of values. And I would argue that most of you hold a value of fairness. And I think in fairness to Hawke's Bay Tourism, it's important that they are given time to be able to find alternative funding streams. And I don't believe that they're going to have that opportunity if there is any other option other than option B actually adopted going forward. One of the other key pieces that I also wanted to bring into this discussion is in and around the Hawke's Bay Regional Council vision. And as I started to put this submission together today, and as I thought about it as part of the piece that I'd sent in, I jumped onto the website and I really read the website and really thought about what it meant, what the vision meant. And I'm sure you're all really au fait with what that is, but I'll restate it for today. That is a healthy environment and a resilient and prosperous community. It seems to me also, as you come further down, your focus and your priorities have perhaps taken a precedent over the latter part of that vision. And I really want to call on you to consider all parts of that vision, be it a prosperous community, because I believe that the funding sitting behind Hawke's Bay Tourism is absolutely imperative, and why it is that option B should be taken forward as part of your decision making.
Thank you. Kia ora, Sandy. I think we've heard loud and clear your message around time to transition and your preference for option 2, and that allows for that. Thank you. We'll open up for questions, if that's okay. Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Kia ora, Sandy. Look, I love your submission, get the passion, and it's very much in line with the majority, the vast majority of submitters that we have heard, and probably the 2/3 majority of submitters that have supported in favour of some kind of continuity for Hawke's Bay tourism funding. I just want to understand a little bit more about what's brought you to the table. Is it just your concern as a ratepayer and as an observer and a professional marketer, or is it some particular experience with the tourism sector or as a tourist yourself? Well, I just want to understand you better.
I think you've outlined them perfectly. It's multifaceted, but as a ratepayer, I think what's probably not really been brought to the fore here completely is that not only is our Hawke's Bay Regional Council rates increasing, our city council rates are increasing as well. So as a business person, as I put my hat on, I go, it's absolutely strategically imperative that we have funding put in to bring people from outside of our region into our region to spend their money. Because the reality is there's not going to be as much discretionary income floating around or floating around to be spent in Hawke's Bay Tourism. So actually bringing external people into Hawke's Bay is what's needed. And I know Hawke's Bay Tourism do a very good job of doing that. So it would feel kind of remiss if we were to step that away. Now, to your point, that suits as a ratepayer, as a marketer, as someone who is very proud of our region, as someone who also has been very involved with tourism operations. Whilst I don't have one myself, I am certainly involved with operations and support businesses that are adjacent to that.
Thank you.
Councillor Sears.
Kia ora, Chair, thank you. Sandy, I don't know if you were here before when I did the mean question.
The mean question?
The mean question. No? Oh, you weren't? Oh, good. Okay, well, you'll be
It's not too bad, don't worry.
Yeah, gosh. Okay, I won't make it a mean question. You're a marketer. Let's do market research. I asked one of our other presenters, we've had really a huge amount of business people through presenting, talking about Hawke's Bay Tourism, talking about, you know, people who've been here 20, 30 years, have huge experience, are really invested in this district or this region, and they've written about Hawke's Bay Tourism, 1.5 million. And this document that we are actually focusing on contains far more than that. It talks about how we're going to rate for this $250 million worth of flood infrastructure to get people back in their homes. It talks about whether we reduce maintenance on our parks, on Tamata Park. It talks about our erosion control schemes, which are all about protecting upper catchments that are affecting the amount of water that runs down and protects urban environments. We even talk about our biosecurity, biodiversity programs which we're looking to slow down to save money. I'd like to ask you, market research, why could you find the time and what drove you to take the time to speak about Hawke's Bay tourism when you had this document and not to give us something back on this? Because we really need to hear from all the people that came here and talked about tourism. I wanted to know what all of you thought about the rest of this.
Yeah, fair. Look, I'll tell you, I wouldn't want to speak about something that I'm not really actually well versed in being able to speak to. So as much as I can just sit and have read all of all of the plan that you put out, I'm really not. I don't have a degree, or I don't have a level of experience in any of those other areas that you talked about. So for me, it would feel actually probably ill-placed for me to actually put any kind of submission in around those. The other part that I would say, and I appreciate that you've got some really tough decisions to make as a group, and I'm sure there's a lot of experience in and around this room that are far better placed to look at those other aspects. What I can say is I did live through Cyclone Gabriel, and I have heard some of the other people talk about that today. I do still have very good friends who are not back in their home, and they won't be back in their home for some time. And I know that actually some of the issues that they've had are related back around and are council issues too. So yes, you've got some tough decisions to make, but for me, I put my effort into where it was that I believed there was some level of experience to be able to bring to a discussion point here today.
Good answer.
Well,
Thank
it's very
you.
well answered, but
Very
may I
well.
just very
Yeah,
briefly
sure.
say, whether or not you're an expert, I would have loved to have heard what you thought about what was in this document, because that's what's hard if we don't hear back from people, experienced or not. So I absolutely accept your answer, it's really good. And next consultation, whether you think you're an expert or not, I would love to hear your views.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Thank you for spending the time with us. Leanne, have we heard from Marissa?
Oh, is she not here?
Nope.
Nope.
You've done one off the top.
Oh, yeah, we're right on
It's
time.
5 o'clock.
It's 5 o'clock.
5:01. Get out the
I
door.
wonder if Hamish, do you have her number?
Not out the door or something, is she?
Yeah.
Oh, because she won't be able to get in there anymore.
No, I've just come back.
Oh.
No, it doesn't say she's coming online.
So you just check she's not stuck outside because the doors will have locked her out.
Yes.
Yeah, she can't get through the door.
Oh, there we go. Perfect. With our powers combined, we sorted it out.
I was going to shout everyone a beer.
You said it now. You've said it.
Yeah, well, there you are.
Oh, sorry, she's on. Oh, she's not popping up.
Hi Marissa, they can't put you online.
Has she got the right link?
In the waiting room.
She's in the waiting room.
Not for this meeting.
Dane was waiting in the meeting room. Does it come to her?
Let me just.
She's in the waiting room with one that's been sent to her.
All off business with its fun.
It's
interesting.
There should only be one.
Been sitting in there for about 20 minutes.
Oh, no, that's not good.
Marissa at restaurant. I'm going to send her a new link.
They were a little bit previous about putting the screen down, but there's nobody outside.
We
No,
found
she's coming
her.
in online.
Oh, she's not locked out. She's locked out.
She's locked out of the online.
Locked out online.
But good to know there's nobody out there waiting to get in.
Sandy, I've just emailed a new link to Marissa. So if she can.
You got the key to that fridge, Madam Chair?
Yes, I do. I can go and get it from Di's.
You may have to tell some of these
Hiding place?
councillors what I'm actually talking about, because they wouldn't have a clue.
Oh,
The fridge.
the fridge.
the fridge.
The fridge key.
I've once been out here 4.5 years.
When I did the CHB submissions last week, they opened their fridge. It hasn't got a padlock on it, but all the beers had expired.
The same would be here.
Here she
Yeah.
is.
Here she is. Here she is. Kia ora.
Thank you, Marissa.
Kia ora, everyone.
Kia ora,
I have
Marissa.
been
Sorry
waiting.
about that. We
That's
thought
all
you were
right, no
locked
problem at all.
outside, but.
Yeah, I could hear you all talking as well because I'm listening online on Facebook too. So I was like, no, I'm here.
Okay, well, hey, welcome and thanks for joining us from wherever you are. But you are our last submitter. So
Oh, lucky last,
yeah,
right?
lucky last. So we have 10 minutes with you, so take it away.
Okay, I will get going. Okay, so Tanakwe, Madam Chair and Regional Councillors, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Marissa Bidwan. I'm the Chief Executive of the Restaurant Association of New Zealand. Now, the Restaurant Association represents more than 2,500 hospitality businesses across the country and is the largest representative body for food and beverage businesses in New Zealand. We're passionate about our vibrant industry, which is filled with hardworking, talented, and entrepreneurial people. Look, I want to start off by recognizing that, and I've heard other submitters say this as well, but that each of you are in a difficult position of balancing rate rises and cost recovery measures with maintaining the services that you as a regional council provide. I know this is not an easy conversation for anyone. Councils across the country are facing extreme budgetary pressures, and we as a country need to find better ways to fund local government in the future. Just a side note. But that's a conversation for another day. I'll take our submission as read, and I want to focus on the opportunity that exists for the Hawke's Bay. Household expenditure on hospitality can be split into two categories, local spend and tourism spend. While local spend is what keeps our businesses afloat, tourism spend is what allows our sector to innovate and adapt. And perhaps most importantly, right now, to ride out and recover from economic shocks and extreme weather events. What both local and tourism spend have in common is that they're highly discretionary and are often the first to be cut from household budgets. Any move away from the promotion of tourism and hospitality has an almost immediate impact on our industry. It's no surprise that inbound tourism from both domestic and international markets is critical to the ongoing success of hospitality businesses across your region. The best way to maintain and grow the amount of inbound tourism is through sustained investment in destination promotion. Now, I want to turn here to points 8 through 10 of our submission to highlight why continued investment in Hawke's Bay tourism is essential for the region. International experience shows that when visitor attraction funding is cut, market share in the visitor economy is lost, and we can take decades to recover from that. Using Auckland as an example, the opportunities that exist for Hawke's Bay to increase its share of both the domestic and international visitor market is huge, but will take investment to realize. Auckland is undoubtedly the largest transport arrival hub for international tourists, but like many Aucklanders, those international tourists also want to get out of the city and see more of the country. Councils across the country, including Auckland, are also looking to reduce their investments in visitor attraction, and that is the opportunity that exists for Hawke's Bay. With international arrival numbers set to be at the highest they've ever been, there is a captive market ready to come to the region, but they need to be wooed. By maintaining the Council's current level of investment in Hawke's Bay tourism, the region will at worst maintain its market share of the visitor economy, and at best take over the market share lost by other regions. Should any market share in the visitor economy be lost, it will take years to regain. And should any market share be won, it will only stay with Hawke's Bay for years to come. Again, while we recognize the difficult choices you as regional councillors have to make, this decision will have long-lasting effects on the local economy, and it's up to you whether those effects are for better or for worse. To be clear, if there is an opportunity for council funding to be maintained at its current level of $1.5 million per year, we would jump at it. And we remember that councillors seriously consider ways to achieve this as the ideal outcome. Our compromise position is to support option B. So if all else fails, we urge councillors to vote in favor of that option. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Marissa. Very succinct submission, so thank you for that.
Oh, no problem. I thought I'd keep it short and sweet, seeing as it's the last one of the day.
Are you happy with questions from councillors?
Yes, absolutely.
Great. I'll go. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you. It's a question I've had on my mind through reading a lot of the submissions. We had one answer from a Waikato experience earlier. It's about the point that if we turn the tap off on marketing, I think it was from Jessica, that it can take years or decades to recover and turn that tap back on. the question I wrote in my notes whenever I read that was, what's the evidence for that? So what is the evidence you've got to say that international experience tells us that when visitor attraction is cut, it can take years, if not decades?
We've actually pulled out quite a bit of that evidence from around the globe, so I'd be happy to share it with you. I can send that through to you as an addendum to our submission. Would that be helpful?
No, it's fine. Just give me an overview of what sort of sources you've drawn on. Is it statistical? Is it research data? Is it publications? What sort of things have you?
Yeah, it's sort of publications. Yeah, we've looked to international examples of reduction in spend in certain areas, and I guess the drop in visitor numbers accordingly. Yeah, there's several examples, and I would be really happy to sort of send those examples through.
That's right, I'll take your word for it. I was just wanting to check it wasn't a couple of anecdotes or something like that.
No, it wasn't just made up. Definitely not. Yeah, but I honestly, it may be interesting reading, so why don't I do that? I'll send it through.
Sure. Thank you.
Bedtime reading.
It sounds like we're here till 6 o'clock now. Thanks, Karen. Councillor Roadley.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Marissa, for your concise and clear submission and talking to it also. I'm just interested in your perspective across the whole rohi around restaurants. Do people, from your experience, do people book in advance to visit a restaurant, or do they wait until they are at their destination for the evening or the day and find a local restaurant that's I'm just speaking from myself. I know that when we're visiting, I get out Google Maps and I go, show me the restaurants and who's open, and we'll choose that one. What's your sense on what other visitors, particularly our international visitors, do they pre-book, pre-think, pre-plan?
Yeah, look, honestly, it's a bit of a mixed bag, to be honest, from the stats that we have. But generally speaking, if there is sort of more of a high profile destination, oftentimes we will see people booking in for those spots. But say, for example, your lunchtime kind of experiences and those sorts of things that are a little bit more casual, we don't often see those bookings necessarily taking place. But yeah, so more probably for the dinners is probably what I would say from what we've gathered, that there would be some propensity to book in advance depending on the style of business it is and the availability.
Councillor Foley.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Marissa. I've been thinking of this question the whole way through because everyone quotes the same stat and you're the lucky last, so I'll better come out with it now. The 1.3 billion contribution to the economy, it sounds like a lot. I don't know whether it's been higher in better years, but at the same time, everyone says, and you might be able to comment on your members with restaurants, but across this tourism sector, everyone's struggling. They've got no more money to give themselves as membership fees or anything like that. So where's the 1.3 billion going?
Look, that is going to largely covering the cost of doing business in some ways. I mean, we've just seen some recent stats just specifically for our food space and hospitality. And while we've seen a bit of an increase in sales, largely that increase is due down to the cost of doing business increasing. It's inflationary. You know, in the food sector alone, you know, we on average see, you know, a 3 to 5% profit margin. There isn't a lot of money in these businesses, but you know what? They still employ locals. They still add to the cityscape. They still create atmosphere in our communities. You know, they play a really important part in why people go out, why people visit different areas. So I'm not sure if that answers your question directly, but I can sort of, I guess I'm more speaking about what's happening in the food space for our businesses. Yeah, it is challenging. We're seeing some increases, but those increases are, yeah, largely down to the cost of doing business increasing.
No, look, I know it's a tough question for you because it's broader than just your sector, but that's across the board, regardless, you know, tourism, agriculture, retail, everyone's in that same boat, right? It's the cost inflation is what's doing a lot of the damage at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is that these businesses rely on, you know, tourism coming in, especially the feedback we've received from, over 80 plus members who are specifically in the Hawke's Bay region about how important it is to their businesses, the visitor economy. It's essential.
Thank you, Marissa. Thank you for joining us and for sharing your time and views. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Kia ora.
Well done, team. It's been 62 submissions over the last 2 days, so thank you all for creating a warm, respectful and critical thinking environment, actually. So good 2 days, but most importantly to all our submitters, thank you all for being online, being in present. I think Hamish, you've been here for as long as we have over the last 2 days, so a huge thanks, and also to our supporting staff for making this all run so well.
Absolutely.
Thank you to you, Chair.
Thank you all, and we are on time.
Late, Chair.
3
minutes.
3 minutes late.
And Neil's already gone to the pub ahead.
He's shouting us with his dollars.
Hey, can we close? I want to go and call Linda Stewart and see how much money we've got.
That's right. So we've got the budget announcement, obviously, that will take up a bit of space over the next few days. But just thank you all for the last few days. We've got deliberations ahead and some hard decisions to make for our communities. So well done. We will close with our closing karakia and then head off home very safely. Thank you. Kia tau, kia tātou katoa, te ata whai o tō tātou ariki ai hukaraiti, me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhi ngā tahitanga ki te wairua tapu, ake, 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 āmene. Amen. Kia ora.